from Houston Power and Lighting, Wayne said that Dean would shove them in his victims' urethras and snap them off inside. He would also pull out pubic hairs either with his fingers or pliers, and perhaps most disturbingly, he chewed off the genitals of one boy who had made him particularly angry. And police said when they found the actual penis and balls in the mass grave, they could tell that it had been ripped off in one.
Now, do you think that then the police officer then turned to the other guy and said, like, that guy should have had a Snickers?
Yeah, in row, but he was cranky.
That's rough.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, that's how. Think about how mad you have to be. I mean, like
to gnaw off a boy's genitals.
You know when I could see it? Have you ever been on the bank, like on the phone to the bank, and then you know that they're fucking with you on the computer, and they know they just have to press a couple of buttons and they could get rid of all your debt, or they could really fix your problem, like they put a hold in your card for some reason. You know they just have to go Control-Alt-Delete, and then all of a sudden your problems are over.
So the thing that gets you upset enough to gnaw off the genitals of a boy is a mundane activity that all of us go through.
Inconvenient customer service calls.
That's it.
That's it.
Everyone goes through that.
Otherwise, I'm easy breezy.
Okay.
Now, the victims' mouths were usually taped, but Dean would sometimes blast his radio to drown out any sounds that might be made in the commission of his crimes. In case you're curious, the biggest hits of 1973 included Crocodile Rock by Elton John, Frankenstein by the Edgar Winter Group, and the surprise return of the Monster Mash to the top of the charts in June of 1973.
Well, the last one kind of fits to the theme, I guess.
But can you imagine just being next door to Dean and hearing like, "You do the mash, you did the most." So, oh, they're having some kind of Halloween party earlier over there. Hey, Jessica, let's get our vampire costumes and go over there to hang out. I like an early Halloween party.
Now, if you're wondering how so many boys could possibly enter one single house, never to exit again, well, the reason why none of this stuff really ever came out and why nobody ever thought anything about Dean, why he had no police record whatsoever, he moved constantly. He averaged 5 to 6 addresses per year from 1968 to 1973. But some of these apartments did have a couple of warning signs. One apartment had 4 bullet holes in the front door, which the maintenance man repaired without question.
Yeah, that's just a Texas doorknob, isn't it?
Honestly, though, it seems like of all places, Texas, that would be easily explainable.
I totally agree.
Yeah, I mean, more than most, especially in Houston with one of the highest gun ownership rates in the nation at the time.
Yeah.
And a neighbor at a different house, he noticed that Dean spent a lot of time on his balcony with his binoculars watching children in the neighborhood. The same neighbor also once watched as Dean Corll, David Brooks, and Wayne Henley danced around in the parking lot with a boa constrictor, taking turns kissing it.
That must have been fun. And, but neighbors said they said that about, they were watching them do this stuff, and they're like, I just kind of, they assumed that they all lived together. It's like, I just kind of assumed they all kind of were a bunch of boys, a bunch of roommates, like living together. And it's like, and I didn't really think anything was weird until they started kissing snakes.
Yeah.
And that was pretty damn queer.
The boa constrictor, that's not the strangest thing they've done, not by far.
No, they killed a bunch of boys.
Right. Yeah, that's the part that really gets me going.
Yeah, that's the weird stuff.
If they stopped at the boa constrictor, I think they were a fairly fun-loving group of friends.
Yeah, if they were a boa constrictor, then they're just a step away from the guy with the mesh shirt with the tarantula on it down on Coney Island.
That's
just walking
exactly
around for
right.
attention.
Totally.
The guy with a cat in his head.
Why not?
That man will charge you $5 to take his picture.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I got yelled at once.
But the apartment where Dean would do most of his killing would be his very last 2020 Lamar Street in Pasadena, Texas, in his father's old house. We'll pick back up next time with the last days of Dean Corll and the discovery of the bodies of 29 boys, 18 of which were killed in 1 year.
What a monster. He's a tyrant and a terrible person.
I gotta say, I'm not gonna say anything too bad about the victims, but a lot of those boys were not gonna turn out to be anything great.
Well, that's actually
knows?
that was Wayne Henley's exact justification.
Right? Isn't
for
that
it.
fucked up?
Yeah, that's what Wayne. That's exactly what Wayne Henley said during his confession. He said, "Oh, all them
We're just
boys,
killing losers."
He's like, well, they wasn't any good. And no one's really gonna miss them anyway. So yeah, we're just fuck it. Who cares?"
No, that's not right. They had a bright future ahead of them. This is the greatest country on earth, and you can be poor, you can grow up poor, and then you can be president one day.
I'm sorry, your monocle fell off.
Oh, is that right?
Yes.
Isn't that something?
Well, I mean, for the most part, he was right. As far from what I can tell from my research, there were, out of the 29 boys that were missing, 5, maybe 6 families put any effort into looking for him.
No, they
Right.
just assumed they all ran off.
Yeah.
Everybody
or
just,
they were, and a lot of them were happy. They're like, well, I don't got to deal with that little piece of shit no more.
It is. It's a rough story.
Yeah, it's a real rough story, and it's only going to get rougher next episode.
All right, so that's part 3 of Dean Coral. How exciting.
I want to
It
give
is.
some thank yous real quick.
Yeah.
Thanks, first of all, to research assistant Sammy Coughlin for all of her hard work on this episode. She really bit the bullet on a couple of these sexual sadist stuff. She's the one that found that clip of the pedophile at the very beginning.
We
so-
had watched a documentary back in the day, and
Yeah.
I didn't remember it until I had rewatched it because you said that clip in the outline, and then I rewatched the whole documentary, and I was on a plane. And that was fun. And I was literally on a plane watching this with it, and they were talking about all the like literally a woman with a baby and kept walking past me and like looking at me like I was a monster.
Because you are a monster.
I was researching.
She was accurately looking at you.
I would also like to say thank you to Jen Place and Aaron Thomas for the jars of Ted Kaczynski brand Revenge Pickles. Which I already had one jar. They are absolutely delicious.
You ate a whole jar on your own?
Yeah, he did.
In one sitting. Yeah. It was great. It was dinner. Pickle dinner.
God help
You guys
me.
know? You guys
God
never?
help.
You guys never had pickle dinner?
It's not a thing,
absolutely not.
Marcus.
No,
it's not a thing.
Pickle dinner is totally a thing.
No. I'm not a bone-laden lizard dude.
Yeah.
Well, things are going a little different in life than they have been. So, pickle dinner's the way we're living these
Nah, man,
days.
you're free. That's what you are, man. That means you're free.
We recorded a Mexican restaurant.
I love pickles. Also want to thank Tom Bacon for the wall-mounted deer antlers that he sent me, which I will mount above the door to my room to ward off evil spirits.
Hell yeah.
And definitely thank you to Aaron in Georgia, who crocheted us 3 Lil Cthulhus.
They're pretty
amazing.
cute.
Yeah.
And also,
Tiny little Cthulhus.
Holly
Super cute.
Carden, we got the print of the H.H. Holmes house diagram that you sent, and it's fucking incredible.
It is amazing.
If you could get that, if you could buy that puzzle, if you're into it, buy the puzzle. The details on it are insane.
Yeah.
It's really fucking cool.
Yeah, it's a beautiful piece of art. And yeah, anybody out there that's looking, just type in, I think probably H.H. Holmes Murder Castle print, and it'll come up. It'll be the first thing on Google. Fantastic. Definitely go pick one up if you can.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's beautiful.
It is.
Now, make sure you follow us on Instagram at LP on the left. It's fun.
That's right. You can also follow Henry Zabrowski on Twitter at Henry Loves You. Marcus Parks is at Marcus Parks, and I'm at Ben Kissel.
Actually, go ahead and follow me on Instagram. I use
Whoa.
Instagram more than anything else
Now
these
he's
days.
doing
that
it, yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Hey, this is funny.
I don't know the password. I lost my password, and I can't find it. So that's why I'm stuck to Twitter and Facebook.
I'm at Marcus Parks on Instagram. Please go follow me. It's fun.
It's fun.
I'm at Ben Kissel 1. It's just bagels and dogs.
You
That's
literally
all
have like
I
7 pictures, and then like one is like of a tombstone, like an empty tombstone that you said insert quote here.
Yeah. So that's kind of exciting.
And go check out my new music show, The Lucky Bone Show.
That's right. And check out all the shows that Marcus and I do. The Roundtable of Gentlemen with Holden and Eddie and Jackie and Kevin Barnett. You'll love that. Ablingen's Top Hat for politics. It's very fun. Continue on with the sociopathic themes that we touch on here on last podcast.
Yeah, and check out my character special on Netflix March 11th.
Yeah.
Yes.
And we'll see everyone in Baltimore. We sold the fuck out.
I can't believe it.
Yeah,
Awesome.
we sold out the show. So yeah, man, this is fucking great. We'll see all y'all in Baltimore on March 5th.
And
It's
this-
gonna be fucking sweet.
This Saturday, we have our live show right here at the Creek.
Yep.
Yeah, and I'll be here for that fucking shit.
Yes.
Fuck yeah, dude. Yeah, go to creeklic.com to get all of the details for the next live show.
Hail Satan.
And the Patreon page, of course.
Yeah, and of
Thank you
course.
guys
Yeah,
so
yeah.
much for all that you have given
Yeah,
to us.
Thank you so fucking much. It's amazing. Howdy.
All right. Hail yourselves.
Megustalations.
Yes, please. Magustalations.
All right.
For more shows like the one you just listened to, go to cavecomedyradio.com.
Doves, Caught by the River on XFM 104.9. I'm Ricky Gervais, Steve Merchant,
Hello.
Carl Pilkington and everything. No, I'm going to be honest with you.
Go on.
A little bit hungover,
Yeah.
don't feel very well.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm hungover or still a bit drunk, but I don't feel...
You sound like you're still a bit drunk.
Yeah, so
But
what
then
I'm worried
you
about...
do every week, so...
But what I'm worried about is that the standard will slip. Yeah,
Sure.
if I'm not right on the ball. And the other thing is, I haven't had a lot of time to prepare the show today,
Okay.
so I don't, I don't really, I don't feel, you know,
100%.
yeah, I haven't done the Carl.
Right.
Look,
Have you finished that sentence?
I don't make me laugh because it hurts as well. And there's the other side effect to me being a little bit hungover or drunk or whatever, right, is that I can be annoying.
Right, yes. Yes.
Because just to amuse myself, I sort of like turn my body off a little bit and just poke and like that and annoy people and that. I want to sort of like.
Well, you do
climb-
the physical equivalent of freewheeling.
yeah,
don't
yeah.
you? You just
I sort of want to climb on Carl and go to sleep on him.
Yes.
Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
They both annoy him and it'd be comfortable.
Yes. Yes.
Which is, you know, can be annoying.
Just a little thing just to make this show a bit easier. If you'd put your hand up when you want one of us to speak, because it's not quite, I'm not quite sure when the sentences are finished.
The hands are up.
Okay, good. So,
The hands are up.
okay.
Okay.
Good, alright.
Okay.
Are you gonna just keep them up the rest of the show, or?
No, Carl, do what you.
Good, alright. Do you want to, I mean, is there an excuse as to why you're a bit hungover?
Too
a bit
much
drunk?
wine.
Okay. All
Last
right.
night, yeah.
Yeah. Good, good. Thanks
Okay.
for that. Because this is the only, I mean, this is the only work you've got to do all week, isn't it? It's like, unless I'm very much mistaken. You don't have to do anything. You just sit at home eating cheese.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
then occasionally you do a bit of sort of shadow boxing. And that's exercise. And then you sit and watch TV.
Yeah.
Is that roughly what you did this week?
Yeah.
Uh-huh. So this is the only 2 hours you had to do anything for all week. This is the only you had to prepare for
Yeah,
this.
but who can plan a hangover?
Right.
You know, you'd think, Carl, you said you had some stuff.
Yeah.
What have you got? Yeah,
Carl, wait a
I love the fact that, whereas I was a little bit slow, Carl there leapt into action to keep this show afloat, keep the pace up. Go on.
Right, well,
Carl, are you hungover as well, or?
I'm just a bit annoyed because I'm with you. Do you know
Sure.
what I mean? He
Yeah.
hasn't got much to do all week.
You're having a laugh.
What?
What angers me is I kind of hope that maybe I could have quite a long career in radio, and I sort of feel like I don't know, the word sinking ship.
Yeah.
Those words spring to mind.
But-
Because it feels like, I mean, Carl, you're just a chancer anyway. You weren't even supposed to be on air, and we've made you into something of a household name, and that's cool. And Ricky's already a celebrity. He's got it stitched up. He's got corporates. He's got,
Yeah.
you know, voiceover work. But I've got nothing. I'm running on empty. I'm
Yeah.
not, nothing. I've got nothing. I'm sort of dependent a bit on this.
Yeah.
Financially. And,
Go on then. What are
and you two
saying?
are sort of bringing it down, really.
Right.
Do you reckon I
Carl.
can get my own show, Carl?
Carl. Tell them
like
what I did
Capital
out there
Gold
with
or
a bit. No, Carl, tell them how funny I was out there with a bit in that a minute ago.
So anyway,
record,
coming
Carl,
up,
I'm
right?
bored of this.
I tell you what. will we tease them with what we've got coming up next?
Yeah,
Carl, tease us after the next
Because I
record.
think we've already got them for 2 hours.
Yeah, we've hooked them, Carl. Don't worry, this is textbook radio.
Is it, what's this? Badly Drawn Boy.
Yeah.
Badly Drawn Boy. You were right. XFM 104.9, Ricky Gervais, Steve Merchant, Carl Pilkington. Carl, you were saying what's coming up?
Right, over the next 2 hours then, last week was a bit of a mess. We'll be doing the same features.
Right.
We've got...
I think that was the reason it was a mess, if I'm honest.
Well...
You've
we've
tightened it, you've tightened
tightened
it, you've
it up,
tightened the ship.
tightened it up, and also keeping people for longer.
Okay.
Right,
So-
tell me your plans.
What have you come up with
Tell
then?
me your ethos behind this then.
Right.
Always show your workings, Carl.
Always show your workings, Carl.
All right then. So last week we started good sort of play on words that we had going.
Go on.
The well-known film Educating Rita.
Yeah. That's become, thanks to Carl Pilkington's brain, it's become...
I've tweaked it a bit, and now it's Educating Ricky.
Brilliant.
Right? And that was a new feature we started last week, if you weren't listening, where I teach Ricky stuff.
What did you teach me?
Taught you about that little Chinese hairy kid.
Yeah, you didn't teach me anything. You said there was a kid that was born that was slightly hairy than other
Taught
Chinese
you
people.
where the saying chewing the fat came from.
I enjoyed
That was good, that was
good.
interesting.
And
and a man who had a beard because
And
he
a
was
man-
being abducted for 3 days. Again, that was rubbish.
Lest we forget.
That taught me more about you than about alien abduction.
But what happened last week is,
Go on.
we sort of talked about it all in one go, and you can't.
Whereas this week you've done what? You've spread it out over the show.
Well, I spread it across the 2 hours because I always found that if you try to be taught too much in one go, you just can't take it in and it'll be wasted.
Is that your experience of school?
Yeah,
They taught you in 3-minute bursts. You
yeah,
might have
and not every day.
Yeah.
Every other
when
month.
you felt like it.
Yeah.
Right. So that's what we're going to do. Right.
So we've got
Also,
Educating Ricky coming up. That's
educating
exciting
Ricky across the 2 hours.
Okay, look forward to
and
that.
what I do is I've made little headlines again, and you decide which story you want to go
All of
for
them.
first.
Well, give me the first
Yeah.
headline.
No, not yet. We'll do that. In
Well,
a bit.
give me a teaser.
Hang on a minute. I'm telling you what else.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
We've also got. We started it last week. Rockbusters.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that was a triumph.
Yeah.
I think we went wrong there.
Why?
By letting you do it?
Doing it on air?
Not thinking it through.
Yeah.
Bit of that.
Okay, so what's the rules on Rockbusters?
We're going to do Rockbusters,
Okay.
but you email in ricky.gervais@xfm.co.uk when you know the answers,
Okay.
right? And sort of round near the end of the show, right?
Yep.
We'll give out the answers then. So if they think they know the answers, they've got to hang about.
Rick, I should tell you now,
I'm not hanging about.
don't think that the listeners are going to go away empty-handed, because there's some cracking prizes.
I was worried about that.
I can tell you where, and don't worry, because Carl has sorted out some top quality prizes.
Good.
First up, this is stuff that people can win, and be excited about this. First up, it's a DVD of The Office. I don't know how he got hold of it. I don't know how he got hold of it, because they are like gold dust.
Yeah.
There's, this is the second gift. Now, bear in mind, this is, I don't know where he's rummaged that from. This is an XFM compilation album.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
managed to sort that out somehow.
Excellent.
I don't know how he sorted that out. There's another compilation album, which has got, some sort of, indie-type hits of these. But this is
Have
possibly...
you got a film to give away?
Well, I'm glad you've asked.
What
'cause
film, though? Because
I know you're a big fan of DVDs. It's one of the big hot releases that everyone's keen to get their hands on.
Not arbitrary, is it? It's not the only one. No. This film title won't be an arbitrary film, will it? It'll be a big...
Rick, I don't want you thinking that the film that Carl has sorted out here is that he's sourced for us is just an arbitrary thing that you wouldn't get. You could buy for $3.99 in HMV.
Yeah.
Right, they're giving
one
these
of those
away.
one of those big baskets.
Exactly. I don't know who is phoning up to try and win this,
Okay.
but you can be lucky
If this
winner.
is your favourite film, it's yours.
Exactly.
Okay.
But this is the big star prize. This
What
is
is
the one
it?
you're all playing for. It's Children of the Corn. Stephen King's Children of the Corn. It's a widescreen presentation on DVD.
Imagine getting that and going, excellent. We can watch this now.
But Rick, I mean, let me just run through some of the cast. Peter Horton. Pete Horton's in it. And that's about
I'll tell you what, I don't want to give it away if Hort is in it.
Hortons is in it. Also Linda Hamilton. I know you're all
Linda
we're all big fans
Hamilton.
of
She
Hamilton.
plays a piece of corn.
Exactly. And I don't know what I've not seen Children of the Corn. I could be wrong, but
But
it
that's
says
great.
it
Carl,
says
when
it's
you
amazing.
rooting around the office, why don't you start throwing like a mouse mat and a pair of scissors and a pencil? Because that is just arbitrary.
That's an arbitrary selection
That's next week's stuff.
But also I should say we also have some. This is a little bit more exciting. We've also got some tickets for DJ Shadow,
Yeah.
who's performing at the Brixton Academy this
He's good,
evening.
isn't he? He's good at
9 o'clock.
DJing.
So he's very good at DJing and scratching and the like.
plays all the records that you want.
Exactly.
Plays all the records that you want. Don't bring your own. He's got them all. He's got them all. I've seen him arrive. He's got 2 big bags of them.
Yeah. So there's 3 pairs of
that's
DJ
sick.
Shadow tickets. We'll give those away later as well.
Is there any lemonade?
Don't just start phoning arbitrarily now.
No.
We'll give those away in our
Is
own
there
good
any
time.
lemonade?
Sorry.
I need some lemonade.
Okay. Well, while we sort out some lemonade, let's play a tune. Come on, Carl. What's wrong?
Whoa, Carl!
Ryan Adams from his new album Demolition.
Brilliant.
A track called Nuclear.
Yeah, I've found a new way of making it more exciting. When you're talking about something, I'll go, yeah, brilliant, agreeing with you, making it all interesting.
Yeah. I can see that. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, it's a really good album, that.
yeah.
And
Brilliant.
it's
Brilliant.
apparently just a collection of sort of demos and songs he had lying around.
Oh, I wish I had that.
Yeah.
You know, we're giving away those DVDs and Children
Look
of the
forward
Corn.
to that, Children of the Corn.
I've got an interesting anecdote about the Office. Carl, me and Carl went out, right? With me and Jane, Carl and Johnny and Gigi, wasn't it? Carl, I'm talking to you, wasn't it?
No.
Wasn't
Gigi was
Is it
on.
important
Just
who went?
No.
Okay.
But we're walking on the street. Carl was there though, and he can back me up on this. We had a curry. We were walking back, and this little funny homeless fella, didn't he? He. Oh, I got to tell it before I go, didn't he?
Yes.
came up to me, right, and he recognised it. Talking's more difficult than you think. Right? And he came up to me and he went, oh, he said, I've just nicked 5 of your DVDs from HMV. And he shook my hand. He was so happy with it. And I went, right, excellent. He went, all I do is I just swing the bag over the top. Like that, when I'm going out. And he had a bag full of DVDs, didn't he? And he was so pleased to tell me that he'd stolen. That great.
He said they're going like hotcakes.
Yeah, he said they're going up, of course they are!
Yeah, you're nicking them.
I know, we get paid for them though, don't we?
So not the stolen ones.
Don't we?
No. What do you mean? Did you sign them for him? you idiot. What, so, he just nicked 5...
Yeah.
And you say he was homeless, was he?
Well, he don't know, maybe.
No.
Surely, how would he have seen the show? He'd just walked past Curry's one
Dixon's.
morning.
Yeah, that's any idea.
Seen a trailer for it, thought, interesting.
I don't know if he was homeless. I didn't go into his home life.
He shook his hand, though, and...
But he made Carl look smart, do you know what I mean? So, but he wasn't northern, was he?
No, he was like, do you know in the Fast Show with Paul Whitehouse, when he did that character, that shady character?
Yes.
The spit of that, like a ponytail, t-shirt on, a bit too big for him, and just the movement and everything, really like a cockney, little cheeky chap type person.
A little cockney cheeky chap.
And, he just said, oh, it's you. He said,
yeah.
You've got your DVDs, got 6 of them from HMV, going like hotcakes they are. And then off he went, whistling.
Yeah.
Well chuffed with himself. Huh?
Yeah.
Going like hotcakes.
What's he going to do with them then? Probably sell them.
Yeah.
How does he sell them? Where does he sell them? Does he go up to people and go, do you want an office DVD? They're not nicked.
Yeah.
4 quid.
Yeah, exactly. Are these stolen? No.
No. They've still got the tags on them.
Well, it's like those people who, you're those cab drivers that you'll meet at sort of 3 in the morning who've just got a car.
Yeah.
And just went out with a car.
Yeah.
And just, I'll pick people up and charge them.
Yeah.
I got in one once, I said to him, a guy just pulled up, he said, I was in like, East London, going back to, North London. I said, going to, Swiss Cottage. He went, sure, hop in. We set off. He went, do you know the way? I said, well, not really, no. I thought you'd know the way. You're in a cabbie. And he went, no, don't really know the way there. I said, have you got an A to Z? He went, no. I thought, well, if you're going to go out just on the, just winging it as a cab driver, 2 things, take a map and a torch. He didn't have either. He said, well, I'll probably get to Camden. I said, right, I'll direct you from there. Drove on for about 5 minutes, making conversation. About 5 minutes later, he went, do you know the way to Camden? I thought you knew the way to Camden. I don't really know the way. I thought I did.
Oh.
It was I mean,
let me out. 4 quid.
Exactly. And that's, I don't know who's got that sort of time on their hands, that they just think, it's 3 in the morning, I'm at a loose end. I think I'll go out doing a bit of cabbing.
Wow. Yeah.
Because your dad was a cabbie, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was, couldn't stand it, but it's good money.
He was he wasn't like a chancer, though.
What was he doing when he put that little Forrest Gump in a weedy bin?
That was part of the cab company thing. They had to do like a charity event once a year, and he did it 1 year, never asked him again.
Tell us the story again.
I'd rather not, because we got a few sort of, complaints about it.
Why? Why did you get complaints about it?
Because he put a kid in a bin, and it's not the thing to do.
But we could use it as a sort of sobering lesson for people.
Yeah, tell it like a, you shouldn't do it.
No, yeah, but that's how I did it last time, but people still didn't like it. All the stuff I tell you, we don't take the mickey out of people on purpose.
No.
It's real life, innit? And that goes on in life.
Yeah.
My dad was saying that in hospital, though. Do you know I was in hospital?
Yeah.
He did some jokes about old people and that, and he said at the end of the day, if something makes you laugh, it's funny. And if it makes you laugh, you can't help laughing, can you? Do you know what I mean? So, what you meant to do? And laughing's good for you.
Yeah.
So,
but being laughed at isn't as good for you, is it?
No, but there's probably more people laughing at one person, so if you balance it out, there's only one person who's upset and there's a bunch of people laughing. So, it's...
That's genius! Give me an example of that, give me an example.
Well, for instance, Carl Pilkington as he talks and the people listening.
Yeah, no, give me a little example of I
can't, because again, that's what I'm saying, I can't tell you the story, because there might be someone out there who... This person might even be listening and think, I forgot about that and you brought it all back to me then.
Yeah.
So I prefer to leave it, but I think people know.
Why did he put him in the bin in the first place?
Because he was getting out of hand.
What was he doing though?
You see, I can't explain.
You can. Don't be silly.
I prefer to leave it, honestly.
What was he doing? Was he annoying him?
He was annoying me dad and the other people in the cab.
Right.
And he thought, how can I deal with this before it gets too out of hand?
Yeah.
He pulled over and put the lad in a wheelie bin.
I'm gonna burst.
So we'll leave that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
How old was the kid?
I'm not sure, but I mean, it was a trip to sort of Blackpool, so I'm guessing
Do you think it was one of the rides?
17.
This is rubbish.
17?
Yeah.
Oh, he's quite an old lad then.
So a big lad.
Yeah.
But let's.
And did he pick him up?
He picks him up and put him in a wheelie bin.
Every time he says it, I like it.
And then on the way back, he got him back again. He said, right, you won't do that again.
On the way back?
Yeah, he left him there for a bit.
He left him there, what, they went to Blackpool and he
Yeah.
left the kid in the wheelie bin?
Yeah.
Did he?
Yeah.
What, was the kid in the wheelie bin when he drove back? Did
Yeah.
he not get out?
No, because how do you get out? It's tricky, isn't it? And he wasn't a normal kid, was he? Let's leave it.
He wasn't a normal kid.
Right then. So,
Is your father in prison? I think he should be.
can we put a song on?
Yeah, go on then.
Feeder, come back around. XFM, 104.9. Ricky Gervais, Steve Merchant, Carl Pilkington. I asked Carl in the week, right, what animal would he never trust? Even if he got to know it and it was a pet and everything, what animal would he never trust? What was it?
Was this, a wasp?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you trust a wasp, Carl?
I just think that,
They're shifty.
all other animals, if you get them at an early age, you can sort of make them like you.
You can train them.
A wasp.
Nothing.
Never.
Is there anything do you think there's anything you could do that would kind of win the favour and win the trust of a wasp? What would you have to do you think?
What if you had it from a little grub
Yeah.
and you fed it, he had its favourite marmalade?
It dies, doesn't it, if it does it, so it's not gonna, like, use it willy-nilly.
That's easy for you to say.
But a wasp, I
Do you,
wouldn't
you think they sting arbitrarily? They just sting for the fun of it? They're like sort of like delinquent insects? Like
I
delinquent
think so, because
creatures,
last
yeah.
night, right, I mean, this is part of educating Ricky in a way, but something I learnt last night was that tarantulas only bite you if you annoy it.
Right.
They don't, do you know how people say, oh, if you're in a sleeping bag living in a jungle, a spider will get in there and it'll bite you?
Yeah.
Apparently not, you've got to really annoy it. The thing that it really hates is having its leg sort of twisted.
It hates having his leg twisted. Right.
Yeah, but that's more for...
Is that what they said in a documentary?
No,
actually said it's a voice
almost certainly not, Steve. Almost certainly
Were you watching
not.
a documentary?
No, I was reading it.
Oh, you're reading it.
And, it was this guy...
Was it scrawled on the wall in like a public toilet?
No, I'll tell you.
No.
I'll tell you more about that later.
Oh,
It's
right,
part
I'm
of
looking forward
the, thing.
Educating Ricky.
So if you
Part
don't
of
trust the evil wasp, what animal do you trust? What's your favourite?
Well, I also, I said to him, right, supposing your mind, right, your mind was got put into any animal, right, and you've got to get from where you are now, right, to Glasgow, right, as an animal, right, but the authorities will be looking out for it.
Okay.
And it's shooting you, right, and, what you went through loads, didn't you?
I was thinking about it for it must have took me about an hour.
So your mind has been put into an animal.
And then, yeah, so it's you
And
in
you-
this animal
right,
thinking
yeah.
you've got to get to somewhere.
but the authorities know you're in the animal?
Yeah, maybe your body is in Glasgow somewhere, and you've got to get this animal to get to you so it can transfer its mind back into your body.
But the government knows that I'm.
Oh, we've all had that conversation.
So the government's going. Carl can't have
Yeah,
his
but-
own brain back.
I only have it with Carl, don't I,
Yeah,
these
yeah.
conversations? Go on, yeah.
So yeah, so you're on the way.
So
to
think about
Glasgow.
it. You think about it just for a second. So let's recap. Your body's in Scotland.
Right.
He's the only one that takes my question seriously.
Your brain is in London.
Uh-huh.
Right, and there's like loads of security and stuff looking out in the sky for animals or looking on the field, seeing what's looking a bit suspicious. trying to get to your body,
And they're
to put
shooting
the
'em.
brain, and they're shooting everything and killing all the animals. What thing would you pick to get your brain to Scotland that wouldn't get caught? And I reckon I've got the answer.
A wasp?
No, because think about it, a lot of people get irritated if it sort of wanted to get a lift in a car going down the motorway. If someone's driving
was
it's a
hitchhiking,
wasp
yeah.
in the car, it's a nightmare.
Yeah, sure.
Cause a right accident.
Yeah.
So think of something that people wouldn't, you know.
And the clock's ticking as well.
You're
know,
taking this really very seriously,
Yeah,
aren't you, Carl?
you've only got a
You
couple
have
of...
thought. You've given this a lot of thought, haven't you? You have.
Yeah.
So something with speed.
Yeah, it's
Something
got...
that can travel quite speedily.
Well,
Well, that's
Well,
and something
but
that's also inconspicuous.
yeah.
Yeah. Is that the sort of thing you're
Yeah.
that's what you're going to
Yeah.
And is it a creature that's native to this country?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it is.
I've got no idea, Carl. What are you thinking?
Tell him.
A flea.
A flea?
Think
Tell him
about
why.
it. Think about it. Right, this flea, it's got my brain. It's dead small, the flea.
Thanks for clearing that up.
Yeah.
And so it goes, right, I've got to get to Scotland. So it jumps on someone who's going to Euston Station.
Right.
They don't know it's there.
No.
The government can't see it.
God, Steve! Think of that statement. Think if you just tuned in.
Yeah.
Now,
People get on the train, goes to Glasgow or Edinburgh, wherever in Scotland it is. It jumps off, it goes right, jumps on someone else who's going the way it needs to go, gets there, still no one's seen it, jumps on me, I get my brain back.
Yeah.
The government are like, phew.
And you feel confident that your brain would fit in that of a flea's?
Well, you said there was no problem with the size of it. You said you could.
there certainly wouldn't be.
So,
No.
I pretty much you could download everything you know into a flea.
So that's genius.
Yeah.
That's,
What
good
would you rather
thinking.
have, right? Roller skate feet, and there's little wheels, right? Chopstick hands. Yeah? Instead of hands. Chopsticks instead of hands. Wheels instead of feet.
yeah.
Right? Or acne.
How big are the wheels?
Can I take you guys back to the old school? Do you mind if we take it back to the old school?
Well, yeah, what are you going to do? What are you going to lay on me?
No, I just maybe a bit of a De La Soul. Is that a problem? Is it a problem
yeah.
going back to the old school?
No,
'Cause
no,
I'm not. We don't need to go if you don't
as
want
long as long as it's vinyl shit.
to. It is indeed. Slam it on.
I never went. There we go.
De La Soul. Old school.
Brilliant,
Roller skating Jam named Saturday.
Brilliant.
Yeah. Good stuff. Carl, so, educating Ricky. You were going to tease us now with some of the big headlines you've got.
Look at
Get him
dancing.
grooving. He really is in the
He
groove there.
really is dancing there.
Right.
Right.
So,
Okay.
the way this works is,
What would you rather be, Carl?
I teach you
Superheroes.
3 things.
A frog boy, yeah,
Right.
that you could leap onto a house, but you had to go blah, first and leap onto a house. You're this frog boy, right? And that could be useful, couldn't it?
That's very useful, yeah.
Right. Amploid, where you've got your hands and microphones, and you can talk into your hand and your whole body. It's like 100 decibels. You can go, "Oi, come here," and people can hear you from miles away. Amploid, right? Right. Or sado, right? And that means that you can go up to anyone and go, all right, and they don't know why, they just get fed up for the whole day.
Which of those would you prefer? Don't answer now. Have a think about it. Have a think about it.
The frog thing, do I look like one, or...
No, you're just you in your little Ben Sherman shirt and everything, and they go, and people walk along and they go, oh, look at that young child on that roof. He's gonna fall. I wish Frog Boy was here. And you go, blah. And you go down, you go, blah. And they go, it is him. And they don't recognise you when you're squatting. They go, I don't know who you are. And you leap up there and save, and you come back and they go, where's Frog Boy? And you're standing up and you go, don't know, he went that way.
Yeah, I'd probably have that one.
Would
Probably
you?
go with Frog Boy?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's pretty good.
Okay, go on.
Right, so, did that just go out?
What?
All that.
Go on, I've got a bad...
Hey, look, Rick, Carl's really planned this show. He's really worked out. He
Yeah.
came in early, he was writing things down.
And there's me
planning
just
it,
coming up with rubbish
and
like
you were
that.
just talking rubbish. So, Carl, I know you've been
Right.
thinking this through. What have you got?
So, Educating Ricky, we did it last week. It's where I teach you some stuff, but rather than just teach you something, I tease you, so you want to know more, so you want to take in information, right? So,
If only people had taught you like that, Carl.
so
And also, it's the name of a film, sort of.
Yeah.
Nearly.
Coming up soon, Henry VIII and his, well, how many wives? Come back tomorrow, Carl, to find out.
right, well, the little headlines I've got to sort of tease you with the story.
Yeah, this is gonna hurt me and I'm not very well. Go on.
Right, we've got
So this is what, sorry, I've just got lost for a minute there.
It's Educating Ricky.
This is Educating Ricky,
Yeah.
and these are the stories that these are the things you're going to tell him.
yeah.
But these are just headline versions.
These are headlines
This is not
because
the actual fact.
then I think people will remember things.
Okay,
if
alright, so you,
do you know
yeah,
what I mean?
sort of bullet points.
Who can forget Hairy Chinese Boy?
Indeed, I shall never forget that.
Yeah.
So, first headline,
Ooh.
don't do that to it, you know it can't live without an head.
I've got no idea. It could be about the French Revolution, it could be about anything.
I know what it is!
No, you think you do, but...
No, it's something I taught you! Is it the fact that cockroaches can live for 9 days without a head?
That's part of it, but it's something different as well. That's why I thought we'd bring it up.
Okay, brilliant. So that's something to
Next one, do you want to work it out? If only it was raining.
Brilliant.
Okay.
Go on.
And the last one, what's tomato with you?
What's tomato with you?
Yeah.
Look how pleased he is.
You're obsessed with puns, aren't you, at the moment, Kay?
It just works. I think it works.
Yeah. You love puns.
So, there you go.
So which of those are you going to choose, Rick?
Oh, well, I'm going to have to choose. Don't do that. You know it can't live without an head.
Can we play a tune and we'll come back with
Yeah,
that?
I reckon.
Find out what that is.
Yeah.
Wow, what a history lesson that's going to be.
Dandy Warhols and Bohemian Like You on XFM 104.9. I'm Ricky Gervais, with me Steve Merchant and Carl Pilkington. Carl, what's the story then?
Right, so what did you say you're going for? You've got your 3 titles, your 3 teasers.
Well, I think I'm going to go for Don't Do That to It. You know it can't live without an head.
I'm looking forward to this.
Right.
Right.
So this is educating Ricky, for those that have just tuned in.
Now, something that Ricky told me about when he was educating me was that a cockroach, if you cut its head off, it lives for a week,
Yeah.
right?
And the only
what
reason it dies is because it can't take on water.
Sure. It doesn't have a great time in that week, though, does it?
No.
I mean, it doesn't get much done, I don't imagine.
It just needs water, and because it can't find any, like its eyes, it eventually dies,
Yeah.
right?
No.
So what?
No, it's not. That's not. It's 'cause
Anyway.
it can't drink.
Anyway.
So have you heard that one about worms?
Okay.
I've gone.
If you cut a worm in half,
Yeah.
a lot of people have said in the past that it'll turn into 2 worms,
Right.
but that isn't actually true.
Okay. Who said that?
No, it used to be like, you know,
Kids at school
they said it on, kids at school and stuff.
Yeah.
So that, you know, a lot of people think that.
Don't pick him up on stuff, Steve. It's bad enough.
Sure.
So, but what they can do, if you get a worm, right, and you find out which end its head's at,
Right.
if you you've got its head there at the left-hand side, right, and if you sort of cut it in half,
Right.
but not in half, so there's more of its neck than the tail, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The bit that you've cut off will sort of die, and the rest of the worm will get better. So in a way, you can cut it in half, and it'll survive, but only one half will survive.
Okay.
Yeah? What have you learnt there?
I wish you hadn't chosen that one, Rick, to be honest.
I know, because it's not. It's nothing, is it?
Yeah.
You know that
know
joke?
what
You know that
information is.
joke? How would you tell a worm's head from its you put it in a bowl of flour and wait till it farts.
Yes.
Right. I told my mate that. Right. And he went, "What if it coughs?"
Yeah?
Yeah.
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 So, there is a bit of truth in that myth of cutting one in half.
Where did you get this information? I don't understand where you get this information
That was from the Fortean Times. It was like the myth about worms.
Yeah.
That was the big article that week.
Did it take you as long to read that article as it took you to tell us just then?
I like the fact that it starts off debunking a myth
Yeah.
that we hadn't heard of anyway.
Exactly.
You know the big thing about cutting a worm in half and making 2 worms?
No.
Yeah. What's the other one? What's
I
the
mean,
other
it's not the
headline?
thing to do either, by the way. Don't go doing it.
No. It's not very nice.
But,
It's cruel.
but it can get by
and
if
it's
you do.
pointless.
Yeah,
There's no scientific worth
yeah.
in that.
Well, there you go.
Okay then.
So the others now, you see
was the
what I
others?
do. No,
What
I
was the
tell you the other titles. You're not having them yet. That's the whole idea of this. People will be driving or about to go out doing the shopping. They'll think about that now.
What was the other 2?
Well, the other 2.
They won't think about that. They've forgotten
No,
that.
they will. They will.
No, they've forgotten that already.
If only it was raining. And what's tomato with you?
Right,
That-
you've
I'm
gotta
looking
tell
forward
us-
to that one.
No, you've got to tell me tomorrow with you.
Look what's happening. You see, you already want more education, and this is what listeners will be doing.
I tell you, I wish you were a teacher. I so wish you were a teacher.
Do you know what I mean? Kids would be saying, I know it's 3:30, but I don't want to go home, I want more.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm doing with you. I'm teaching you.
Why are
taking
you
in
teaching
information.
me things about not to cut worms in half and what's tomato with you? Please tell me what's tomato with you, Carl.
In a bit.
No.
In a bit.
Rick,
What?
I tell you, he's thought the show through. He's
Yeah.
teasing the audience. You're excited. They're listening.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. So listen, I think we should all, because we got your competition to squeeze in. We got all these great goodies. Let's not
This is
forget.
amazing.
Hello, Children of the Corn.
I do feel
gotta
slightly
give that
guilty
away
that,
before
that
3 o'clock.
now this is Carl Pilkington's show. I don't think we should have our names involved. It's not fair, is it?
the name to this. It's the Ricky Gervais show. Yeah? Right, the quiz.
Yeah.
Will we get that out of the way, because they've only got an hour to start.
Don't you worry about that, Carl. I've already got this one. I'm thinking on your terms now. Let's play a tune. We'll come back with the big competition information. All right? Money Mark. We've got a classic from Money Mark from his album Push the Button. Play that, Carl. And afterwards... Are you excited? You got the competition? Look at his face. He's so excited now. He's thought this through.
He's loving it.
Rockbusters.
Rockbusters. Yeah. What?
Agreed.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Should we do that?
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Go on.
You're rejuvenated, are you?
Yeah,
You're
let's go
feeling
for it
okay?
now.
Second hour.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hangover finished with?
Yeah.
It's
yeah.
all done?
Done.
Good.
Done. I had some water.
Excellent. That'll often sort it out.
Yeah.
Well done.
Flea is the best way.
He just had an argument with a punter. Someone called up and said, I don't think a flea's very good. How would the flea know? Tell him what he said. He said, how would the flea know what train to get on? He went, he gets to Euston and look at the timetable.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he went, we're not going to agree on this. He got annoyed at him, because the bloke said he'd be better to be a wasp.
Yeah.
A wasp would not survive, would it, on, you know, a Virgin train or something? So...
Why wouldn't it?
It just wouldn't, because people really don't like wasps, so somebody would end up clouting it and killing it, and that brain would never get to his body, so...
Yeah.
Right, yeah, it is quiz time.
Whee!
This is the moment we've all been looking forward to.
Do you want to tease them with the prizes?
No. Not really, because they might not bother phoning in. Or it's not a phone, or is it? It's an email.
Alright.
Okay, well, a quick reminder then. We've got to the office. I don't want people to think that we'll just keep plugging the office DVD. We've got nothing else to give away.
No one gives anything away.
No,
those
that's
are just
why.
hanging around in Carl's little room.
Did you get a guy from HMV just to nick... Did you get a guy just nick these from HMV and carry
the
them back?
beard and the ponytail?
Was that the
Yeah.
story? So we got the Office DVD, obviously. We got the remix, XFM's remix album, Volume 2. That's sort of remixes of various tunes. Quite a good little compilation album here. One of those kind of the best Coldplay, Travis, Oasis, blah, 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 blah albums in the world
Excellent.
ever. And,
Just take some of them, 'cause there's nothing in the library.
Exactly, have a look on there. See
4
what you fancy.
Alanis Morissette, 9 Catatonia. I just counted, didn't that?
But the big one, the big star prize that you're all playing for is, of course, the DVD widescreen version of Children of the Corn, Stephen King's horror film, lest we forget it's got Peter Horton as the star. so look forward to that. We're going to give Shadow away separately, are we? We're going to do that separately?
Yeah.
We'll give away the DJ Shadow tickets at a separate...
Right, so we're playing for those DVDs and CDs, and what
And
we're
it's an
going to
email
do...
competition, don't bother phoning in.
Email, yeah, the phone lines are lighting up a bit, so put the phone down, get the computer started up,
Yep.
and it's ricky.gervais@xfm.co.uk, if you know the answers to these, right? And the way it works, we did it last week, but if you didn't hear it, I'll give you some initials, and like a bit of a cryptic clue. So, and you work out who the band is or the artist, right? It's always a band or an artist. It's not any TV programs and that. So, say like last week we had S, didn't we? And it was better than the average homeless person, and that was Supertramp. Right, so it's not always XFM music; it can be anything. And there's 3 of them.
They've got to get all 3 of them.
You've got to get all 3 and email in.
How long this intro so far has taken.
Yeah, but here we go then. Right. First initials, LR.
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 Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
And the cryptic clue is,
You should have thought it through. You should have thought it out before you came in.
Yeah, cryptic clue.
You've got it.
Yeah.
I'll take that book to the toilet with me.
I'll take that book to the toilet with me.
Yeah.
LR.
LR.
I'll take that book to the toilet with me.
And don't shout out if you know the answer, 'cause...
No.
No idea, Carl. No idea.
Right, okay, so there's 1. Right, the second one, FL.
FL.
This one's actually been emailed in as a suggestion.
Okay.
That person who's done that, don't email in, because you're disqualified from the comp. So...
I'd love him to be a teacher.
So...
It'd be great, wouldn't it? Just to see him one day. Can't we do that? Can't we get you a placement somewhere for you to teach history to sort of like, 14-year-olds?
I think science, Rick.
Science would be good, yeah.
Right.
I'll tell you what. You got a lot of... just quickly, for me, Carl, explain, say, what can we get him to explain that everyone learns the kid science?
Photosynthesis?
Right. So, FL, right? FL are the letters, and the cryptic clue, blow the candles out before you eat the cake.
Blow the candles out before you eat the cake.
Yeah. Blow the candles out before you eat the cake. The letters there, FL.
Alright, we've got LR, we've got FL.
Yeah. And finally, the third one, NS.
Hold on, how many have they got to get?
3.
Don't worry, there's no more after this, Rick.
Right? NS. How can I wash up in something shaped like that? Right? That's one of mine. So very quickly recap, just in case we missed any. LR is the first one. LR. I'll take that book to the toilet with me. Cryptic clue. We had FL. Blow the candles out before you eat the cake. And the final one, NS. How can I wash up in something shaped like that? If you think you know the bands, you just email in ricky.gervais@xfm.co.uk. You win the DVDs, the CDs, and that's it.
He's great, isn't he? I could sit here and watch him all day do this. Wow.
So ricky.gervais@xfm.co.uk.
And we'll give the answers out just before, we finish, because then we'll keep them up.
All right.
Carl, just briefly, this is module 4A, natural history. Yeah. Just briefly explain evolution. So, natural selection, origin of the species, Darwin. Just briefly describe.
That's the monkey thing. It is, isn't it?
Oh, well done.
Yeah, go on.
Tune, Carl.
What do you have fancy playing?
Rick, I know you're always keen to rejuvenate the reputations of certain artists when you think maybe they've been kind of unfairly treated in the history of rock and roll.
Yeah.
I'll tell you a band I've always thought has been treated badly.
Yeah.
The Lemonheads.
Go on.
You with me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Lemonheads, if I could talk, I'd tell you.
Yeah.
He wrote some good little tunes, Evan Dando, before he went to
good.
the potty.
What would you rather have, right? Carl, would you rather have a lemon for a head, a radio for a head, what other band is there with something head?
Radiohead. Oh, you've done that.
Yeah. Or a talking head.
Right. Third one.
No, but you don't know what... no, because you've got you, and then you've got someone else's head on top, and it doesn't shut up. It's my head. It's my talking head coming out of your head. Yeah, so a radio head, just a radio head, and you can tune in, right?
You know you said, Carl, that wasps were one of the most irritating things on the planet. Can I offer another suggestion?
Yeah.
You with me on that?
I am
No,
today.
go on then. Okay.
Educating Ricky, we got 2 left, don't we? I'm looking
We've
forward
still
to
got
these.
2 more. We've still got, If Only It Was Raining, and, What's Tomato With You?
I'll tell you what, I wish the listeners could see how happy he was when we started getting emails coming in.
Oh yeah, they're flooding in actually.
Yeah, and he's so happy, he started dancing along going, well, that proves it's a good competition, he said!
Look at that, look at that! Ricky, look at that, mate.
What?
There's
Look
loads of
at
people
that.
emailing there.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what it is, Carl. It's not the competition. It's this, Children of the Corn. Widescreen DVD.
Corn. Next week, some staples and pencils.
I'll tell you what.
A piece of carpet.
Tell you what, right?
What?
Now we've got them and they're staying. Something we've still got to do
Yeah.
is,
He is running the show now, he's doing well, isn't he? Because I've done nothing. I've done nothing towards this. I'm coming up my hangover a little bit, if you're worried.
remember,
So, go on.
Remember last week we
Yeah.
started a new feature called,
Yeah.
That Song's Got a Good Story in It. And,
Brilliant, I love your catchy titles, they're excellent.
Right, and the idea was it was a story in a song, which meant that if it was played on the radio, you couldn't just, like, fade it out, because you've got to have the full story.
Yeah.
Right, well, last week we started the feature with Stevie Wonder, Living for the City,
Yeah.
right?
But you played the version where it fades out.
Yeah, I didn't know there was more to it, so Steve told me what album it was on.
Yeah.
I've gone and got it. We've got the second half to that story
Yeah.
this week.
Yeah.
So, you've got half the story. What was it? What had happened is, like, the lad's living in Mississippi. There's not much going on there.
Mississippi. That's someone off Rainbow's mum.
Yeah.
Living, what, Mississippi?
Yeah. His dad's... His man was a cleaner.
Yeah.
Trying to get by. They didn't have a great life, but they still looked after the kids and stuff. There's more to it than that.
Have you got it ready?
There's more to it than
I
that!
haven't got it ready.
I should hope so!
We'll probably do it at about 11:30.
So look forward
Okay.
to that, the second
got
half of
that.
Stevie Wonder's Living for the City, a week later. I love a show that's carefully planned. So listen, then,
He
what's
got
the
into, this
tomato
isn't a
thing?
show. This isn't a show. This isn't a radio show. This is...
I don't know what this
No,
is.
I don't know what it is. We just might as well start banging tambourines and, it's ridiculous. This is rubbish, right? But wait, some people emailed in, put him in a wheelie bin, went to Blackpool, right? Some people emailed in the stories, songs with stories in it. One of them was Babushka, and he went, what's that? And I went and asked Katie Bush, what is it? I said, oh, it's about a woman who dresses up as another woman to seduces her husband. He went, they wouldn't work. Just dismissed it like that. Why do you think it would work?
Because you'd know. I mean, say like, right, Suzanne, right, who I go out with, right? She can see me from, say, if I'm coming down the high street.
Yeah.
She knows it's me by the way I walk.
Right.
So, just the fact that this woman went and put a wig on, there is no...
You haven't even heard the song!
I know, but you're saying that she put a disguise on and he's like, oh, I fancy her, and he takes her out, and he doesn't know it's his missus. I just...
You're not buying it.
I mean, I'm controlling this
Whereas
feature.
the flea with your brain going to Glasgow, perfect sense. Yeah. Babushka, rubbish.
Carl, can we have the tomato story after the next tune?
Yeah.
Bit of Coldplay.
Yeah, love it.
Yeah. Coldplay. The Scientist on XFM 104.9. Right. Competition, isn't it?
No, it's Educating Ricky Part 2.
Oh, is it?
Yep.
I wasn't even listening. He's doing all the work, I wasn't even listening. Oh, and he spilled some water down on that. Right, what's this one again then?
Right.
What's the teaser headline?
Teaser headline is, What's Tomato with You?
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Go on.
How excited were you when you came up with that? You couldn't wait to come in and tell us, could you?
I think it's a good one because you won't forget it now, will you? I mean, like the worm one. What's so special about the worm?
You know, a lot of people think that if you cut a worm in half, two worms will grow, but no. What happens is if you cut the head end slightly nearer the tail than the tail will die, but the worm with the head will be okay. So, it's exploded a myth, and taught me something.
Right, so, the second one, part 2 of Educating Ricky. What's Tomato with You?
Yeah.
What this one's about is, ages ago...
Scientific.
There's never a date. There's never a country, a location.
Okay, settle down, children. No, this is A-level history. Right.
Once upon a time.
Yeah. When a mental place with swords was a king. Forget his name, but he was a loony. So, and it was literally ages ago.
Yeah.
So, good luck in the exam. Yeah.
Right. So, like, you know, alright, many years ago.
Oh, yes. Yeah, cleared that up. Go on.
They thought tomatoes were poisonous. Right?
Okay.
Because what
Hold on, are they going to be proved wrong at the end of this story?
Well, what...
Because I don't want to give away the ending, but is it something to do with the... are they poisonous tomatoes?
No.
Oh, you're having a laugh.
I don't believe it.
But,
Go on.
I could have been eating tomatoes all this time.
Oh, Steve, what's tomato with you anyway?
Okay, so hang on a minute.
What's
Let's just
tomato with
recap quickly. Many years ago, when people thought tomatoes were poisonous.
Yeah.
Go on, yeah.
Well, because they were still eating them. But what was happening?
Well, they're not.
But they're not poisonous.
Ah, but hang on a minute.
Alright, it's not. I'm just going to listen. I'm not even going to talk.
Okay, I'm not going to tackle anymore.
So, if you remember, years ago, they didn't have, like, pottery plates. they had lead plates, right?
What are you talking?
Just let him talk.
Sorry, what year is this?
Let him talk.
Come on.
Plates made out of lead, and what they'd end up doing, they'd say, right, do you want a tomato? And they'd go, yeah, all right. And they'd put the tomato on the lead plate and cut it. And because of the acid in the tomato, right, it would sort of make the lead runny, and the lead would go into the tomato, and they'd say, oh, it's lovely this, and they'd be eating it. They'd get food poisoning, lead poisoning, what have you, and they'd be really ill. So they thought tomatoes were poisonous, so they didn't eat them for many years.
And when you say they, do you mean the people of Narnia?
Yeah, this didn't happen.
Where was this happening?
Sort of in Britain and that.
You put him on the spot there. Oh, I hope there's no uppity pupils at this school when they go, what do you mean, sir? Oh, if you're gonna... Oh, I'm fed up with you.
Do you understand?
No.
So the
No, you've got... No, right, okay, first of all, Carl, where'd you get this information from?
Where
14
did I get
times
that?
as well?
Do you know...
You can't remember?
I don't know where I got that from. I don't know where I got it from. But why don't you think that makes sense?
But, what? Someone once got lead poisoning from a tomato?
Not just one, loads, and then all of a sudden... No.
Why is this educating me?
Because I'm telling you that tomatoes...
I can't take anything away from this. Yeah, I don't know what to take away from this. What have I learned? What have I learned? Don't mix lead with tomatoes. Why is this educational in any shape or form? What are you telling me? A long time ago in the land of Glunk, right, where the ninnies did slib, right, they thought tomatoes were poisonous because they ate plates of lead. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but we all know tomatoes aren't poisonous.
Is that what we're taking from the story?
Is that the moral of the story? Don't believe these people that I'd never heard of before. What are you talking about, Carl?
I think it's a bit weird.
It's a bit weird, yeah.
Is these the same people that were spreading those malicious worm rumours?
My hangover's coming back. I've got to get some water. Play a record that was rubbish. I'm eating.
Hey?
I'm eating.
So am I. Carl, you have to carry on.
Right, yeah.
We're all eating.
Crisps, big crisps.
So last week, yeah, you were playing your feature, that song I shouldn't switch off because I'm enjoying the story.
Yeah.
And we played Living for the City, only you played the single mix, which doesn't have the entire second act, if you will. Yeah. So, Carl, you've not heard it before.
You're excited. Before.
You're excited to hear the second act because, as far as you're aware, there was a young guy. He's living with his family. They're fairly impoverished in Mississippi, but you know they're happy. They're getting on all right. But you're not even aware that he's moving to the big city.
No, it just fades out.
Well, that's the city in question.
I mean, I've liked this song for must be, 3 or 4 years, and I've always listened to the single version. I had no idea that I didn't know the full story. So
yeah. It's not. I mean, and I know your attention to detail. You like to know the full story, like where everything.
Well, the whole idea of the feature is to say, you've got to listen to the song.
Where was the lead plate thing? Where was the lead plate thing? Where was the lead plate thing?
That was like a few years back.
Where was it?
In Britain and Scotland.
Yeah.
It was a problem all over the world. They had to deal with it.
You're making it up now.
Is it something you saw in Lord of the Rings?
Yeah.
Right. So anyway.
Yeah. So the Lion and the Witch. Yeah. Go on.
Go on.
So far, then, what did we learn in this story from?
We learned so far from Stevie that there's a young lad. He's, as I say, he's got a family. He's fairly happy, except they're very poor and they struggle to get by, but they're happy and they're doing it anyway. He's moving to the big city. Carl, this is the bit you didn't realise. Just play the track.
Okay. Here we go. So this is halfway through.
This is halfway through the tune now. This is you've not heard this before, have you?
Let's go.
Sorry, we accidentally played an episode of Kojak by mistake. We were going to play a song.
Carl, what did you make of that then?
Yeah, what's happening there then?
Eh? He was living with his family. He was fairly impoverished.
He went
He's
on a
moved
bus.
to the new
bus he was on, was it?
Right. So
what's your take on it, Carl?
After hearing that, what I've worked out by it, the first part that we heard last week, everything's all right, but it's not that great living in Mississippi, right? So he goes, I'm going to go to New York. There's plenty of work there. Yeah. They'll sort of accept me as, and everything. So he goes there, and the weird thing is, he's hardly, been in New York for a second. He gets on a bus, all of a sudden some cop is arresting him. He's like, what's going on? And then he's got 10 years. I mean, what you can't hear, because the levels are quite bad. I mean, I work with sound. I can't really hear what's going on.
You're criticising Stevie Wonder,
I'm sort of guessing that he didn't pay his bus fare or something. And
10 years.
He got 10 years for that.
I really don't know what was going on.
Right. Oh. But you're not happy because obviously it's quite
Do you think Stevie Wonder left out some vital ingredients in the story in your education? Like where it was, or at least he got where it was. You can tell what year it is. It's right in the mid-70s there. That funky New York 70s sound.
All right.
Yeah.
You're pretty disappointed, aren't you? You're pretty worried.
So what went on?
Yeah.
What happened?
You're aware, Carl, that because that shows quite a bad image of New York. It's quite an intolerant city. By all accounts, they arrested a guy.
But it is quite
seemingly
bad
for being black.
That's one song where you shouldn't go to New York. Killing a Georgie Rod Stewart. That lad, he was doing all right in Scotland and said, I'm going to go to the big city. He got done in.
Yeah.
Seems to me it's that you don't go there if you've got problems. Don't think New York's the answer.
Right.
Oh. Hold on. Yeah. So what you're saying that if you're a bit fed up with your life, but you live with your mum and she's really nice and you got friends and life's not that bad.
Yeah.
Don't go and be murdered, or what? What are you saying? Don't go and be murdered.
Well,
don't
leave
what? Go on.
Leave home, but don't go to New York.
Right.
There's other places.
Where would you go? Sheffield?
Don't know, but
yeah.
But so you're a little mank lad, weren't you? You're in your garden. We had your train set. Your brother blew up. There was a horse next door, and you thought, I want to go to London. So, do you know what I mean? You're like that.
Yeah, but
you're in many ways like the fella in that song, and like Georgie.
No, because
in many ways you are a bit like Georgie, aren't you?
I had a car, so
no. Are you a little bit like Georgie in many ways?
I didn't get on a bus. I had a car, so I wasn't going to have the problem he had for a start.
Right.
But I mean, I suppose there's loads of things you can look at that story and take out of it. That's what I like about the feature, right?
What?
So
That's what you like about the feature.
the feature that we're doing.
Oh, right.
That song's got a good story.
If you had
in
a
it.
time machine, where would you go? What year would you go? Would you
Probably the 60s.
Okay, would you go forward at all? What's your favourite year in the future?
No, I don't know.
If someone could tell your future to you, if someone
wouldn't do
could,
it, wouldn't do it.
you wouldn't want to know.
No.
You wouldn't- straight away, you knew it. Straight away, there was no
yeah.
hesitation.
Yeah.
You've thought about this, haven't you?
No.
You've thought
Okay.
to yourself, if someone can reveal my future,
Carl,
you're not going to know.
you've got to do one of these things, right? You know, like Quantum Leap, like a fella in Quantum Leap. What's his name?
I forget his name, but yeah.
Yeah, and you've got a little fella with Hal, and he's telling you, right? Would you rather go back, and you go into someone's body, would you rather go back, you could go back to be, a donkey that's carrying Mary to Bethlehem. You could, be a Saigon prostitute in 1975. All those GIs queuing up.
Think about it.
Or you could be Moby Dick.
Which of those would you be, Carl? Think about it.
Probably Moby Dick's the best option, isn't it?
Okay.
Thoughts?
What work have we got?
Play a tune, Carl. After this, we need to educate Ricky for the final time.
Final time educating Ricky.
We still got to give away these tickets to DJ Shadow, and we've got to give the answers to your
Oh,
magnificent
we've only got a quarter
competition.
of an hour. It's not enough time in this show. It's packed.
Race for the prize from the Flaming Lips. Competition answer time, is it, Carl?
Yeah, we did this like about an hour ago.
Rockbusters.
Rockbusters.
With Carl Bilkington.
Yeah, I gave you some initials. The initials sort of made up a band. We had LR, we had NS,
Yeah,
we
just-
had
ju-
FL.
Well, give us the clues. Give us the clues and the answers.
What's it, what?
Right, so LR, the clue was, I'll take that book to the toilet with me.
What's
the
the
answer?
answer?
Lou Reed.
Lou Reed.
Good.
That's very good. That's very good, Carl. Well done.
All right, okay, next one. FL, blow the candles out before you eat the cake. Yeah, we just played them. Flaming Lips.
There we are.
Okay, and the final one was NS. How can I wash up in something shaped like this?
Yeah.
That was NSYNC. Yeah.
NSYNC.
NSYNC. It'd be a bit.
NSYNC.
If you had a sink, you wash up in a sink
Yeah.
shaped like an N, you'd be like, oh, have I got everything out? So-
Has anyone got that? Wow.
Right.
Well,
so
no, there are right answers, I have to say, Carl. You've done very well. It was an enormous response. I'm just going to click on one of these emails randomly. I'm not even going to look. Who we got here? We've got Kath Turner is the winner. Kath Turner gets those great DVDs and
I
CDs,
think Kath's been
including
watching Children of the Corn tonight.
Children of the Corn.
She was going out, but I imagine she's going to phone a few friends and say, I can't come out, I'm ill.
Exactly.
They go, you're not watching Children of the Corn. I go, no.
And we've learnt as well that there are about 5 other sequels to Children of the Corn, so maybe we'll give those away consecutive
Brilliant.
weeks.
What else have we got to do? Have we got anything else to do? Quick, Carl, what would you rather be, a tree frog or a tree crab? Quick. What would you rather be?
Straight away.
Tree frog or a tree crab?
Tree frog.
Why?
Don't know what one is. You just said pick one quick.
A tree frog or a tree crab? What would you rather be, a tree frog, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, what would you rather be, a tick or a leech? They both suck blood, there's not a lot in it, go on.
Leech.
Why?
Because I heard they've got. I was reading about them yesterday. They've got 300 teeth. And what they do is, if they get on you, right, and you didn't get it off with a match or anything, it would stay there, and it eat 5 times the amount of blood to make it 5 times bigger than the size of itself.
Oh, you're a scientist!
And then it'll just go, oh, I've had enough, and it falls off.
Okay.
Naturally.
What would you rather be, a puppy or a kitten?
Kitten.
Why?
Just look better.
Okay.
Yeah.
Some great adverts there on XFM
I enjoyed
104.9.
Absolutely. Listen, we have to give away these 3 pairs. We have to give these away, Rick.
Yeah,
We've got 3 pairs of DJ
I know, but
Shadows.
this turn up with
tickets, and
this
there's
is
just not enough
so
time.
jam-packed. I think we've planned too much for this
We
show.
have indeed. We
Next week, I think we have a little bit flabbier next week.
Rick,
Do less, do less.
Rick, can we chill out next week, please?
Yeah. Go on then.
So yeah, any ideas, guys? Any questions? Sort of DJ Shadow related questions? Any Shadow,
DJ Shadow.
or DJ questions? Carl, any ideas
What does
there?
the word DJ mean?
Yeah, it's too easy.
It's
I'll tell you something I do know,
Go on.
right? But I can't really get a question out of it.
Go on, just tell us.
There's a shadow somewhere.
It's already really good, isn't it?
I'm loving it
No,
already.
right. There's a shadow. I think it was in America.
Yeah.
And it's on a quiet road. I'm guessing somewhere like Boston. That's what you
don't.
mentioned.
Okay.
Right.
No.
Somewhere like Boston. And people at night used to see this shadow moving about. And they'd go, what's that? Right. And it got known, the town, the little local town got known for this shadow, but it didn't cause any problems. People
What are you
used to-
talking about?
Well, it was
Just
like,
you've lost me.
What are you talking
no,
about?
do you know like some places get famous, like Scotland's got the Loch Ness Monster and that, but
No,
it doesn't
go
cause
on.
any.
Yeah.
But it doesn't cause any problems.
Doesn't exist, go on.
Right. So there's this shadow walking about on the road.
What do you mean? No, what's he again? Rubbish.
Right. So he's walking
Nonsense.
about.
Where did you read this? Where did you
He's
see
walking
this?
about. This was on the internet, and I'm
Oh,
sure.
sorry. Sorry.
Right.
I thought it was shite. I didn't know it was on the internet.
Right. So this shadow is moving about, and and the local mayor and that is like, yeah, it's a bit weird, but it's not harming anyone.
Ah, the mayor involved.
Was he elected to that post?
Hey, mayor, we got a problem down here. Seems like a shadow. Well, it's not causing any. No, it's
Is
just
it causing any problems?
Yeah, go on.
But that's the thing. It was left for years, and then it did start causing problems.
I see, that's it. If you leave these shadows to go unchecked, Rick, they go crazy.
Yeah.
You let them run amok in the
Yeah.
city.
Yeah.
You've got to stand
What
down
did it do?
on
What did it
Roman
do?
shadows.
What did the shadow do?
It was pushing people off the bikes.
It was what?
It was pushing people off the bikes.
Oh,
I'll find out more for that next week. Right, that'll tease
oh,
them.
you're a maniac.
We'll do more on that. We haven't had time for educating.
Please never have children.
Right, listen.
You are
Just
a
promise me
maniac.
now you'll never have kids.
Look,
We haven't got time.
Okay,
now
listen.
for-
All right, DJ Shadow, have we got time for to give these tickets away?
Yeah, if they just call up, we'll.
No, I'll tell you what. I've got a question. Right?
Go on.
Where do you? Where does Carl think this may have taken place? If you've been listening to the show, where do you think this evil shadow has been running amok? Let us know. The number, Carl?
Good question.
08700 800 1234. So,
Excellent.
but that's it. We are actually out of time.
We are indeed.
now.
Have I got time for a song for the ladies?
It's a bit tight. I was
Why?
told to finish
It's
now.
5:02.
I know, but we've got to get finished early today. So
why?
just because we have, and we're wasting more time talking about why we have to.
Oh, this is pathetic.
So they call up. Where did they see the ghost?
Yeah.
And you've got to pick the tickets up from reception. You can go tonight, see DJ Shadow. That's
Shoddy.
it.
This
right?
is shoddy.
Right. See you then.
Theories.
Of the third kind.
First off, I want to say thank you to whomever you are listening for opening your minds to receive extra knowledge nuggets each week. It means a lot to all of us, and I want you to know that.
Also, before we start, since you, whomever you are a Patreon subscriber, remember that you get priority in topic suggestions. So feel free to shoot those suggestions over to us either by email, Instagram, Twitter, or Facebook DM.
So today's episode is the Dancing Israelis.
Now, before we start today's episode, I just want to make a quick announcement. Of course, like always, we have Daniel's son and Anna here. But we have a special guest referee. We have a special guest referee this week. He's traveled through time and space to be here today. He showed up at our doorstep after he kicked in the door on the regular episode. He came back and said, look, I have some unfinished business to take care of. Everyone welcome this week's Patreon exclusive special guest, Hans.
Howdy.
Yeah.
Aw, snap.
Nice.
He's just as beautiful as you would imagine.
Oh yeah, he's got jet black hair, long black Muslim beard. Oh my gosh.
Are we seeing two different versions? I was seeing the little baby stash under that nose.
I am the alien that Hitler saw.
Uh-oh.
Oh, shit.
Oh boy. That's exciting. All right, so let's hop into the dancing Israelis. Okay, first off, let me ask, okay, who all knows, before we did the research on this, who all knows about the dancing Israelis?
I wouldn't say,
It was new to me, and I thought I was pretty well up September 11th stuff.
I think I
Hans,
heard about it once.
You heard about it once?
Yeah, I don't know much about it. I just thought it was just a bunch of fucking dancing people.
Okay. All right. I heard about it about a year ago. That was the first time ever in my entire life I heard about it. And I made a mental note of it. And then when I knew we were going to do 9/11, I was like, oh, yeah, we got to do dancing Israelis.
Oh, for sure.
So we did this deep dive into this. But what happened? What is the dancing Israelis?
So on September 11th, 2001, during the Twin Towers attack, police received several phone calls about Middle Eastern-looking men that were standing on top of a white van, videotaping the Twin Towers burning while jumping up and down with joy. This is what the story revolves around, these individuals. It's a dark, deep rabbit hole that individuals rarely cover. Journalists do not touch this topic. So that, of course, is why we're covering it today.
Yeah, and when I mean not touching this topic, we'll talk about how tons of articles were scrubbed from the internet. But with the internet time machine and the internet archive, you can still pull up those articles. But almost all of them were scrubbed. A lot of them on the mainstream news. So it's very interesting.
So, of course, all of this starts on the morning of September 11, 2001. A New York resident, which multiple reports only referred to her as Maria, said that on the morning of 9/11 that a neighbor had called her shortly after the first plane hit the World Trade Center. Maria lived in an apartment where she could see the Twin Towers from her window. So, of course, she wanted to get a better look and decided to get out a pair of binoculars. As she is looking at the Twin Towers, she notices a van in a parking lot near her apartment. Maria said that 3 young men were kneeling on the roof of the van and, quote, she said that she could see that they were happy and that they didn't look shocked. Maria also said that she saw the men celebrating, high-fiving, taking pictures, and recording it with a handheld camera. Now, we were actually able to find a portion of an old news clip of her describing a part of this. So we will play that right now.
My binoculars, and I could see the towers from my window. And this is where I'm looking. And all of a sudden, down there, I see this van park. And I see 3 guys on top of the van. And I could see that they were like happy. They didn't look shocked to me. They didn't look shocked.
Oh,
so that's the news clip.
So, of course, after seeing this, Maria took down their license plate number and called the FBI. Did you see the video of that lady when she gave that interview?
Yeah.
You know who she reminded me of, right?
What?
Granny Mary has a fucking pair of binoculars around.
Dude, oh my God. Side note real quick before we continue with this story. My grandmother has a pair of binoculars on her cabin. So her cabin is overlooking the lake. And anytime a boat comes within 100 feet of the water, she'll get out her binoculars, stand on the porch. These are big ass binoculars. I'm not talking little bitty. These are huge. Gets out, puts them up, and stands up on the porch and looks directly at them so they can see her looking at them. And she's like, why are they getting so close? I'm like, Granny, it's the water. They're fishing. So, but she's for the longest time, she didn't like people coming in close because, well, if I say this, everybody's gonna know what lake I'm talking about. But might as well. Patreon. So the lake that we lived on not lived on, but my grandparents had a cabin on, they had a person that would break in during the winter around the lake and steal just food. That's it. The person would break in, steal food, and then put everything back to normal. So this would happen mainly during winter when everything was closed down. And for years this happened, and they called him the thief. So nobody could catch this thief. My grandfather set up this alarm system. The thief triggered the alarm system during the winter, rewired it and took the remote. So when my grandfather walked through it, it went off and he couldn't fucking turn it off. So he had to break his alarm system. Yeah. This guy set up a camera and got pictures of the guy because he got an alert that it was going off. The thief then took the camera and the entire fucking system with him. So a guy couldn't retrieve the pictures off of it. Yeah, this thief was good. Nobody could catch him. I mean, I'm talking damn near 20 years he was doing this and just stealing food. He didn't steal anything else, just food. A couple years back is when he was caught. And how he was caught was that there was a disabled children's camp at the end of the lake. And they had like a updated video system, not one of those old ones. And they caught this guy, a video of him breaking into it, and they called the police immediately, and they caught him in the act. And he was the North Pond Hermit, and he had lived without human contact in the woods of Maine for 27 plus years.
Wow.
Yeah. Can you imagine the winters he went through?
Dude.
In a tent? No contact for 27 years. He went straight up Theodore Kaczynski.
I mean, he had to have like some good knowledge to rewire a security system.
Yeah, he just got released from prison too.
Hey.
I kind of want to interview him.
Well, it's got to be weird for him to have been stuck in a confined place with lots of other people when he obviously wanted to live alone.
Yeah.
So then to go to jail and have to live in that situation just because he was living off the land. I mean, sure, he was taking some food, but it's wintertime. Ain't nobody eating it. It's just going to go bad over winter. So let the man eat some fucking food.
Yeah.
Did he have a can opener? Or was he like Dennis the Menace style?
I don't know. After this, I'll show you pictures.
He had a bunch of stuff at his camp.
Yeah, his camp was like, he had it all set up. It was legit. So, yeah, after this episode, I'll show you pictures and stuff of it. But it's pretty crazy. It'd be good to do an episode or maybe like a Theories Thursday or something.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah. The infamous North Pond Hermit.
North Pond Hermit, yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't complain if all my food went missing. But you didn't take the $500 sitting there, bud? Don't worry, I might even call the cops.
Have like a gift basket. You leave for the wintertime and you're like, hermit dude, whatever his name is. This is for you.
Just take this. Don't break. Well,
Yeah.
The thing is, like, sometimes he would break the screens and we'd have to rebuild. So I'd go up there during the summer. My grandma would be like, okay, we got to rebuild. Because Dan knows what I'm talking about. So the screen windows to the patio, he would break the wooden screen windows. So when we'd go back up there, we'd have to help my grandpa rebuild the screens. And it's like for an entire day. Of course, I was like 10, 11, 12 at the time. I was thinking that motherfucking thiefy. So he ruined my day, But when I look back now, I'm like, it's not that big of a deal. It was just one day of work,
Mm-hmm.
But anyways, all right, back to the story. Sorry, guys. Little story time.
Hey, I liked it.
That's what you get with Patreon.
Hey, that's a pretty good story, dude.
I think so
Yeah.
too.
All right, so now we're just do a little recap. This old lady, right?
Maria.
World Trade Center. The first plane hits. Old lady gets a phone call, looks out of her apartment window with binoculars to see the World Trade Center's burning. She notices men down in a parking lot, kneeling down on a roof of a van, high-fiving each other, taking pictures,
Recording.
and all that good stuff, celebrating. So the van and calls the FBI, and that's where we're at right now in the Dancing Israelis.
So, the time that these men were spotted was at 8:46 a.m. At this time, it was only minutes after the first World Trade Center had been hit, but somehow these men were already positioned in a parking lot in Liberty State Park, taking pictures of the towers, celebrating and recording it. So shortly after being spotted, these men got in their van and left the parking lot. That's pretty suspicious.
Yeah.
Almost 7 hours later, at 3:31 p.m., the FBI issued an all-points bulletin advising all police officers in the greater New York area to be on the lookout for a white 2000 Chevrolet van with an urban moving system sign on the back. At 3:56 p.m., the van was spotted traveling eastward on State Route 3, New Jersey, and pulled over by Officers Scott DiCarlo and Sergeant Dennis Rivelli of the East Rutherford, New Jersey Police Department. Inside the van, the police found 5 men.
Naked.
Savan Kuzberg and his brother Paul, Yoran Shmuel, Oded Elner, Omer Mamari. So, we actually have an audio clip of Officer Scott DiCarlo, who pulled the individuals over. So let's listen to it right now.
We were asked to detain the van and the passengers. They were just removed from the vehicle, patted down for safety precaution, and detained.
911 call at 410 Park.
I think once the FBI arrived, one of them stated that they were on our side. So there's something to that effect.
Stated that they were on our side. Pretty interesting, huh?
That's when you know you're guilty of something.
Yeah.
Well, I'll be interjecting for that just for a second, only because I was watching some documentaries and people were going around town. This is from like the people of New York's point of view. They were going around town, video recording, and this taxi driver was covering his car in American flags. And this guy's like, I went up to record him and just like have a conversation with him about the experience, and I realized that he now felt threatened in this, like, I think for the first time he realized how people are going to look at him differently. He was like, I love America. I love being here, and was like saying how much he loves it. And the look in his face was like, fuck, like, I'm from India. I love this place. And I was like, oh man, automatically, this is the same day basically that this is happening. This guy already feels like he's going to be a threat. We're going to see him as a threat.
Well, here's the thing. The guys didn't even look Middle Eastern. I don't know why the Maria, the one who was called the FBI initially and said that the guys were kneeling, the guys did not look Muslim.
Actually, they don't.
Do we have pictures of him?
One guy had a fucking Fu Manchu in a ponytail and red hair. He looked like a fucking singer of some 1980s rock band.
Israelis don't look, they are very unique. I mean, I don't know about the dude with the Fu Manchu, but
I was skeptical until I heard him speak, and I'm like, oh yeah, he's Israeli.
But like, they are a different kind of Middle Eastern people. Like, they are they have a look at them, and they don't look, they don't have the beards. Not saying like every Middle Eastern has beards. Not trying to say that, but if you think about it and you see how they dress, they don't dress like in, robes and whatnot. They dress like, I would say the normal.
Yeah, and they got, some of them have like jet black hair and bright green eyes.
Oh yes, it's a beautiful combination.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, some of the women over there, absolutely gorgeous. Just like every other, continent, I think all women are beautiful, no matter what. There's some, like Hillary Clinton, who I don't think's beautiful, but...
She's a reptilian, though, so that's okay.
You gotta think of her back in the day.
She was not beautiful back in the
No,
day.
I'm trying to give her some credit.
No, she wasn't. Jesus.
It got worse.
That was a far reach on her.
And then her daughter, what's her daughter's name?
Chelsea.
Chelsea looked like somebody slapped her with a bag of what the fucks. I mean, Jesus.
She's an apple that fell out of the ugly tree and hit every branch on the way down.
But Bill Clinton's not a real daddy. Random knowledge nugget of the day.
Ooh.
Anyways, back to the story. Okay, so we just played the audio clip of DiCarlo, right? So he's the one who pulled over Savan Kuzberg and the other 4 guys. So according to the police report of the encounter, one of the men, Savan Kuzberg, told Officer DiCarlo, "We are Israeli. We are not your problem. Your problems are our problems. The Palestinians are the problem." Then they said, "We are just Israeli tourists working for a moving company that had heard about the first World Trade Center strike and rushed to get a better view of the events." So after they said that to the police then decided to search the van, okay, which, I mean, is only normal. They found maps of the city with certain places highlighted, box cutters, which, side note here, box cutters were used by the hijackers that hijacked the flights on 9/11. They found $4,700 in cash stuffed in a sock, multiple cameras, foreign passports, and multiple plane tickets to various places around the world. Okay, I read 2 reports, okay? One report which said that only one of them had a plane ticket for the next day leaving to Bangkok, and another report that said all of them had a plane ticket the next day leaving to different spots around the world.
Huh.
Which I just thought I would throw that out there because I couldn't verify which one it was because there was conflicting reports on it.
Okay, I don't like his sentence because if you are a tourist, you're not working here. You're going to tell me that you're saying that you're a tourist in town and you're working for a company that just so happened to have everything you need in it to go and film with all this other suspicious stuff. It is, maybe it's the wrong word used in English.
Yeah, like the translate.
Maybe he means visa or something, but like, yeah, to say that he's a tourist just means temporary to me.
It's very odd. Something else on the police reports is they said that there was no moving equipment in the van, like no moving equipment at all. Usually they have like pallet jacks or dollies, and there were none inside there. No moving pads, no furniture stuff, nothing.
Was the sign magnetic that was on the van?
No, I think there was actually like that vinyl stuff that's actually
because it was a legit business, which we'll get into in Strange Facts and Findings because we dug inside we dug into that, and it's pretty it's very strange. So the last part of this, which is pretty important, at least in my opinion it is, the police did bring out some bomb sniffing dogs to the van, and all of them alerted the van as if they smelled explosives, but none were found. Now, during Strange Facts and Findings, we'll touch back on that because I did some digging in some of the police reports, and I found something super interesting that I thought this is a reoccurring thing that happens.
So the bomb sniffing dogs came out, but they didn't take the van, like as in the evidence, because,
Yes.
Oh.
We'll get to that here in a little bit, but yeah, you're on the right track. I love you, Hans.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Of course, the police detained all 5 individuals and started questioning them. The 5 men told interrogators that they were working for Urban Moving, a shipping and storage firm owned by an Israeli businessman who often employed Israeli students without work permits. Isn't that illegal?
Oh, yeah?
Why would you say that? It's like the 5 men were sitting there and was like, oh, yeah, he employs us. We don't have work permits. The other was like, shut the fuck up.
Damn it, he just lost his job because of you.
So the men go on to say that the explanation as to their behavior, which high-fiving and celebrating, and the items found in the van, cameras and all that good stuff, that they said that they were just simply on a working holiday, which makes 0 sense at all. A working holiday? What is that?
Maybe it's something to do with the Jewish religion.
Maybe. I don't know.
Well, tell me, I'm gonna guess the dollar is worth more than whatever they use there. So coming for a working holiday, you come here and make a nice chunk of money and then go back home and they have more money to get through the season.
Oh, as in a working holiday, they come over here. Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
All right. So we do have a short audio sample of 2 of the men involved in this, and they kind of explained it themselves of why they were there and what they were doing. So we're going to listen to that right now.
We heard in the news that one of the plane was crashing down the building, and we thought it was an accident at the beginning. So we went up to the roof of Urban Moving, and we saw the building burning.
There is a better view from a building in Jersey that is up a hill, a straight line to the World Trade Center. We decided to go up there. It's like 2-3 minutes from the office. Stand over there and take some pictures. Everyone wants a picture like this in his camera.
So that's just a little explanation from them, okay?
So that was very suspicious. The fact that he knew that spot, 2-3 minutes away from where he worked, had a straight line view to the World Trade Center.
Yeah, and we get into that too.
You're just tourists. How do you know so much?
Exactly.
I mean, I understand the whole wanting to get it on pictures.
Yeah.
Everybody wants that because you could sell it.
Yeah.
Well, not just that. You can say, like, there's wartime photographers, and that's a moment in history. Like, we don't get attacks on American soil as a common occurrence. So that's, like, huge.
It was the most photographed event in the world.
Whoa.
The most photographed event in the world.
Did y'all hear the photo called The Falling Man?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, and it's that dude. That's a sad one.
Man.
And the guy's like all happy that he took it. He's like, oh, I'm sad for the guy, but I'm happy I was there to take that picture. I'm like,
I don't know about
yeah,
that.
I'm just like,
Dude, so when I watched the eyewitness thing, everybody had camcorders. I was actually surprised at how many people had cameras. And there were some people who just naturally recorded the sunset and everything like that from it. But there was this one lady who was from Australia, and she did interpretive dance. Like, she taught dance, but she said the way you move your body can express who you are. And she said, when I was recording, I saw these flashes and sparkling lights in the windows. And she's like, I realized that they were people jumping from the windows. And even in the movements of them falling, you can see who they were. And she said, I do not recommend anybody like, if you had a family member who died that day, don't watch that, because you would find your family member. If they were the one who jumped, you'd see them by the way that they fell. You could see their entire personality in that moment. And I mean, we've done so far. 9/11 obviously hits me the hardest. Like, it's choking me up thinking about it, because there's, on a day that I look at as such a happy day for me personally, I always have to take time to make sure I take a moment for these people who died on a day that I'm trying to celebrate.
We'll take that sadness, ball it up, turn it into anger, and turn it towards these individuals.
Dude, I got enough emotions for half the world. I cry probably 3 times a day.
Seeing you cry make me cry, so.
I know, it's
I'm trying
true.
not to look at you.
I'll hold it in.
No, it's good. Cry. It's good. All right, so let's continue.
So after the interrogation, the 5 men were immediately transported to federal custody. They were held for 71 days, then deported back to Israel. So all of this seems like a big misunderstanding, right? I mean, on the surface, it kind of does. It could all just be a little old lady who saw the wrong thing. Well, we're going to let you guys be the judge of that. So what we're going to do now is we're going to hop into Strange Facts and Findings, where all this shit just keeps getting more and more weird.
Oh, it does.
Super weird.
Oh, it does.
So with our Strange Facts and Findings, the first thing we're going to start going into is FBI reports. And I'm going to let Hans, the professional, jump into that and tell us.
Hey, all right. Strap in and strap on. So let's dive into these FBI reports, kids. All right, so we do have some pictures. Now, you guys remember the multiple cameras that the FBI found?
Yep.
Well, in the FBI documents about this incident, the FBI said that 76 pictures in total were developed from the cameras of the 5 men. One of these males appeared to be taking still photographs and videos of the other males with the World Trade Center in the background. I will just stop right there. That's really, that's fucked up.
It is.
In my opinion. It's like...
When it was burning?
Yeah, that'd be a good question. Was it while it was burning?
Yeah. This was...
Right when it was happening.
It gets worse, too. Like, this is straight from the FBI reports. This is taken right out of them and what they say next.
That's like... Oh, that's messed up. All right. All the males appear to be jovial, which means, very cheerful, by the way. In that, they smile, hug one another, and gave high fives.
Yeah. The straight from the FBI report says that. They were high-fiving, hugging, and giving, cheers.
It would be different if it wasn't burning already. Because, of course, people go to New York. That was a monument that you would go to see. Like, oh, I got to see the World Trade Centers. They're the biggest thing in the skyline. And so if it had just been them taking these fun pictures without it burning to the ground, totally different scenario.
All right. Another FBI report said that one of the pictures even featured Savan holding a lighted lighter in the foreground with the smoldering wreckage in the background. You can't freebird that kind of stuff, dude. Come on.
You can't freebird. That's fucked up, right?
So what happened to these pictures and videos? Well, the Justice Department destroyed their copies on January 27th, 2014.
Okay, before they destroyed their copies, somebody did a Freedom of Information Act on it. And I found a couple of these images, but they are heavily redacted and they are like shit quality. I found them yesterday. Let me see.
They took their faces off the pictures,
They
right?
took their faces off the pictures, which you can't see their emotions. Why would they redact their faces? We know who they are.
Do we actually know who they are in the pictures?
Oh.
Shit, Dan.
See, then, you know, it made me think, though, they're holding the lighter up. What if they're holding the lighter up saying, like, you know, with the flame where the explosion was, like, I set this off?
Oh.
Like, I'm the one burning it?
Like, hey, detonation. This is a detonator. Okay.
All right, hold on. I'm saving these photos.
Let's just delete everything. Mass delete.
When we recorded 9/11, how the Pentagon, all of their video was gone. The gas station or the hotel across the street, they were missing a frame from the video.
Control-Alt-4.
The one question I had in these photos, okay, shitty fucking job copying it, right? But the last one I just sent, which looks like him holding up a lighter, doesn't look like a lighter, kind of looks like a gun. But the date on that is September 10th.
Oh. So what if they... No, they already knew about it. They knew what was going to happen. I'm going to keep my mouth shut. This has to go with my theory.
Dude, that September 10th thing, that's an odd photo to have.
What's the date on the other one?
The day before. It doesn't show the dates on the other ones.
Of course. Why would it?
I mean, he is wearing, like, overalls. I'm thinking he looks like a painter more than a mover.
Yeah.
I mean, overalls were in back then.
What are you talking about, baby? They're coming back.
Uh-huh. I kind of like seeing these 90s clothes come back.
Yeah, dude.
High-waisted shorts.
Get those big leg pants, shorts, you know.
Lee Pipes shorts. Yeah, baby.
The parachute pants?
Yeah.
Oh, I wore some Janko jeans back in the day.
Yeah, the parachute.
Fucking FUBU.
Mohawks
yeah.
up to here, fucking painted and twirled up.
I buy the Bufu.
Hell yeah.
Buy us, fuck you.
Air Force Ones.
I mean, obviously this picture is really washed out. So where would the trade centers even be in this picture?
In the last picture, pretty much you see that light pole to the right of the building on the left?
Oh, I can see it.
Is it this here?
No, you can kind of see like an outline of a building right there. If you look.
It's pretty much like right on the light pole, kind of. Right behind it.
God, y'all got a good-ass eye.
So yeah, that's suspicious. The day before. All right.
Are you
so
sure
we're gonna
that's
hold
not
these.
just like a power line, y'all?
Here. Oh, I'll help you out here.
Let me see.
There you go.
Oh, is that an additional picture you found?
Yep.
Damn. Thought I found them all.
God damn, Dan. Yeah, you could totally see that these two built. Oh, that's good, Dan.
Yeah, those are two buildings. That's it.
I just got a boner.
God damn, Dan.
God, he finds that so fast.
Damn, Daniel.
So, you know, if y'all don't know, every other country has their own intelligence agency. We have the CIA, and, you know, Britain has the MI6, but one of the coolest ones, in my opinion, is the Mossad from Israel. So, another interesting thing that the FBI document says was that two of the men had ties to the Israeli intelligence and had suspected that they had been there for the mission for Mossad.
Yep.
That's what the FBI document said.
See, that goes right into my theory, and it's just not Mossad.
Ooh, I'm excited to hear what you got, Hansi.
I like that. Me too.
I feel like Hans is going to crack the case.
All right. So let's continue with strange facts and findings.
All right. So what we got next is the interview section. So Another interesting thing was that after the 5 men returned to Israel, they went on national Israeli TV for an interview. And they said during the interview that, and I quote, "We had been sent there to document the event." So now before we discuss this, we have a clip of the actual interview that we are going to listen to really quick. It is translated. So let's listen to that real quick, then we can get into discussing this shit.
And at that point, we were taken for another round of questioning, this time related to our allegedly being members of Mossad. The fact of the matter is, we are coming from a country that experiences terror daily. Our purpose was to document the event.
Document the event. How could they have possibly known about the event that they were documenting before the second plane strike even occurred? I mean,
they knew about it.
They had decided not to work that day, so they had no moving equipment in their car, but they surely had $4,700, box cutters, cameras, and they were prepared for something.
And the city map with certain spots highlighted,
yeah.
which I could not find a copy of. Majority of these FBI documents were redacted, heavily redacted.
Yeah, that's how they know. They don't want nobody to know.
Yeah.
So, something worth noting here, in some of the FBI reports, when the 5 men were interrogated separately, they gave conflicting reports about the time of arrival to the park. According to the FBI documents, one of the men said that they had arrived there shortly after 8 a.m., which had been 45 minutes before the first plane hit the World Trade Center. And another interesting find in the FBI documents is that an eyewitness, not the old-ass lady with the binoculars, but someone else, had told the FBI that they had observed the van in the parking lot at 8 a.m. in the morning as they were leaving to head to work.
At 8 a.m. Dude.
They were ready.
They were prepared. They were ready.
Something that we didn't talk about yesterday that I'm kind of mad that I forgot till today was how I made me think of the Pentagon, where there is a no-fly zone. That you have 2 separate no-fly zones over the Pentagon. And it's like automatic shoot down if you go over them. How is it that any sort of flying object got into that airspace without being noticed? If you are with as low as that plane was in New York, the first one, it would have sent off red flags immediately, and you would have had 2 fighter jets on your ass within minutes.
Ooh.
Don't question me.
So,
Just kidding. Go ahead.
I know that anti-aircraft missiles, such as those, they would have been able to lock onto that thing about 3 miles away. And they travel, obviously, faster than that. So, I don't know, it's just a weird thing in my head. I was thinking about it all night. I was like, man, I've seen one of those in action. And, by God, it's just an automatic. You see the flash, and then you just see the little smoke trail, and you're like, hey, and then you watch whatever it hits blow up, and you're like, God damn, look at that, hole in one.
All those opportunities for them to shoot down 4 separate planes. So many chances for it to be intercepted. And the only thing that really explained that was the government calling off the military to say, do not approach these planes.
Yeah, if you listen to the military, Andrews Air Force Base in Washington, and you hear them scrambling their jets, you can hear them like, I don't give a fuck. Go supersonic. You've got to intercept these jets and shoot them down. And it's illegal to go supersonic over land because it will shatter windows and cause hearing damage to people. But the fact that you're being told, hey, do it at all costs, we've got to shoot them down. Fuck what the law says. We've got shit to do today. And then, they get up to speed pretty quick. Been in one. Ride of my life. Being in one of those and taking off at, almost the speed of sound. You get to where you need to go pretty fast.
That's why when I become a billionaire, I'm going to have one in a personal tab where I get from point A to point B very quickly.
Hey, for $4 million, you can buy one. I'll send you the link.
All right.
All right, Patreon members, you can add your Patreon subscription, a couple dollars a month, to help us get a
couple million.
And he'll end up getting us a new jet, and we'll come pick you up in it, and we'll take you around the world.
That's right.
Stems, we'll go get Stems first thing. We're going to take her out of Texas. Let's go save her.
Yeah. Yep, it will fly it straight to our compound. If you need us to come pick you up, we'll come pick you up and fly you to our compound. You could stay. We have a jet parking lot, right? So if you have a jet of your own, you can park it.
But none of these little rinky-dink airplanes. They've got to be jets. We've got an image to uphold right now.
Yeah. All right, let's go on to the next strange fact and finding.
So Dan Rather is our next strange fact and finding. And on September 17th, 2001, this was only 6 days after the Twin Tower attacks, the National Evening News anchor. So Dan Rather, he worked for CBS News, and then he ended up going to David Letterman. Well, David Letterman was asking Dan Rather certain questions about 9/11, and Dan Rather's answers were honestly quite interesting. So we're going to play an audio clip of that interview right now.
Some evil is just, it can't be explained.
Are these people happy? Are they joyous now? Are they celebrating?
Oh, absolutely. They're
Thank
celebrating.
God.
There's one report, this has not been confirmed, but there's several reports that there was a cell, one of these cells, across the Hudson River. And they got on this is the report. I emphasize, I don't know this for a fact, but there's several witnesses who say this happened. They got on the roof of the building to look across. They knew what was going to happen. Yeah. They were waiting for it to happen, and when it happened, they celebrated. They jumped for joy.
Now, he said roof of the building. So either he's talking about he got the facts wrong, or he's talking about a different group of individuals.
Well, could it also be a slip of words where the roof of a building, where he was just kind of speaking and didn't really think and messed up building and car? Or weren't they on a building on the top of a car? Because they were in a parking garage, weren't they?
They were on top of a parking garage. Right, Dan?
Yeah, on top of a parking garage.
So on top of a building, which in his mind just could have been that top level parking garage, on top of a vehicle doing what they were doing. That still really flows with the Dancing Israelis to me.
Yeah. Regardless, there was some individuals that were on top of something celebrating when this happened. A group of people.
One interview I saw, someone reported that they saw multiple people on roofs. Not just one roof. Like one saw supposedly 10 to 20 people on the roof cheering. Another one reported that they saw on another roof 30 to 40 people cheering. And of course they all identified them as Middle Eastern looking.
All right, so let's go on to the next strange fact and finding.
All right, so the next strange fact and finding is the owner of the moving company. So you guys remember the moving company that the 5 men supposedly work for, right? Urban Moving?
Yep.
Yep.
Well, just hear me out. Well, the owner of the moving company, Dominic Suter, was investigated by the FBI as well. That seems about right. The FBI concluded that Urban Moving had been providing cover for Israeli intelligence operations. The FBI even seized records and computer systems from the moving company's offices. The FBI then went back to question Dominic Suter for a second time on September 14th, and he had already left back to Israel.
Dude, it gets stranger. It gets weirder. It gets weirder. Continue. Oh, dude. This shit blew my fucking mind.
To make this strange fact and finding even weirder, an ex-employee of this moving company contacted Newark Division of Information, indicating that he had quit his employment with Urban Moving Systems because of the high amount of anti-American sentiment present among Urban's employees. Whoa.
All right, no, it gets, dude, wait, it gets way, way weirder.
Want to know something even crazier, guys?
Fuck yeah.
Yes.
So, in an FBI document, this ex-employee also told the FBI in an interview that a prior co-worker at the Urban Moving Company had once told him, and I quote, Give us 20 years and we'll take over your media and destroy your country.
Hey, guess what? This is 20 years later, motherfuckers.
Look, and I provided the FBI document right there. Look how heavily redacted that is.
Ooh, damn, boy.
Now look, it's right there at the top. The former employee stated that an Israeli employee of Urban had once remarked, "Give us 20 years and we'll take over your media and destroy your country." Right there. There's the FBI document. Of course, it'll be on the Patreon thing for you guys to look at.
That's some New World Order stuff right there.
New world order. It is. That's.
Look at today.
So, you want to know that this shit gets even more weirder?
Of course.
Do you want to hear something else?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
So this Dominic Suter guy, right? The one that owned the moving company, right? Fled back to Israel when questioned. In 2006, Dominic Suter came back to America and started working for a telecommunications company called Granite Telecommunications. This company works for the U.S. military and several other U.S. government agencies. But that's not the craziest part. When you run like a background check on this Dominic Suter guy, it comes back as in 2016, he had been living in the San Francisco Bay Area, where he now works as a contractor for major tech companies like Google and Microsoft.
Oh, okay.
Hey, what better way for a foreign intelligence agent than to just be, hey, get in there at Google real quick. Don't worry, you'll get all the information.
Google, Facebook, all social medias. Dude.
I'm about to put my tinfoil hat on.
I need it.
I feel like whenever we say this, like say this stuff, like you want to say like Israeli spying, but then you're going to be automatically painted as an anti-Semitic, right? You're going to be painted as like a Nazi, which is not the case. That's why I put this on Patreon, right? Because we aren't Nazis. We're providing FBI facts and documents, and we're just saying what they're saying in the documents and relaying this information. But you're going to have media that doesn't talk about this. You're going to have individuals that don't want this information out there that are automatically going to paint you as Nazis. And that's why, honestly, if we would have put this as a regular episode on a regular episode and talked about it, I'd be afraid that we would have got pulled. So
I don't support any intelligence agencies. It's all wrong, no matter what. We can just live in a peaceful society, but it's a constant state that we put ourselves in that we need it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm glad that we have this platform to talk about these touchy subjects like this, because these are the things people don't talk about. And the whole purpose of us is to make you see what's being hidden right under the surface. And if you just do a little digging, you find all this on your own. But we're going to rip that Band-Aid off and talk about anything. We want it to be open, clear, and honest, because that's our policy. Honesty.
Yep, 100%. All right, so let's move on to the next strange fact and finding. So the next one we're going to cover is Benjamin Netanyahu. Okay, so this next strange fact and finding is about the Prime Minister of Israel. So an Israeli newspaper reported that the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, has publicly said that the September 11th attacks have been good for Israel. He also said, and I quote, "We are benefiting from one thing, and that is the attack on the Twin Towers and Pentagon and the American struggle in Iraq." He says something else, too. In another interview with New York Times, Netanyahu was asked about how the attack would affect the relations between Israel and the United States. Netanyahu said, "It's very good," before quickly adding, "Well, not very good, but it will generate immediate sympathy." He then predicted, much as Mamari had, that the attacks would, quote, "strengthen the bond between our two peoples, because we've experienced terror over so many decades, but the United States has now experienced a massive hemorrhaging of terror." I mean,
I can see that. I mean,
yeah, I mean, Israel, they constantly have people running in trying to bomb. So
Yeah, in one of the documentaries I watched, this man was from Israel, and he was walking around recording just like everybody else. And he said, there's this one time when I see the crowd of people stand all around this radio listening to what was happening. It was an actual radio, but you were hearing EMS information and stuff. And he said, it just took me back to Israel because there's so much conflict there that it's essentially entertainment for us to go sit in front of the radio and listen to what's happening. That's our TV there.
How can you live like that? Don't people want to live in peace? Don't they want to live in a utopia?
I mean, when he said that, it would benefit them, maybe he's thinking like, hey, now that there's a, terrorist attack, maybe they're going to leave our area for a little bit, and it's going to benefit us to build back up while they go fight the war in Afghanistan and Iraq. Side note, did you know Steve Buscemi was a firefighter on 9/11?
Yeah.
He's such a badass.
Dude, when he rode that rocket and saved the world, so hot, dude.
Oh, in Armageddon?
Yes.
I'm talking about real life. That's real life. That happened in real life.
Oh.
R.I.P. Bruce Willis.
There were a lot of famous people, like Seth MacFarlane. He was meant to get on one of those 9/11 flights, and I think he mixed up his times for his flight, and he didn't end up getting on that day.
Michael Jackson, too.
I think my Uncle Mark, either him or his friend, was supposed to fly that day, and he didn't.
I have a cousin who worked down there during this, and she was in a building really close to the trade centers. And I've never actually talked to her. Unfortunately, I don't talk to my distant family very much, not for any bad reasons, besides me being not a great family member, I suppose. But, I remember them saying that she could have been a part of that day. She was just a few buildings over from it.
Dang.
Yeah.
Great knowledge nuggets right there.
Definitely.
All right. Let's move on to the next strange fact and find that.
Our next one is Attorney General John Ashcroft. So we know that the 5 men were arrested, interrogated, and then released. But who signed off on their release? Who had the final say? Well, that individual was Attorney General John Ashcroft. He personally signed off on the 5 men to be released. Now, get this. John Ashcroft decided to become a lobbyist and consultant in 2005. Guess who his first client was? The Israeli government.
Oh, yeah. Just a little strange fact and finding right there. A little knowledge nugget. Stick in your back pocket. Take home with you.
Take it home. Woohoo.
Yeah.
You put it in your prison wallet.
So the next one was samples. So get this. You guys remember the van that these guys were driving around in and the bomb dogs alerting it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Well, in a declassified FBI document, it states, the vehicle was also searched by a trained bomb-sniffing dog, which yielded a positive result for the presence of explosive traces. Swabs of the vehicle's interior were taken, and those samples were sent to the FBI laboratory for further analysis. Final results were lost.
Of course. I mean, it's a trend. You just lose it. Like the Pentagon footage, right? It's the certain frames of it. The Jeffrey Epstein footage lost.
Pizzagate.
I mean, this is a trend.
They need to work on their middleman.
Malaysian flight.
They got some problems.
They need to have a chain of command. That's what they need to have, a chain of command. And whoever breaks that chain of command needs to get fucking imprisoned.
Well, then they would cover for that guy.
They need to hire the crew from Maury. Because those father results are never fucking lost, okay?
Yeah, that's right.
You are the conspiracy
sure you want to know
theorist.
these results?
Nice.
Yeah.
All right, so that's the end of the strange facts and findings. Now we're going to go into theories.
Dun, dun, dun.
So the first one we're diving into today is a distraction theory. So this one says that those 5 men were serving as merely a distraction. they weren't there to photograph for Israeli intelligence, but instead to be noticed and get arrested as a way to divert attention away from a much bigger story. So what could this story be? Well, let's take a listen to this audio clip.
It has been more than 16 years since a civilian working for the Navy was charged with passing secrets to Israel. Jonathan Pollard pled guilty to conspiracy to commit espionage and is serving a life sentence. At first, Israeli leaders claimed Pollard was part of a rogue operation, but later took responsibility for his work. Now, Fox News has learned some U.S. investigators believe that there are Israelis again very much engaged in spying in and on the U.S., who may have known things they didn't tell us before September 11th. Fox News correspondent Carl Cameron has details in the first of a four-part series.
Since September 11th, more than 60 Israelis have been arrested or detained, either under the new Patriot anti-terrorism law or for immigration violations. A handful of active Israeli military were among those detained, according to investigators, who say some of the detainees also failed polygraph questions when asked about alleged surveillance activities against and in the United States. There is no indication that the Israelis were involved in the 9/11 attacks, but investigators suspect that the Israelis may have gathered intelligence about the attacks in advance and not shared it. A highly placed investigator said there are, quote, tie-ins, but when asked for details, he flatly refused to describe them, saying, quote, evidence linking these Israelis to 911 is classified. I cannot tell you about evidence that has been gathered. It's classified information. Asked this week about another sprawling investigation and the detention of 60 Israelis since September 11th, the Bush administration treated the questions like hot potatoes.
I would just refer you to the Department of Justice with it. I'm not familiar with the report. I'm aware that some Israeli citizens have been detained. With respect to why they are being detained and the other aspects of your question, whether it's because they are in intelligence services or what they were doing, I will defer to the Department of Justice and the FBI to answer that.
Beyond the 60 apprehended or detained and many deported since September 11th, another group of 140 Israeli individuals have been arrested and detained in this year in what government documents describe as, quote, an organized intelligence gathering operation designed to, quote, penetrate government facilities. Most of those individuals said they had served in the Israeli military, which is compulsory there, but they also had, most of them, intelligence expertise and either worked for Amdocs or other companies in Israel that specialize in wiretapping. Earlier this week, the Israeli embassy here in Washington denied any spying against or in the United States.
Carl, what about this question of advanced knowledge of what was going to happen on 9/11? How clear are investigators that some Israeli agents may have known something?
Well, it's very explosive information, obviously, and there's a great deal of evidence that they say they have collected, none of it necessarily conclusive. It's more when they put it all together. A bigger question, they say, is how could they not have known? Almost a direct quote, Britt.
Well, that's definitely
that
incriminating.
was erased all through the internet. Like, good luck finding that report. You have to dig deep underground to find that shit. We dug super deep to find it. Deepest, darkest Weber nets.
To continue this story, in December of 2001, that same year, Fox News investigative reporter Carl Cameron published a 4-part series that went in depth into an Israeli art student's spying ring that had been under investigation before 9/11. In this investigation, it was found that there were extensive Israeli wiretapping of U.S. government communications. In March of 2001, the Office of Security of the Drug Enforcement Administration issued a 61-page report describing in some detail the attempts of approximately 125 or more nationals of a foreign country, most posing as art students, to penetrate several DEA field offices in the continental U.S. Many of these individuals also visited the residence of numerous DEA officials and other agencies' facilities, and the residence of their employees. The DEA report states that, quote, these incidents have occurred since at least the beginning of 2000 and have continued to the present. These were ongoing activities in the summer of 2001, and by the date of 9/11, 140 Israelis had been arrested. Now, the DEA report was later disowned and removed from NCIX.gov. However, the contents of it are still available.
Yeah, you can go through like the archive and still pull it, but they removed it from their government site. That report that they issued, that 61-page report, pulled it, erased it from history.
Heck no.
But
digital
you
footprints.
can't really erase everything.
So it's just very interesting to me reading that and thinking about how these 5 Israelis were there on a work visa temporarily. And didn't we earlier talk about art students?
Yeah, that's what we talked about during the 9/11 episode. I told you about those art students that were taking a tour a week before the 9/11 happened, and the pictures that they took.
Were they taken on a tour by, like, employees of the Trade Center? You know, they might have been CIA, like, hey, this is what we're going to do. Come on over.
Could have been.
If this fails, you guys are plan
Bush's
B.
cousin. Just saying.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, man.
In the bush.
So do you think that the planes were meant to knock the towers down, and if it didn't work, they had the bombs in place to detonate just in case, and maybe the Israelis were the ones holding that bomb, the button to the bomb, and were like, anything happens, you press this button.
Yeah.
Maybe that wasn't a lighter. And like, we need photographic evidence. They won't believe that this happened. Doot. Just saying. Because it's not a colored picture, so you can't really see the flame. But you see like a nice little thing in his hand, and you're just like, yep. So the theory is that this is the real story of the Israeli spies during 9/11. Not some vague rumors about some dancing Israelis, but an FBI dragnet that swept up the largest foreign spying ring ever caught red-handed on American soil. And although the FBI knew that these spies knew about 9/11 in advance, their investigations were stifled and the issue was swept under the rug. Something interesting to add to this, German Weekly News published 2 articles regarding September 11th. One which titled, Next Door to Mohammed Atta, that claimed Israeli intelligence had been tailing the 9/11 hijackers before the attack, as well as some of the Israeli art students lived for a period of time in Hollywood, Florida, the same small city where Mohammed Atta and the fellow terrorist were living before September 11th. That's pretty strange.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's a big red flag. Also worth noting here is the author Michael Ruppert stated in his book, Crossing the Rubicon, claimed that the art ring had heavy operations in some areas connected with 9/11.
That's some crazy stuff, huh? That art ring, Israeli intelligence, and they kind of helped along the hijackers and said, hey, this is how you do it.
Do you think that they chose art students because it would be less weird for them to be having cameras and photography because they're practicing there?
Oh, I'm just painting the Twin Towers. Why is there an airplane in that picture?
Yeah, they're like, I just want to see what the interior looks like. You know, the blueprints for this architecture are so beautiful. Wow, is that a steel beam that's 2 inches thick? That's cool.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's a good theory.
All right, our last theory we got here, guys, is that Israel wanted it to happen. Israel knew that 9/11 attacks were going to happen, but did nothing to prevent it because they knew it would benefit them. Rather than making Israeli number 1 in the war on terror, Israel remains to this day one of the United States' most important allies. And we have a quick audio we're going to play right quick to show you just that.
And if I'm fortunate enough to be elected president, the United States will reaffirm we have a strong and enduring national interest in Israel's security.
In 2001, weeks after the attacks on New York City and on Washington, and frankly, the attacks on all of us, attacks that perpetrated, and they were perpetrated by the Islamic fundamentalists, Mayor Rudy Giuliani visited Israel to show solidarity with terror victims. I sent my plane because I backed the mission for Israel 100%.
So that's just a quick clip, and I wanted to put a Democrat, as you know, we don't take any political sides on this podcast, and we don't talk about politics, but I didn't want to play just a clip of Hillary Clinton, and I didn't want to play just a clip of Donald Trump. I wanted to be equal, but that shows you that whatever side that they're on, political-wise, Israel is the main priority.
Yeah.
Yep. So anyways, I just wanted to show that. So that's one theory, that Israel knew what was going to happen and they would benefit from it. But I guess we transition into personal thoughts and theories. Okay. I think, if I had to take a guess, I'm going to go with the distraction theory. I think that they were too obvious in what they were saying. We're there to document an event. They were too public about it, right? They were making a big scene. I think there was a spying that helped out. Just like yesterday, Israel had a spy ring that was there. They sent these people as a distraction to say, hey, you know, put your concentration on these individuals rather than our spy ring. The government said, hey, this is they're doing great work in spying, you know, and we're already over there in the Middle East. You know, we had the 9/11 attacks. We can become, you know, better buds with them and help with the spying, and let's help them make, you know, ramp up spying with MySpace. Oh, let's get Zuckerberg to make Facebook. Let's get, you know, Twitter and all them. And it'd be way easier for them, not only them, but us also to work in counterparts to do mass surveillance on the world, because you got their stations over there in Israel doing all of their surveillance of the entire Middle East and all them places on that side of the world. And then you got the United States doing all theirs. And we'll share our spying and what we find so that we in turn have full control of everything of the world. We know everything. We know everything that's going on. We know every single conversation that's happening. So that will keep us as world leaders, as a world power. The United States found out about it and said, hey, instead of going to war with them, let's do this that will benefit us all.
So let me ask you this.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that COVID was a test to see how much control is really that they have? They're like, okay, we've been surveilling now for the last 12 years with Facebook, or longer than that. We've been doing all that for so long. I think we have a pretty good grasp on the people. Now let's release this very common strain of just flu, you know, and we will take one for the team in China as a world power, because the world powers are all working together. We're gonna, unfortunately, lose a lot of ours, but we got plenty. And then let's make it look like the rest of the world is in a pandemic, and see how many people wear masks, how much fight back we get. Maybe it was a way for them to see if the New World Order is ready to start rolling out.
So with the COVID, I think, first of all, I think it's a real virus.
Oh, no, I agree with that.
If you want my personal whole thing about coronavirus, I think it's a real virus. I think, in my personal opinion, it was man-made, okay? It was either accidentally or purposely leaked, uncontrolled. I think that we don't fully know what it does, because there's a lot of conflicting reports about, like, now it's rolling out that children who have had coronavirus have heart damage or something. This is so confusing, right? So I think there's that. But I also think that governments see stuff like this and they're like, it is an opportunity for us to test certain things. And they see these opportunities arise and they take advantage of them, right? So whether it be to see how well they have control of their citizens. There's a real virus out there, so let's see how many of them follow the rules. Let's see how many of them are sheep, and let's see how many are rebels, right? I do think it was a way for them to test the population. I don't think that they purposely released it to test the population, but that they rolled it that it was rolled out and they said, hey, here's an opportunity. Let's cease it. The same way that I think China, the virus was leaked out and then the Hong Kong protests were happening. I think China said, oh shit, we got this virus, and somebody sitting there was like, hey, we do have this virus, but we got these protests. It's a great opportunity to have these protesters go away.
Shove them in their houses for the next couple months.
Good way to kill off part of the overcrowding of China.
Yeah.
I mean, it's obviously didn't put a big dent in it. Not saying that's a good thing, but you know, it happened. It's like, hey, that's like 1 million people gone. You all can have more than one child now.
Thankfully, they got rid of that law.
Oh, they did?
I think they did.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Or they at least got rid of the only one daughter, only one girl rule or something.
They have a law now to where you have to file to have kids. And then when you file, you both, the male and the female, get interviewed. And then after that, you both have to take a sex education class of like 20 hours. And then after that, you both have to file for what's called a permit, like a child permit. When you get approved for that permit, an inspector comes over and has to watch them have intercourse for the first time that they do it.
I mean, I'm okay with people watching me, but that's a little weird.
I'm just kidding. I just totally made that up.
I was gonna say, do we at least get to charge the guy to watch? Can we make an OnlyFans account for just this moment?
Yeah, like
that was totally made up. I just came off the cuff with that. That was made up. One of Aaron's made up stories.
Didn't like the coronavirus come from a CDC lab in Canada?
In Wuhan?
No, from Canada.
Oh.
There was a story that it was from Canada, but it was stolen by a Chinese national that was a spy. Then it started all over in, the Wuhan province.
I didn't read that, but that could be possible.
All I'm saying is the Wuhan laboratory has the same umbrella symbol as Resident Evil. I'm just saying that, guys. Come on now.
That's scary.
Man, when I saw that, I was like, oh shit, this is happening for real. We're gonna all be zombies, and and it's a T virus.
Everything going wrong in 2020. What's gonna happen next, right?
It wouldn't have surprised me at this point, but I really like the idea of it being, well, not like as in I want this to be, but it interests me about how every 100 years we have a disease, usually a flu, like Spanish flu. And I think we've talked about this very briefly, about how, what if it is testing genetic resilience, because we're being modified and whatnot. Over 100 years, that's a generation of people. So you release another flu 100 years later to see how much do we fight back as a species, our bodies, and trying to maybe find either a way to use it for wartime. I mean, could you imagine the silence? If you go to war and release coronavirus, just saying, or a virus like that, and you can't smell it, you can't see it, and you just leave it and go, you could take out a whole community, because all of a sudden they're getting sick and dying and they don't know why. It's the same as when the Spanish gave the Indians blankets with
polio. Polio.
Except in today's society.
You could do that with radiation. You could take a little pellet.
Yeah, and then they'll never know. They'll never know. They just start vomiting and their DNA starts to disintegrate. And then I think Japan...
It's a horrible way to die.
You look up what happened to a dude in Japan, like, they fucked up a reactor so bad, but the Japanese government's like, whoa, we've never had anybody like this, and they kept him alive for 58 days, and his skin was falling off, and just begging to die, and they're like, shh.
Just let it happen.
That's not going to happen, because we're going to figure out how to fix you. We're going to figure out how to fix you, bud, and he just died.
In Brazil, there was this family that would go and scrap metal, and they were scrapping metal out of an old hospital. And one of the hospitals had an x-ray machine. Well, in the x-ray machine, it has case around the source, and the source is encased, right? So the lead protects the source. Well, when you break that lead and you open it up, right, is when it shoots the x-rays out, or shoots out the gamma rays, and then they close it up, and then you get your x-ray, right? So some guys or some family was inside there, or it was a guy of a family in Brazil. He was scrapping it and he came across that and he broke it open and found the source. And he's like, oh, this is neat. Let me take it home. So he gets it home with his family and he breaks it open and he finds this blue goo in it. And he's like, ooh, this blue goo is all shiny and nice. His kids take it and start spreading it on them because they glow in the dark with it. Dude, it was so bad. His entire family died. His entire family died in that house from exposure.
It's like those radon girls back in the 20s.
Yes!
That would,
Nail polish.
and they were the
Or lipstick, yeah.
they were the glowing girls because they would paint all the numbers on those watches, and then they're like, "Why are we dying?"
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, talking about the public's reaction to the virus. So we all remember when the Ebola was running rampant, which is a lot more deadlier. Well, it is deadlier because there's no cure. Once you get it, you're fucked. You're dead. There's no cure unless somehow your body fights it like some people's did. But there was no mass shutdown. There was no shutting down flights from Africa, from where it was supposed to originate from. It was like, hey, if you've been to Africa, just go to the hospital real quick. We'll just take a little test. It's not like, the coronavirus. Like, all right, you're coughing? Sir, 6 feet. Thank you. It's different to me to see a deadlier virus being treated with much lax restrictions than a flu-like respiratory infection treated like he's got the plague. God bless.
I think the reason why they're doing this with the coronavirus and they're treating it the way they are is because maybe they don't know what the consequences are, what the symptoms are. With Ebola, they know the onset of the symptoms, they know if you have it, and they know what happens to you. With this, it seems like there's a lot of confusion. Like, it seems like the symptoms change every fucking day. If you don't have your smell or your taste, you have it now. If you have a rash, you have it. If you got the shits, you have it, and then it fucks up your heart. It fucks up your lungs, it's constantly changing. So could be an argument. I mean, just playing devil advocate, that they don't know really because it's constantly changing, and just adds to my theory. It's a man-made virus,
Did you see that meme going around where it's shows the different kinds of masks, and you have a smoke mask, one to protect from radioactivity, tear gas. It's literally 6 different kinds of masks, and then it says the deadliest disease to be on this earth. We got a fucking cloth mask. It makes you wonder.
I don't know. Is it control?
I walked into work one day in my full hazmat suit from the Army, and they were like, "What the fuck are you doing?" I said, "I'm protecting myself from you heathens. Take that shit off. The fuck's wrong with you?" So, okay, my bad.
I would have done it.
All right, move back to theories. All right, so my theory's done. Dan, have you done your theory yet?
I have not.
You want to roll into your theory?
Yeah.
Find it all, what you think about it all? All right. That was a good combo, though. I like that. That was a good side combo.
We need to do a COVID episode. It would have to be a Patreon episode.
Yeah, yeah.
More than likely, yes. But mine is that I do believe Israel wanted it to happen, and I think they helped the terrorists or whoever they identify as, help them along with it. Pretty much, it's just like, here, we'll help you do this if you want to get back at them, knowing that, of course, it's going to benefit them in the long run. Because it did. Like he said, the sympathy for Israel. Oh, they've been dealing with this for so long and all that. And they're just like, yeah, we have. Now you know how we feel. And then having the whole him being so lax saying we were sent there to record the event. That's because he was back in Israel. He could actually say that shit now. They can't arrest him over there. They're not going to go all the way over there just to get him for saying that. So, of course, he's going to come out and finally say, yeah, we were sent over there to record the event. What's the U.S. going to do about it? It's already happened and we're back home. You even sent us home. Kept us there for 71 days interrogating us, and you couldn't get shit from us.
I like that.
I mean, if they were Mossad, don't they go through the training of being interrogated and all that?
Well, everybody in Israel has to go through the military. They're all obligated for 2 years, or 2 or 4?
Yeah. Well, in 2 years, the FBI interrogating is different than, the CIA coming in and like, hey, cutting the cords to all the cameras, and they're like, don't worry, we're in for a fun time. Gag balls, all that shit.
So you're telling me that Anna works for the FBI?
I'm telling you, I was interrogated once, and they broke my fucking finger, and I did not enjoy it.
Damn.
I gave up that information so fucking fast when I realized they had broken my finger, when my finger was this finger was laying on top of my middle finger completely sideways. Sounded like a pencil breaking. I heard it snap. I was like, don't look down. Don't do it. It's broken. And I looked down and it's there and I started screaming.
Hey, Dan, I was just thinking about so let's say that Mossad was involved with this and it would benefit them. Wouldn't it make sense for the government reached out to Israel and was like, hey, we're going to try to invade Afghanistan so we could take out Iraq. And so what we're going to do is we're going to have you guys come in as undercover agents, get information for us, but you're also going to be a distraction. But don't worry, we're going to get you out of this place before anything happens to you. So you guys just act like, because Americans are stupid. We think you're all Middle Eastern. And I'm not saying us specifically. As America as a whole, we're very uneducated. And so we hear someone with a pitchfork saying, it's a race war! And now you see these dancing Israelis on a roof, and now you're furthering the agenda that it is a war against race. And they helped us because it would help them by making us go to war with a country that they're already at war with, so it alleviates some of that from them. So like Hans was saying, they could start rebuilding what they have to strengthen themselves for more attacks from all the other countries around them. But our presence in the Middle East benefits Israel as protecting them.
Them being a distraction sounds good and all that, but the fact that they would all, it would all depend on someone actually seeing them when the attack happened. So the lady looking out, getting that call, and then looking out the window and seeing these guys on top of the van cheering and all that, they would have to have all that shit planned out. So pretty much Maria was part of the plan then. So that means she has to be involved then.
Let's go interrogate that old bitch.
Yeah, because
could only find her as Maria, for one. For two, if you were trying to get someone's attention, getting on top of a van, jumping like, woo, while everyone else is fearing and running and scared, you have people who are happy and joyous. That's going to stand out to at least a handful of people. It's going to be more than that, but people are going to notice.
If they can see the Twin Towers from where they were like, it's on the news. Look at that house. I bet you this old lady's home because I haven't seen her leave here in 4 freaking days. Or she's dead. So they're up there gesticulating all over the top, getting it. And they're like, we're going to cause a scene. This is what we're meant to do. We are going to do some disinformation. We're not going to tell them why. And then as soon as we see her pick up that phone and keep looking at us, we got to skedaddle.
I don't know, that's a lot up to chance right there for her to actually do all that.
Well, not really, because they're used to her. She said that she always looked with binoculars, though. That was a thing that she did. She always looked out of her window, and maybe it was a coincidence that they were hanging out, scoping the area, and were like, this lady has these giant fucking binoculars. She keeps looking out the window.
Like I still say, though, it's all up to chance, because at the time, she wasn't looking out the window or anything like that. She got the phone call from her friend. Then that's when she went and got the binoculars. So it's that's a lot of leaving it up to chance for them to be the distraction. That's what throws me off about it.
But that's one, right? We had several other groups of people, 40 and more, on top of buildings. It was like they were scattered throughout downtown New York to have more than one chance.
Maybe they scattered themselves in a populated area where they knew the masses would gather to witness this travesty. And they're like, okay, we gather here, they're going to know something's up, put the robes on, do whatever.
See, then why weren't the other ones on the roofs detained as well? It was just these 5 guys.
They dipped out.
Well, maybe if they were downtown, it's hard to arrest people downtown when you're trying to fight a fire and evacuate people out of the towers. That's more of a... Maybe the manpower was focused somewhere else, because she called the FBI, and obviously they're caught off of Newark, somewhere in New Jersey. So they're like, okay, well, these are our main guys, because this lady is giving some good details of what this van looks like. Maybe they didn't know what these people were driving and the other ones, and they're just like, yeah, there's just people dancing on top of roofs and whatnot, dropping like it's hot, and, well, we can't really identify where they are because they blend in. If they're operatives, that's their job, is to blend in with society.
And the FBI, as we are seeing, seems to be involved in this anyways. So, with all these redacted documents and everything taken out, you think, okay, a lady calls, maybe, again, like you said, Dan, complete chance that she looked out the window. They were meant to be a distraction, but she's like, oh, fuck, I got the call, looked out. Now I'm calling the FBI. And the FBI is like, maybe they even called those guys and were like, all right, you guys, the cops are going to be on you in a minute. Just, you be good, you be cool, we'll get you out of this. And they obviously check the van, find all this shit that looks really suspicious. Bomb dogs, alert that there was traces of explosives in it, and all of that gets dropped. These guys are, yes, interrogated, but how do we know their interrogation? Were they actually, or were they just held until things blew over enough to get them out of the country? Because guess what? Have you heard of fucking Wag the Dog? Well, let's distract the world with other stories going on, and then we'll scurry these guys out of the country.
I mean, yeah, it's just the whole, that chance. Because there's still a chance that they're not
It didn't have to be her, Dan. It could have been anybody. Anybody.
That's what I'm saying, though. Like, you're leaving that precise plan up to chance. I don't think the FBI, CIA, and all that would leave shit up to chance. They would be targeting, I think, somebody, unless they were targeting old little Maria, knowing that she's going to pick up that phone. There's some random guys on a van. They jump and enjoy.
What if they already had footage? Like, they had a backup plan. So they're like, somebody's going to call in about these dancing Israelis, okay? If not, all right, Timothy, you're going to have a camera rolling on this van, because this is going to be our scapegoat van, and this is going to be an anonymous video sent in to us about these guys doing this. But because somebody called in about it, they were able to kind of scapegoat it off of as a random person called in saying that they saw these men dancing on a van. But had she not done that, Timothy would have been like, oh, I got video footage of these people doing that. And they didn't, that was like, the reason it's a backup, because they didn't really want to show these people's faces, maybe. I mean, even in the documents, they redacted their faces off of there. So it's like, worst case scenario, I'll show you the video of you guys doing it, but there is a million people in this city. You're going to tell me that not one of them is going to see you guys. And that day, there were people arguing in the park about race war. Like, get out of the country if you don't want to be. Already, I mean, it was instant. And it's not like there weren't issues before about wanting to go to war. What was it? George Bush, months before, was talking about how we need to go and defend. Like, he was trying to get us into Iraq before 9/11. And, like, this was their way to get, like, all right, we got to make a drastic decision.
His dad had a personal beef with Saddam.
Yeah.
But see, then now it all goes back to 9/11 is they were such a distraction and all that, and it's going to be about race and all that. How would they know exactly the race of the people that hijacked the plane when it's just happening? Unless they knew all the information beforehand, which, like we said in the 9/11 episode, they knew that these guys were planning something already.
Yeah.
Yes, I get that. But I don't know. I just can't see the distraction because it's just, there's so much chance.
Do you think at the time maybe Israel was already working with our intelligence community and this was kind of like a hush-hush thing? Like, hey, yeah, we are spying on our entire United States, but we don't want to Edward Snowden it yet?
Oh, definitely.
Why don't we just email them?
The Israelis were tracking the hijackers, and then our government's already tracking the Israeli, Mossad people, already knew about them and knew about the hijackers. It's just, like, the government sees that they can benefit from this, because not only do the Twin Towers get blown down, but Building 7 comes down as well, which is what, the CIA and the, FBI place, if I remember correctly?
CIA and, was it FBI headquarters?
Yeah, so that building comes down 7 hours later from office fires. But, they're just like, well, this is going to happen. We're able to benefit from this. The Israelis, they know that they're going to benefit from it. So they're not going to give up every information they have, because if things don't go right, they need a backup plan. They need an escape route. If they have some kind of information left over, they can use that, or the fact that we don't know what's going to happen next, that would be a distraction then, which I don't think it would be these 5 guys. I mean, honestly, you'd say 6 guys, considering the guy that owned the company was tied into Mossad as well, and he owned the company.
To see how much of an alliance they are to us. All right, we have a mission that we're going to go through, and you guys want us to help you. Well, let's see if you're fully on board with us. And throughout this plan of distraction, and they followed through. And so the government followed through and sent them back, and everyone was already had their plane tickets out of there. I mean, it looks to me like they were set to get out of this country. They were like, let's document it, get out. That's it. Because if we stay here, we're not protected. I mean, we are, but we're still not. Like, if we're in Israel, we are safe.
Well, yeah, they had the plan of leaving the country. They had plane tickets for the next day to leave the country.
Right.
I mean, if that was the case, I would think keep them overnight and then just let them take their plane tickets home if they're just such a distraction. Because honestly, like, how much did you really hear about the dancing Israelis during the 9/11 attacks?
Nothing.
0. So what, like, I just don't see it as, like, I just can't see it as a distraction because we didn't even hear about it. Now, if anything, 9/11 was a distraction for the dancing Israelis, for the Mossad to leave the country.
Oh, shit.
That's a big distraction.
Uno reverse card.
Uno reverse card.
Wow, I like that theory.
All right. I like it too. Good job, Dan. All right, who's next?
Honestly, I'm more like piggybacking over here off y'all because I like how everyone's comes together, and I like discussing. There's too much open end for me, so I like all the things that we're talking about. I can't personally settle in on one.
Can we all agree that it wasn't just individuals in a moving van that were just watching and they had no ties and it was purely innocent?
Oh, yeah.
For sure.
Dan?
I agree.
Okay. So we all believe that there's a fuckery afoot.
Did they have juice boxes?
Definitely.
The fucking.
They had juice boxes to make some fucking bombs with their box cutters. Like the one plane.
Like terrorists where they took juice boxes and painted them to look like detonators.
I'm like wondering if maybe something that was in that car could have been like that too.
Yeah.
Now, just remember though, they work for a moving company, so box cutters were probably a thing though.
Yeah.
So, I mean, hey, the Israelis could have provided the hijackers with box cutters and all that stuff too, so.
All right, so has anybody else got anything they want to add before we wrap this up? Hans, you got a final verdict in any of this?
I do. All right.
Let us have it.
Here's the fucking sauce, dude. All right. So, I believe that it was a joint operations. There might have been more than one government intelligence involved. We just happened to catch some people from the Mossad. And the fact that it's highly hushed up and everything's redacted just proves that the United States or the CIA, they knew what was happening. And they're like, fuck, you all got caught. How are we going to be able to get you out of this one? With the 9/11 talk, George Bush's cousin being security, the bomb-sniffing dogs being taken away prior to the attack, and the art students being given what seems to be an in-depth tour of, the Trade Center, leads me to believe that because security is ran by George Bush's cousin, what better way just to sneak in some, demolition experts? They already have a layout. Those students probably were the demo team. They're like, all right, we just need a layout. We need to find where the weak points are. Take us there. Because they went to like some heavily restricted areas that normal tours don't get to go on. So they went there. They viewed it. They came back at a later time when the bomb-sniffing dogs were removed. Went there with thermite shape charges and put them up there on the beams with help at the CIA that's like, hey, we have your tickets. You're all going to go to separate locations. You're going to leave. We'll part ways. And you're going to help us in the war on terror, and we will help you with your national defense, which we do. It's like an unseen amount of stuff we give Israel. And they're like, y'all just need to kind of make it a little obvious that you're a little Middle Eastern. Just make it seem like that, because we're going to ramp up the hatred in this country. Because that's what's going to power this war, is the hatred on the Middle East. Because I'm not going to lie, like, coming from the Midwest, when that happened, everybody hated it. Everybody. And, they say the South is racist. Hey, they have not been to my state. That is a horrible state. But I just believe that multiple agencies were in on it. That we all knew it. And these guys just had to take the blame. Everybody has to take the blame. Lee Harvey Oswald had to take the blame. Some people have to take the cheese and they have to give it all. I mean, they're alive, supposedly to this day. Maybe under a new identity. But at the time, they're like, shit, we're going to have to be the scapegoat. And then the CIA said, hey, that doesn't have to happen, bud. Y'all need to get the fuck out of here. And they left.
Wow. I changed my theory to Hans's theory.
Yeah.
I like that.
I'll put my hand in on that theory as well.
All right. So, I guess we'll end it on Hans's great theory. Has anybody else got anything they want to say before we roll this baby out for today's episode?
I just want to thank you guys for having me on these 2 episodes. It's an honor.
Hey.
We're glad that you traveled time and space to be here.
It's just where the solar winds blew me.
Thank you for, like Anna said, traveling through space and time to find your home here to record and be whisked back off to on-the-scene events.
Yeah.
That is correct.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I know you already have one kid. Does this mean this stop you're going to have another one later on?
Yikes. I'm gonna say this. That child's not mine.
And the last voicemail. I'm looking for my daddy.
I ain't your daddy, boy.
All right.
Hello, daddy. I want to thank you for joining us today. And again, thank you for the support. You are amazing, every single one of you. So with that being said, Anna and Hans, you want to roll us out?
Oh, you got it. It's okay to be out of this world with your thoughts.
Because you're not alone.
Boom.
There's no place to escape to. This is the last podcast. On the left. That's when the cannibalism started. What was that?
You're just yelling at an old gal, huh? Because I don't need anybody to give me rules. I'm my own boss, all right? I write my own constitution. I don't need just some lady come around and tell me she's being some kind of Otto von Bismarck of the elevator.
Otto von Bismarck?
Otto von Bismarck.
I feel like I've heard that name before.
He was the Kaiser.
He was murdered by the Serbian Black Hand Group that started that was the shot heard around the world that started World War I.
That was Franz Ferdinand.
Franz Ferdinand, the band with Take Me Out,
They
that
were
song.
killed.
Is that what I mean?
Get that off the table.
And then, well, Otto von Bismarck was...
No, that was Kaiser Wilhelm.
Kaiser Wilhelm.
Yeah, but Otto von Bismarck was a pilot?
I don't know. It's not in the outline, Marcus. You didn't write it down in the outline.
I forgot that in our Dahmer outline. Who's Otto von Bismarck?
I just need you to be throwing random facts into these outlines so that I don't have to be curious anymore. Who invented meatloaf? When was the first shoes worn? When do you want to guess the first shoes were worn?
1974.
Yep.
1974. All right. All right. Should we start the show?
Yeah. We've been recording.
Yeah. Oh, you have
this
been?
has been shooting out to the airwaves.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, the completely unrelated subject matter? Yeah, we always like to start with that. That's perfect. All right. Welcome to the show, everyone. That's Marcus Parks. I'm Ben Kissel. Fella to my left is, who is he today?
Man with no rules, Henry Zabrowski.
Oh.
I don't need a boss. I don't need a governor. I don't need some old lady telling me if I'm being too loud in the elevator.
Yeah,
I don't need an old lady to tell me.
Right.
Oh, please, sir, get out of my way. You're hogging up all the room in front of the meat aisle at the
Right.
grocery store. I'll tell you when I'm fucking done, old lady.
Yeah.
And you know what? And I'll show my generosity. You tell me what meat you want. I'll fucking get it for you. But guess what? You just keep your fucking clam hole fucking all your flapping. All right, I'm gonna come over there and I'm gonna drop that Lex Luger steel fucking elbow on your ass.
So she's 80 years old. Maybe she's got some liver marks and she's
I don't need
with
a
a
boss.
walker. Yeah, but it sounds like you do.
No,
it really
man.
sounds like without a boss, you just yell at a bunch of old ladies
I
in a
come
meat
from
aisle.
a long line of freedom fighters like Thomas Paine and Oliver Cromwell.
Thomas Paine.
Men,
The Zabrowski Paine?
Yes.
You're of the Zabrowski Paine family.
Yes.
I've heard that.
Big freedom fighters. Benedict Arnold.
Yeah.
Thomas Hardy, the actor.
I love Tom Hardy, the actor. Yes.
Bisexual.
I did not know that. Bisexual. Well, today's we're back to a big hitter. We got a big hitter.
Yeah.
That's right.
Oh, I caught the fly ball, mister. I caught the fly ball. It's an illegal Mexican.
That was an illegal Mexican accent. That's very interesting. I wasn't sure which one it was. Today's big hitter, Jeffrey Dahmer.
Jeffrey Dahmer.
Thank God. We're finally getting to Mr. Dahmer.
We're absolutely. It's about goddamn time. The
been
most
too
sympathetic serial killer that ever existed. When I read about him, Marcus was even just saying how much he related to him, but that's just because he's lonely on the inside.
Very lonely. And Dahmer was very lonely on the inside.
He was lonely on the outside.
Well, he had a mustache on the outside, and that always means you're lonely on the inside.
Jeffrey Dahmer he could have been any kid in your high school. I remember this kid. He was kind of a lost, weird loser. We were a group of friends that we did the drama department in high school, and so we had a lot of friends, and we had like a big lunch table, and we always had these guys that would show up that were kind of off, that would do something funny and then leave. Well, we're gonna find out about Jeffrey Dahmer that he did the same exact thing.
Class clown.
Kind of a class clown, kind of a weird class celebrity, but then sometimes those guys go off to kill 17 male prostitutes, and sometimes they go off to be administrators of an IT company.
Sure, sometimes they go off to war and they kill 37 and they get honored for it.
But this song, we were going to play the song Beautiful Loser by Bob Seger, because I find it a romantic song. I mean, probably a little more romantic than Jeffrey Dahmer deserves.
No, romance for Dahmer. Give Dahmer some romance.
Oh, we'll get into Jeffrey Dahmer's romantic capabilities. He was very romantic in his own sort of weird,
Would you say that?
Way.
Would
He
you
was
say
romantic.
he's romantic?
I mean, he's definitely the most romantic person ever with a skull that has like some skin fragments falling off.
That he was
the skull.
sucking on it and jerking off while looking at it.
Yeah,
But the
totally.
other problem is with him but he didn't write poems. I mean, we make fun of the BTK. We make fun of BTK, but he wrote beautiful poems.
No, but Jeffrey spoke beautiful words into the ears of the dead, so we'll never hear them. And I think there's something
I
to
don't
that.
know. I think it was more being like, oh, your dick won't get hard.
Oh,
Your dick won't get
stop.
hard.
Oh.
Keep yanking and pulling.
That's
But
your
these
Dahmer
dicks don't-
accent?
No, I don't know why I did
Oh,
it.
don't you know my dick?
I keep on yanking on your chain there, but you can't seem. I ain't getting no tree out of it. It's just a shrub.
Yeah, no come.
So let's go back in the way back machine and go to the terrible day when Jeffrey Dahmer was born.
One of the better days in American history.
He was, but again, 17 kills, one of the most infamous serial killers of all time. This is a bigger hitter than imaginable. This is probably the number one serial killer of all time.
I would say he's definitely the most
fun
well
one.
known. Everyone knows Jeffrey Dahmer. I remember when I was a kid, we used to play Jeffrey Dahmer on the playground.
And what was that like, Marcus? I think Marcus was the only one playing Jeffrey Dahmer. Everyone else called it King of the Hill or Runaway from the Weird Boy.
I relate to this man.
So what did you do when you played Jeffrey Dahmer?
Jeffrey Dahmer is just like when we used to play Freddy Krueger. Or when we used to play.
So you just played this game.
Yeah,
It's
you
just one game.
Yeah, what was the Freddy Krueger game?
Freddy
Please don't
Krueger's
tell
like
me-
one kid would be Freddy Krueger, another kid would be Jason Voorhees, another kid would be Michael Myers.
Oh,
and you
hell
go-
yeah.
And you go around and kill all the rest of the kids that weren't playing the game.
This is
Cool.
before Columbine. You can't play Jeffrey Dahmer or Freddy Krueger anymore.
But there's a way to do that you could get, because healthily, you sort of got it
Not healthy.
healthily out of your system.
Yeah, it totally got. I've never killed anyone.
Anybody.
It's still in his system. It is his system.
No, but are the mad ones not the ones who think it's not in everybody's system? The urge to kill is in every man.
The
That's
ones
true.
for me are the mad ones, burning bright.
All right, let's go to my home state of Wisconsin here.
Oh no! It all starts in Ohio, my friend.
Oh, he was born in Ohio.
He was born
I thought
and
it was
grew up.
West Alice.
Nope, he was born and grew up in Bath, Ohio.
Ohio, the land of beautiful women and ugly men.
That is very true, but kind of like not.
He was born May 21st, 1960, to Lionel Dahmer.
Lionel.
A very strange, emotionless chemist.
Yeah, a very strange emotionless chemist, yes. And he was described as a hard worker, an achiever, but had very little time to actually pay attention to his son.
You never see hard worker, achiever, and awesome dad
Best
like in
dad.
the same sentence.
Number one dad.
I was talking with a friend, one of the guys who builds puppets for Pretty Face, but they were hanging out with Jim Henson's daughter, and they were talking about with Jim Henson's daughter about the basically, how great her dad was and stuff, and they were drinking late at night, and basically she turned to them and said, you try having Jim Henson as a father. I didn't see him from the ages of 7 until he died.
I would have loved that. I would have loved that. One day, my dad was a over the night truck driver, so he would go home, leave at 5
And
o'clock.
you're
at
not
night.
a serial killer.
Not one yet. And I'm too big to be a serial killer, which is very sad. But then one day he's like, I'm switching to the day shift, so I'm going to see you a whole bunch more, Ben. And then I was scared, and my whole life was ruined that year because my dad was around.
Jesus Christ.
So I'd have loved to be Jim Henson's son. Rich, wealthy, Ben Kissel Henson.
Well, they talked about Jeffrey talked about his father as a highly controlling, a strong character that he said, and his mother was also very controlling, very strong, very neurotic.
She was on up to 20 different medications for I think she was a hypochondriac.
She was
That's what they
absolutely
say.
a hypochondriac.
She was the same thing as my grandmother, where she would just go to her bed and just lie there for weeks at a time.
Yeah.
Yes, I had family, I had friends growing up, or like I remember his mom, I forget his name. His mom had like this. Jeffrey Dahmer just brings up all these stories from my childhood because he just reminds me of these people.
I think Jeffrey Dahmer, anyone who's weird, who grew up kind of weird and who grew up a little bit of an outsider, anyone can relate to Jeffrey Dahmer.
But again, let's not say he was awesome.
No, he was not. He was a horrible fucking person who killed 17 people.
Yes, but we'll talk about how that was almost unavoidable. It gets to a point where it's just like you could have put him in a concrete square from the age of 5 on, where he belonged, but that's miserable. That's not how you keep a human being.
They didn't know he was gonna. He could have been a very. Anyway, let's go.
All right, yeah. Well, but his mother was like on a cocktail, 20 different fucking drugs, and would kind of get herself into fits.
But I mean, to her credit, she was correct in being a little bit paranoid that her son was playing with too many bones.
But she didn't even know. They didn't care about the bone problem.
Yeah, she didn't pay any attention to him whatsoever. She was the type of woman that would just make a fuss over just like the tiniest little things and get completely out of control.
A real mama dearest.
Just so she could have that pleasure of reconciliation.
Well, especially because her marriage with Lionel was falling apart while they were going. So she would take any sort of control she could get.
Yeah, absolutely. And here's the first story of Jeffrey Dahmer at about 4 years old, like the first kind of the first inkling that they thought something was off. When Jeffrey was 4, his dad was sweeping the remains of some small animals that had been killed by some birds from underneath the house, and Jeffrey he was compelled by this fucking pile of bones.
Hey
like the
there,
sound
Daddy.
of them.
Can I play with the bones?
Yeah,
Again, it's a fucking sentence that also came out of Marcus's mouth at some point when he was a child.
Well, this is what Lionel wrote in his book, A Father's Story. He said...
Lionel wrote a book?
Yes, Lionel wrote a book.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, in 94, I think. 93,
Yeah, it was heavily
94.
featured in the Stone Phillips interview, which we'll talk about, which is probably the best serial killer interview of all time.
It's great.
He said that Jeffrey appeared to be oddly thrilled by the sound they made. His small hands dug deep into the pile of bones. I can no longer view it simply as a childish episode of passing fascination.
Yeah, of course you fucking can't.
Yeah, with all the bones and stuff.
Because all the fucking dick soup he was making.
This same sense of something dark and shadowy, of a malicious force growing in my son, now colors almost every memory.
See, I mean, I don't know. He was just playing with bones.
Yeah. Kids like to play with things, you know?
Yeah, anything that makes like a ding, ding, ding.
That's fun to play with.
Can you imagine? You know the sound of playing with the bones. You know, Marcus, when you stick your hands in a pile, a bunch of bones, and you drip them up and down like it's a bunch of Parmesan cheese.
Oh, you mean yesterday?
Yes. You know, so you you got a raccoon dick bone sitting on the thing right there. Touch it against the microphone.
Let's not pretend like it's normal, though. It's still abnormal.
No, that is strange.
Yeah, I never liked it.
So let's talk. I mean, Jeffrey Dahmer, like most other serial killers, had a history of injuries as a child. He required casts on his legs for the first 4 months when he was a kid. He had to wear lifts on his shoes until he was 6.
But then, of course, later on in his life, he met Jenny. That's a Forrest Gump reference. Jenny.
I would have loved to have seen Forrest Gump if it was about a serial killer.
Oh, so much. Such a better
Lord.
movie. I made the smiley face t-shirt. Oh, that's pretty cool.
I went to Vietnam, but when I went there, I killed some prostitutes.
That's a much better story. Forrest, we're friends now.
I went to a place called My Lai, where I found out who I really was.
I am the blackness.
The darkness.
So Jeffrey, he was treated for an ear infection. He got pneumonia, and he started developing a mild hernia, which at the age of 6, they eventually had to do an operation on him to fix this.
Right.
And before that, he was a normal kid, very happy. He
we
loved
got the
animals.
bone situation.
I mean, he was playing with bones when he was 4.
Yeah, but a lot. I mean, there's some sort of there's these small seeds, but a lot of kids. I played with bones, but I haven't killed anyone. I've never.
It's not going to be all about you, Marcus.
Too much.
Yeah.
I know it's not about me, but I'm just saying that you can't lock someone up for playing with bones.
No, you can't.
They didn't.
They did not. So
no, they did not.
Yeah.
But after the hernia operation, he came out of it completely changed. His dad said he seemed
Which, like,
smaller.
a hernia is like a trucker's problem.
Yeah, that's an Ed Larson
Ed
problem.
Larson had a hernia.
Yeah, he said his father said he seemed smaller, more vulnerable. He grew more inward, sitting quietly for long periods, hardly stirring, his face oddly motionless. Because the trauma that he suffered during that is that, of course, something could have happened in his head. Back in 1966, shit wasn't all that great as far as medical advancements go.
I mean,
it wasn't that bad, but
I think we got the hernia surgery down fairly well.
Mistakes could have been made.
Well, you said
anesthesia,
he was
things
also
like that.
obsessed. He thought that for a while that his genitals had been cut off.
Yeah, he was obsessed.
Yeah.
He thought that all of his genitals were gone. He just didn't know.
To me, that shows the first sign of he's not in touch with reality.
Yeah.
We talk about when I wake up in the morning, I know for a fact I have a penis.
Do you though?
I
have
touch
to
it.
check.
I
Yeah.
go, ooh, but that's how you know if you have a penis or not. I go right out. I go into, because what I love to do is I play this game called Sprinkler, where I stick my pinky up inside my penis hole and I pee out the sides of it.
See, even though it's your pinky, which is their smallest digit, it's still a very large digit to put into a small hole.
Quarter size hole.
Yeah, interesting.
And so
You really let it go, huh?
But you have to know you have a penis. You gotta know it. So I feel like
that's about a 5 alarm Zabrowski piss fire right there. We need about 5 Zabrowskis to piss that one out.
But no,
Big hoses.
I feel like that shows his first problem with reality.
Yeah. And so in 1966 as well, his mother got pregnant. She stayed in bed for 6 months.
Yeah, typical excuse. I'm pregnant. My feet are swollen.
My ankles hurt.
Does that mean you have to eat all the roast beef? Do I have to deliver you everything in the morning?
I
with
just
some
see more like
orange juice.
Kissel family home transcripts.
Oh, yeah, roast beef every dinner, huh? Every meal, huh, mother? Because you're pregnant? You fucking bitch. Fucking bitch, mother.
For some reason, they decided to let Jeffrey name the new baby.
That's nice, though. I've heard of
it's
this.
nice, and he named him David, which David Dahmer is a great name.
David
The problem is
Dahmer's a great
the first name was Ham Steak.
Yeah.
You know,
can't
and the
call him
second
that.
one was like, I want to call him Chef Boyardee's favorite. But that's a long name.
It's
Jeff.
really weird. But the funny thing about David Dahmer is that in our entire story, he shows up, I think, one more time. And David, for all intents and purposes, has vanished off the face of the earth.
Yeah, where's David?
He changed his name.
He doesn't want to be related. They're known as Jeffrey Dahmer's
Come
brother.
on, though. Think of all the autographs you could sign, all that
With who?
sweet, sweet bush you can get. Yeah, from all the Dahmer fans. You'd want the runoff.
I don't even want to meet Chris Farley's brother, and Chris Farley is my idol. If I meet Chris Farley's brother, I'd be like, oh, hello, Lesser Farley. Great to see you.
You remind me of how awesome your brother were. I wish that it was you in the casket instead of him.
Isn't
I will
that
see
weird
you.
to say? Goodbye.
But the problem with David Dahmer coming along is Jeffrey was already being neglected by his parents, but when David was born, he was essentially forgotten completely.
Cool.
He was abandoned by his parents.
Again,
And look at this. He wasn't a serial killer.
David's because David was taken care of.
Yeah,
Jeffrey was.
Yeah, David was actually taken care of. David was the one that they loved, which we see.
Well, because he was the better kid.
Yeah, which
He
we
was
also,
the one that doesn't love the bones.
Well, we saw this with Gary Ridgway as well.
Yeah.
That he was the oldest, but it was his two younger brothers that got all of the love and attention. Because, of course, as we know, Henry, as you know, oldest child is the first draft.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
All the mistakes are made on the first draft.
Yeah.
You have to and you learn how to do it better with this. You have to give more love to the other kids. The older ones, it just better be real strong. Because if it ain't strong, it's going to be a serial killer.
Mm-hmm.
Or a senator.
No, being a senator is a very good thing.
No, it's not.
Very good. Yeah.
You know what you have to do in order to be one.
Yeah.
Ben Kissel.
So, but this does not seem that bad to me.
It's not
Dahmer's
like
life at this
horrible.
point. Just run around. You're in Ohio. You have nothing but free time.
Well, that's what they said. He was in this back neighborhood. So the way that just sort of like weirdly. Geographically, he was isolated from everybody else in the town. Like, it was basically the top of this hill that was too dangerous to ride a bike or skate down. And so, from the very beginning, he was set off from everybody else. At the bottom of the hill was this giant, like, idyllic Brady Bunch town with, like, full of kids running around.
Right.
And he was, immediately ostracized.
Well, he's living like Edward Scissorhands, for Christ's sake.
Yeah.
And this is when he finally moved. They moved to Bath, Ohio, to this house, and when he was 6 years old. And of course, the only thing he had to do was wander the backwoods. And this is when he started collecting roadkill. He started collecting dead animals. He started collecting birds.
Public service. Public service. It is not a bad thing to do.
And it's also said, this is alleged. There's some records that allege that he was sexually assaulted at this time, but both Jeffrey and Lionel maintain that this was not true.
Why does Lionel? Why did they think he was sexually molested?
There's some probation records back in the day that said that because when Jeffrey was caught, every reporter was searching for
through every bit of information.
Every single mention of Jeffrey Dahmer throughout, and from that moment back until 1960, they combed through this and they found a probation record. This guy that said that he was on probation for the assault of one Jeffrey Dahmer, 6 years old.
Interesting.
But both Lionel and Jeffrey say that never happened.
You see, because he was already on the path. So it's not like because a lot of times the sexual assaults as a children is what spurs the.
I don't know if he was on the path yet. I still think he's just being a kid at this point in the creepiest house in Bath.
Oh, you want to talk about creepy? He played a little game. It was a solitary game. It was only Jeffrey.
Was it called Jeffrey Dahmer? Because I know somebody who played that game
called Jeffrey Jeffrey Dahmer game.
No, it was called Infinity Land. And it was extremely complicated, but the concept, vaguely sinister. What he did is that there were sticks all around that represented men, and the game involved the men disappearing one by one into a vortex.
Normal.
That's great.
Normal.
I could see his father's perspective, though, when he sees all of this, if he ever does see it, is that he's just a creative kid. These are smart games.
No, it's like Holden tells a story over and over again. I don't know anything else about his childhood because it seems like it's a big, gray, weird, memoryless like landscape.
Yeah, Holden McNeely, of course.
No, I've heard a lot of stories about Holden. But Holden talks about, he was dressed up as a vampire and jumping cars, and they thought that he was just being creative, and they didn't know that he was a monster.
Yeah. Did he have a hernia surgery as well?
No. No. He was born without one.
Ah, I see.
But he played this game and he had a shed. Like his father had an old tool shed that he let him use, and there was a story of basically a bunch of kids finding him out in the woods with a dead cat.
Yeah. Well, that comes way later on. That's high school.
But this is where it started. And also the games that him, like, they would find him just beating trees with a giant log, like
I used to do
screaming
that.
like an animal.
That's fun, though.
Well, no, I used to, we all used to do stuff. I remember, I keep thinking of the, I used to videotape myself, like, doing, like, broom tricks, like, doing the fucking Jedi broom tricks.
Like a fat Fred Astaire?
Yeah, of course. Everybody did it who had a video camera. Everyone did weird shit with a video camera. Thank God all those home movies got lost in the move. We don't have any childhood memories
Oh,
anymore.
yeah. I'm sure your father didn't just, like, break them with a hammer and tell you, oh, we lost them. He wasn't ashamed of his son or anything, not the NYPD officer that he was. He was so proud of his little...
Me just doing monologues in the backyard, just going like, Father, why? Mother, why?
But at this point, he hasn't actually killed any animals. These are always corpses.
Only a collector.
Yeah.
So, Ben, you mentioned earlier that his father, at this point, just thought that he was kind of a creative kid. And you're right. When he was 10, they had finished with a nice little chicken dinner. And he asked his dad, he's like, so what would happen if we took those chicken bones and dropped them in bleach?
But you see, he's a chemist.
Yeah, of
so
course.
immediately he's just like, so he's immediately like, so my boy's interested in the sciences.
Very good.
It's like, yes, like a Leonardo da Vinci.
Well, yeah, in fact, he bought him a chemistry set right after that. But then, of course, with the chemistry set, the only thing Jeffrey did with it was apply that to insects and animals. It started with insects, like with live insects. That's what everything started with.
Of course, but I destroyed gigantic masses of insects.
Yeah, of course. Everyone did.
Yeah. What's Henry doing out there with that straw by the anthill?
Like literally,
he's sucking up all the ants.
It was literally me spraying this. We had this ant infested tree, and it was just me spraying it with a hose, going like,
it's good.
I used to pour gasoline over anthills and then light it on fire.
And the thing, but you got to go down. You got to go down into the ground. That's what I learned. We used to we had a wasp nest underneath our front steps for one summer, and I had a great time genociding all those motherfucking wasps.
And then it's like fun. Our sons seem to have an uncontrollable need for power. Maybe it'll make them comedians.
Yes.
Well, he did have friends when he was a kid. I mean, when he was growing up, he did have a few friends. In fact, him and his friend had a game that they played called Ghosts in the Graveyard.
Cool. Of course. Yeah, like Addams Family.
Yeah, it's a fun little game, but
it sounds fun.
I do feel like there's a storm cloud over his house at all times.
Yes.
Right? Yeah.
But also, kids aren't really friends when they're below the age of 10. It's just whoever's in your closest proximity.
Yeah, exactly. But one of the kids said that they were out fishing one day, and Jeffrey, after he caught a fish, he cut the fish open and then just started cutting it in tiny little pieces because he was absolutely fascinated with anything going on the inside of an animal.
See, this is where I can't touch the fish. My friends always had to unhook the fish whenever I catch one. I don't like fish.
You must have been bad at the fishing trips then.
I hated the fish. I hated the whole thing. It's disgusting. I couldn't put the worm on. None of that.
Well, this is also at the time, we're starting to get closer to high school, and that's when his fascination with animals and roadkill really starts to get out of control.
That's to say, the age of 14 is when the whole thing flipped.
Yeah,
for him.
14 is when it flipped. So let's hear Dahmer himself during the Stone Phillips interview talking about his fascination with animals.
In ninth grade, in biology class, we had the usual dissection of fetal pigs. I took the remains of that home and kept the skeleton of it. And I just started branching out dogs, cats. I suppose it could have turned into a normal hobby like taxidermy, but it didn't. It veered off into this. Why, I don't know. All I know is that I wanted to see what the insides of these animals looked like.
Was there some pleasure in the cutting open of the animal?
Yes, there was. No sexual pleasure, but just it's hard to describe.
Sense of power, sense of control?
I suppose that's a good way of putting it, yeah.
I feel like Jeffrey Dahmer taxidermy would have been amazing.
Oh, absolutely.
It's like bringing a corpse to the tall man from Phantasm. Yes. Oh, that's a nice one.
Could you think about how happy and fulfilled you would have been?
Yeah.
These people bringing corpses like, Maria, good to see you again. Oh, this is a fantastic deer. Leave me alone with it. Leave me alone with it.
Our taxidermist is kind of creepy with the deer there every time we...
Martha, I hate to say it, but all taxidermists are creepy.
Oh, okay.
All right, that's how they're supposed to be. If they're not that way, they're not doing their job right.
Okay.
All right, let's go to the Brat Festival and hang out with our son Bradley.
I intend to get too drunk to drive, but I drive anyway.
So now we arrive at high school.
But then Lionel's father, Lionel goes on to say after he talks about this, and he literally, because it's like his father's just standing there stone-faced during that whole fucking interview.
2 hours.
For 2 hours.
Yeah.
But he's just like, he says the same thing. He's like, I would understand if you wanted to see the guts the one time, but it's all the other times.
It's all with the guts. Yeah, so you continue with the guts.
So right now we're in high school. What's fascinating about Jeffrey Dahmer, what's actually great about it, is that we have more than any other serial killer in history. Jeffrey Dahmer is the one that we have the most insight into because he's the one that has the most witnesses, the people most willing to talk about what kind of person he was.
Well, it's mostly because he was such an approachable guy.
Yeah, he had friends.
Well, he was boozing the entire time. He's at 14. Well, around this time he started to fall in love with the insides of animals. By the way, did you ask your teacher to take home the pig?
No, you steal the pig.
You steal the pig?
Yeah.
You take it out of the trash can.
Do you mind if I take this home with me? I don't. I suppose you just take it out of the garbage can there.
But
but he was boozing up at this point.
Oh my God, he was talking so much. He started at 14. Like they said that he wore this army fatigue jacket.
He was a cool kid.
Yeah, I mean,
a guy to buy Midwestern standard army fatigue jacket. You got a little flask of gin. You're 14. You're kind of a cool kid.
Yeah, but he didn't have a little flask of gin. He was powerhousing bottles of scotch.
He was.
Yeah, he had an army fatigue jacket where he kept a little bottle of scotch. He also kept a bottle in his locker. On one occasion, a classmate asked him, he was drinking gin at this moment. He was drinking gin, and they asked him, what is that? And he just said, it's my medicine.
I love that this guy, it's almost like Benjamin Button. He's like a 70-year-old man. It's my medicine. Now, can we get back to learning the ABCs?
I feel like I've also heard you say the same thing while you're like blackout drunk.
My medicine. Yeah.
One of his classmates, she recalled a moment when they were sophomores in high school. It was 8 a.m. and Jeffrey had a styrofoam cup full of scotch, and she said, I sort of smelled his cup and I thought, that's interesting. And then he just sat there in class and drank scotch. But somebody could have taken that 16-year-old kid and asked him, why are you drinking scotch?
He's Spicoli. He's one phone call away from ordering a large anchovy pizza. He's a cool kid.
He just could have made one step towards being awesome, but he didn't. Instead, he was fantasizing about the jogger that was running past his house every day.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So he was he was a class clown.
But what he was
drunk.
Well, we said he was a class gimmicky celebrity.
Yeah.
And he was the guy that everybody loved to make fun of. They would put him in the back of yearbook photos, and then everyone would get all upset. Like the guy who wrote My Friend Jeffrey,
but
Durfbach.
Brad Durfman.
Durfguck.
I think his name. I think he just goes as Durf.
Yeah, but he's a cartoonist who wrote, but he started drawing cartoons in high school and basically created this character of Jeffrey Dahmer. And for their high school, they became their unofficial mascot.
Yeah,
which we had kids like that.
Well, now was Jeffrey one of those kids who would be like, "Here's a worm, $4 on the playground, suck it down," and stuff like that? Was he doing things like that?
Not really. He was more just they would get him to do really weird things because he had, as they say in the book, his mother had this interior decorator that used to come over and over again to the house, and the interior decorator had cerebral palsy,
and so he used to do this impression of the going like, "Would you like to buy some drapes?"
Yeah, you go, bah, bah. And they even had a name for it. They called it doing a Dahmer. Yeah, they described his his sense of humor as bizarre, weird, and oftentimes cruel.
Maybe
Here
a little bit morbid, huh? Kind of a morbid guy.
And I have a list of some Dahmerisms from the book.
Yeah.
Oh,
so he
my
was
friend Jeremy.
a nice celebrity there.
No, he was just like this is how he found any sort of acceptance. He would say stuff like, they have a list of just stuff he'd say, so it would be like, bah! Hello, is Jack there? What you knowin'? Give me Fwappy. Stick pile. Duck waiter. You would say all this weird shit, but I had friends that would do stuff like this. Has anyone seen Bruce? There's Bruce. This has been known to have been said to be true. Oh, yeah. This has been known to have been said to be true.
See, this stuff didn't fly in Texas because I was kind of like this in junior high. I was this kid in junior high.
Right.
Just super weird that kids would fucking just ask me to do weird shit and I'd fucking do it just because I love the attention and I was trying to find some sort of niche because everyone hated me.
But there's a fine line between having that and being, because I was class clown. You know what I mean? Of course, that's what I got pulled back and forth to do the Chris Farley impression.
Right.
But I learned that could get you friends and girlfriends.
It can also get you out of a subway ride when you're surrounded by a group of African-American youths. Of course, that's a good story of Henry Zebrowski having to do Chris Farley impression. Or
so he didn't get the shit
up.
beat out of me by a bunch of jack 17-year-olds.
But of course, he was 27 at the time. Henry Zebrowski.
So Jeffrey Dahmer at 14, this is also when he realized that he was gay.
Of course.
Of course, that, as most people do. But the thing is that, back to the fetal pigs, when he started to jerk off, he would think of the fetal pigs. He would think of the mutilated animal remains.
Right.
So
because that was more acceptable to him than being gay.
Yeah. So when his sexual awakening started coming, when he did realize that he was gay, when he would think about sex, it became fused. These violent images became fused together in a way that was just completely intractable later on in life.
We talk about this all the time. Every one of these, that's pretty much the moment it's too late for these serial killers is the moment it gets stuck into their adolescent sexual drive.
Right.
Once the violence becomes a key to because to him it wasn't violence as much it was the end result.
Yeah.
Which was
he
says this over and over again. It was about control. It was about having a thing that can't say no.
Yeah.
And a fetal pig cannot say no.
No, it just goes like if it was alive.
That's it. Yeah. So at this point, he's being validated for all the wrong reasons, right? He's just acting like a total freak. He's getting boozed up all the time, and he's jacking off to fetal pigs.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And and he also had his prom date. How many times do you get a testimony from a serial killer's prom date?
It's beautiful.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
I can't believe we got a prom date. I didn't get a prom date.
Wait, he got a prom date with Bridget Geiger?
Bridget Geiger sounds beautiful. Why didn't I get I was class clown. I was the rowdiest and the loudest. But I got
those too.
It sounds like you were an uncontrollable drunk.
No.
It was 360 pounds. That was terrifying to people.
Shut up. No. I can't. Dahmer got a... Whatever. I'm over prom. The fact that I had to go alone. I had a good goddamn time that night.
Well, Dahmer didn't give a shit about prom because in the middle of prom, he just left to go get a hamburger.
Yeah.
He left his date there. He went and got a hamburger, came back to pick her up, and there was just fast food wrappers because I guess he'd ate 2 or 3 hamburgers.
This guy is so cool. Fuck it, babe. I'm going to get a burger. This is the Fonz. This is the Fonzie move.
And now he's Jughead.
Oh, he's the best. Boozed up. Everyone loves him.
It's the way you're looking at it. It's the other angle that you're looking at it. It's from the other angle when you look at, how it was all just a cover. He was wearing a vague human mask to cover a vat of deep, dark secrets.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, some people say that it was very possible that Jeffrey was autistic. That he was autistic. The 2 diagnoses that I kept seeing over and over again was autism and borderline personality disorder, which borderline very much makes sense. It's a definite feeling of impropriety. It's not being able to read people's emotions.
You know what I've also heard is
violence.
a really accurate description I was reading about. It's like a disease called being whackety schmackety.
Oh, whackety schmackety.
He may have had that disease as well.
And if you want to talk about impropriety and a desire to connect with others but having no idea how to do it, all you have to look at is his first obsession, the jogger.
Yes.
Now, the jogger is creepy as shit. What he used to do is he would sit on the side of the road and he would would watch this jogger that ran by his house every day, and he would
Tight
just
bottom.
sit there,
Tight
balls,
balls just flipping up and down inside his tiny red shorts.
Oh, yeah.
Broad chest, thick
This was
mustache.
Early 70s, mid 70s of this time.
This is by the mid to late 70s.
Yeah, so he's got those high shorts.
Real
White people
short
used to wear.
shorts.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Thick, coarse blonde hair up his tight thighs.
And so Jeffrey, he's sitting there every day and he's just watching this guy from the bushes just sweating. And then one day he decides, and so he's starting to get these violent fantasies, and they're starting to get stronger and stronger.
He said too, it's like the way it started was like it wasn't killing them. It was the having them. You would just see him dead in his bed, and he'd just like jerk off just thinking about him being dead in the bed.
Yeah. And so one day he decides he's going through with it. And he brings a baseball bat to his little hidey hole. But that fucking jogger, so goddamn lucky. I don't know if he was hungover or what, but that day he did not jog past. The first day in months that he did not jog past.
Yeah.
And so he lived.
I mean, I think the jogger still would have been fine because Dahmer was probably, half drunk on his own, and then he's just chasing after him with a bat, and then the jogger's just like, I'm so much in better shape than you because you're just a drunkard.
The big thing about him, though, is that his father got him obsessed with weightlifting at a very young age. His father was saying to him, hey, you should do something physical. So Jeffrey Dahmer had been lifting weights since he was 13. He was like 6'4". He was fucking huge.
Yeah.
Jeffrey, was like they never understood why because they used to call him Dumber. They used to beat him up and call him Dumber, of course. And like all of his friends in high school would say the same thing of just being like, we were all just afraid for the day that he'd snap because he was built like a fucking tool shed.
Yeah.
He was huge.
Yeah, his friends in high school said that he was either going to snap or most of them actually they just assumed that one day they would hear Dahmer killed himself.
Yeah.
Like that was the most likely scenario that everyone assumed that, a couple years down the road that Dahmer would just end up dead from a gunshot wound.
How does that conversation go? Be like, honey, I think Jeffrey's a little bit strange. He seems to have like violent tendencies and loves bones. What should we do?
What was it, honey? I'm sorry, I was looking at my newspaper.
Let's get him stronger. Let's make him stronger because let's get him more dangerous.
Yeah.
This is the guy that only yogurt.
I signed him up for a katana blade class at the local Japanese auditorium school.
Let's get him real nice and dangerous, huh?
And, of course, Jeffrey Dahmer, he graduates high school. Very high IQ, very low grades.
Did he have a high IQ?
He did. Yeah, he did have a very high IQ. But
I'm sure he wasn't doing homework. He wasn't trying very hard.
No, he was drunk.
He was beating down his fucking creeping in fantasies of the dead every single night.
If homosexuality at this time was more accepted, he wouldn't have had to go to the pig thoughts. He could have just thought about a male rump.
But then later on when we're going to see when we get to it is that when he was finally like out and about, like he had such a hard time meeting and talking to people that's what drove him to do it. It wasn't that he was afraid to be gay because he started going to gay bars later on.
I know where he went, Mad Planet, where I used to go all the time in college.
What was the other one? There was Club 219, which
Club
is
219, yeah. Jesus.
And we get into the Milwaukee stuff. I had a friend who actually got to meet him. He was a Michael Jackson impersonator, and he shook Jeffrey Dahmer's hands, and Jeffrey said, I loved your performance so much. Do you want to go back to my place?
Yeah.
It was my friend's friend. He said, absolutely not.
No. Thank you so much thank you for being a fan.
But that's what
see ya.
Yeah, he used to just go to this gay bar and just, I love the way you moved. Do you want to go back to my place? And that was it. Those were like the only sentences he ever said.
Cool.
And then he would just get him shit-faced drunk.
Yeah.
Which is Wisconsin courtship.
Yeah, you would have been born if it wasn't being shit.
I would have gone home with him.
So it said after he graduates high school, 3 weeks after he graduates high school, his parents are going through a horrible divorce, an absolutely terrible divorce. He's been essentially abandoned. He's been living at home alone for 3 months, and he's out of high school 3 weeks. And that's when the first murder occurs.
Do we want to hear? Yeah, we'll hear from Jeffrey Dahmer how his fantasies built to a reality.
Here we go.
From 15 on, I had this reoccurring fantasy of meeting a hitchhiker on the road and of taking him hostage and doing what I wanted About 3 years later, I was 18 years old, driving home. I saw this hitchhiker about a mile from my house. Thought to myself, should I stop and pick him up, or should I just keep on going? I wish I just kept on going, but I didn't. I turned around, picked him up, and that's when the nightmare became a reality.
Damn. And this is, you know, he pulled what serial killers like to call pulling a large march.
Yep, pulling a large march. Pee-wee's Big Adventure.
Yep, 18-year-old Stephen Hicks had decided that he was going to hitchhike his way to a rock concert. We don't know which concert.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yeah,
Never got
don't
there.
know.
Come on,
Unfortunately,
who could have it been?
Yeah.
Bad Company?
It was one of those terrible bands.
Yeah. So we don't know which concert it was, but he was hitchhiking back. Jeffrey Dahmer picked him up and said, like, hey, you want to go back to my place for some beers?
You want to come back to my place?
That's it.
He said, let's go back to my place. Let's have some beers. You know, I've got the whole house to myself. They go back. Jeffrey said that he has no idea what they talked about leading up to actually the sex. He just says, we got drunk, we had sex, and the guy said, like, all right, well, I'm going to get out of here now. Like, I got to go.
I already did all the shit I'd never wanted to do before, but somehow ended up doing it. So, you know, I'm going to go. I'm going to question my fucking choices out on the highway, but I'll see you soon, buddy.
Yep. Just going to get back to hitching then. Very good.
So, Jeffrey
don't go.
And at this point, he said the guy wanted to leave, and I didn't want him to leave.
So then he stays. Yeah.
So then Jeffrey hits him with a barbell, from his weightlifting set. And after a brief scuffle, they started wrestling around. Jeffrey hits him again, knocks him unconscious, and strangles him.
Yep.
And strangles him dead. And so the corpse is down on the ground. He removed the guy's clothing. He started caressing and kissing the body. Lay down beside him, and even though he had just fucked, this guy's virile, jerked off onto the guy.
He's a young man. He's 18 years old at this point. You know, you can do that. So he was living alone his senior year of high school for 3 months, right?
I mean, possibly longer. I don't know exactly the exact time period, but he was living alone for most of high school.
Yeah, if he was Spicoli, it would have been the coolest summer of everybody's lives, but it wasn't.
I'm going to parlay that into huge parties, things like that.
So he took the body down to the crawl space, cut it into pieces. He put all the severed parts in triple-lined garbage bags, burned the idea and the clothing in a trash barrel behind the house. He dumped the bags into a ravine 4 miles away. Years later, he would go back, after he got out of the Army, he went back to the scene of the crime. He found the bones, and he pulverized the bones with a sledgehammer and then scattered them all around.
Well, because this is also, not only is it just getting rid of the body, it's destroying the crime.
Yeah.
It's him trying to then, because what we'll learn is that he spent the rest of this latency period between this and his next official kill, he spent it trying to push all his feelings down into a fucking barrel.
And it's sort of ironic that he destroyed all the bones, because, I mean, he kept after this one.
But that showed how important it was.
Yeah. No, it's this one and the second one. He's still trying to figure out what he's wanting to do. The second one, he also gets rid of.
You know, it's like Jeffrey Dahmer did everything opposite to, like, how Foghat envisioned America.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah. Maybe that was the concert the guy was going to go see.
And this, you also see, we see it in serial killers time and time again. He got stopped by the cops with the body in his car. The cops stopped him. He was a little bit drunk. The cops was with the cops.
This is
the
Wisconsin, though.
Yeah. Of course, this is Wisconsin in 1978. So everyone's driving around
a good,
little bit
solid
drunk.
white kid, a little bit drunk. That's how all white kids should be.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's the thing. The cops they pulled him over to make sure he was just a little bit drunk. You know? We don't want none of them sober drivers around here stuffing up traffic.
So as we'll find out later, only three of Jeffrey's 19 victims were white. His first two were white, and his last one were white. So the treatment that the white kid got, police retraced Hicks' entire route. They interviewed everyone. The family offered a $2,500 reward. His name was entered into a national computer network.
Yeah, $2,500 is literally $1 million now.
Yeah, and a national computer network in 1978 1978.
Sort of like Facebook. It's kind of cool.
And so his parents divorced. His mother moved to Chippewa Falls with his brother David. She got a degree of Bachelor of Arts in speech at the University of Wisconsin.
So she's flourishing. She's getting her groove back.
Yeah, she's getting the hell out of there. But here's what's funny. When Jeffrey was caught in 1991, the Chippewa Herald-Telegram, nothing had ever happened in Chippewa Falls. So the headline they ran was, "Mother of accused mass murderer lived here."
Wow, isn't that exciting?
And
Billy,
so
there's a good brewery in Chippewa Falls.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
So Jeffrey, he graduates high school. He goes to Ohio State for business studies. Of course, he does nothing but get drunk. They said that his dorm room was nothing but empty liquor bottles.
Has anyone ever met a good business major? I haven't. They're all running from something or just frat guys.
Having fun.
Absolutely. So he lasts 6 months in college. And also in 1978, Lionel marries Sherry Jordan, who a friend described as the epitome of the wicked stepmother.
Just being born with the name Sherry makes you bad.
And so 5 days after his father marries Sherry, Jeffrey says, "Fuck this, I'm going to the Army."
He goes into the Army.
And we were saying this
Just where he
before another
belongs.
episode. We were talking about, there was some episode we were talking about this too, where it's just like, he should have been in the Army. If we're going to have anybody in the Army, just give him structure, teach him skills, get him out there. The Army should just be full of sort of emotional sociopaths.
I think it is.
Yeah.
That's who goes.
But
yeah.
I think, no, not all of them. We have that's the problem. I wish we had less good humans in the Army and they weren't destroyed by what happened.
Being an emotional emotionalist sociopath, that's a good soldier.
Yeah, and here's what's ironic about it is that this emotionalist sociopath, they put him in possibly the most compassionate position in the Army. He was a combat medic.
Yeah, and he said, but this was didn't he say that he never wanted to draw blood?
He couldn't draw blood. Like he didn't. That's also very ironic is that he just couldn't stand to see a drop of blood
because he's pushing down the memories of his first
he's
kill.
Made him rock hard.
And of course, the alcoholism does not stop. He actually had a suitcase that was fashioned into a kind of bar. He would open it up, and there was a martini shaker, a stir, all kinds of liquor in there.
Again, it sounds like a fucking 80s comedy.
He's so cool. I know. That's the thing.
Sounds like Stripes.
Yeah, and he spent his weekends, his first few, for a little while, he spent most of his weekends. And by the way, he was stationed in Germany. This was all in a Baumholder in West Germany. He spent his weekends just getting wasted and sitting on his bunk listening to Black Sabbath.
Having a good goddamn time. Man, Dahmer. Yeah, that's
you
a
envy his life.
At this point, it's not so bad, minus the murder. And then, of course, the terrible desire to have sex with fetal pigs. But, yeah.
And we know that Dahmer did not kill anyone in Germany. Because as soon as the news came out that, that this guy had killed 17 people and they started going through his history, they're like, oh, fuck. Because he was gone for long stretches of time in Germany. He would disappear for entire weekends, and then he started disappearing past his weekend furloughs. So the German police, they did a huge investigation into all of the murders around Baumholder around that time. And there was one famous unsolved mutilation case, but it was a young girl, so it didn't fit.
Yeah, and he can't even look at a boobie.
No,
Isn't that
he gets driven insane by a boobie. He's like, give me a severed penis any day.
And so he kept to himself, except occasionally he would get belligerently drunk and just start hurling racial slurs at all the black soldiers.
It's interesting, though, because, like you said, most of his victims were black or Hispanic.
No, it's because he was desperately in love with them.
Yeah, well, he was in love with them, and also it's an intelligent, like we were talking about with the black serial killer case, they're the less dead. They're even lesser than the less dead. Less dead tend to be prostitutes and things like that.
Well, what Jeffrey said later on is the reason why he started killing black people and Hispanic people is that's what he found most attractive, because they had the hairless chest that he loved, because Jeffrey was obsessed with torsos. Out of everything else, that was what he focused on the most. That's what he loved, was the chest of
Yeah,
him.
who loves it? I love it. I understand a good man's chest.
Oh,
it's something nice. It's like a plate. You know, it's like a big old serving tray. When you get up there, the
Yeah.
nipples are like 2 little fucking Swedish meatballs. You go ding, ding, ding,
Yeah.
ding, 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 ding. You know, no, you stick your finger in the belly button. Oh, I know everything about a men's chest.
So after, with 9
Just
months
see everything
left-
as a plate, huh? Yeah, you could deliver some food on that. Yep.
Well, excuse me, I gotta go drive my car, which is like a little moving restaurant. So I'll see you
it's like a
soon.
little plate. Oh, I love that plate over there. You can put a bunch of hamburgers. That's a book. That is a book. Yeah, you can put food on there.
So Jeff, too drunk for the Army, was discharged
Oh,
with
that's the name of a Pauly Shore movie.
Jeff, too drunk for the Army.
He was discharged with 9 months to serve, and as he was leaving his bunk, he turned around and turned to his bunkmates and said, "Someday you'll hear about me again."
Yikes.
Which I kind of like, of course, since he was drunk all the time, I kind of see as more like, you haven't heard the last of old Jeff Dahmer. Then just gets in the car.
Jeff, if you could please just go.
Fuck you.
I know. Okay, yes, fuck me. Yes, if you could just go. Give me the keys.
Yeah, his squad leader, his name was David G. Goss, drove him to the airport, and he said in a conversation, he said, "There was something bugging him in Germany. I knew he had a troubled past, and I knew he had something that was gnawing at him. He'd say there was something he couldn't talk about."
So
And he's correct.
You know what you do when some guy who's drunk mumbling about something that he can't talk about? Don't pick at it.
Don't pick at it.
You don't need to know. You don't need to know that information.
because if he tells you-
If he was super wasted, he'd just tell you. If it was a thing that he could, that it was like a fun secret,
Yep.
he'd be telling you over and over again every time he got drunk. But because he's not telling you, it's a really dark one that you are then implicated.
Yeah. Usually you don't want to talk about like, oh, I saw my mom. I walked into my mom and my dad having sex. It was so gross. Like that's something you might bring up.
But you'd even laugh about it.
But then you can laugh about it. Sure. I mean,
Well, it's
but
all
if
like
you,
you'd say you try to remove your own ribs so you could suck your own dick. Like that's like a bad secret.
Yeah.
That's a bad one.
that would be interesting though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would it be?
Well, I mean, yeah, don't pry too much though, because if Dahmer tells you that he killed a bunch of people, now you're involved and you got to work. You got to do a whole bunch of work.
Yeah, now that's paperwork.
Yeah, it's not fun.
And so after being discharged from the Army, they gave him a ticket to anywhere he wanted to go in the continental United States.
And
So,
where did he choose?
Miami, Florida.
Wow. Did he have the mustache at this time?
I don't know.
Bienvenido.
I think maybe, a lot of guys get out of the Army, they grow facial hair. It's a natural reaction.
He's down here, he's right next to Cuba. You know what I mean? I bet he's got one of those white shirts on with the embroidery on the sides of him. He's eating plantains.
Well, I don't know.
Maduros.
I mean, it's more like he's working in a sandwich shop and living at a seedy motel. Yeah, and so
fun, though.
Miami.
So he gets evicted from the motel. Of course, he lives on the beach for a while. Figures after a year, figures Miami isn't for him. Moves back in with his.
What do you mean to say he didn't get along in Miami?
He didn't. He didn't get along
That's
in
so
Miami.
crazy. I thought but it's the land of butts and fluorescent swimsuits.
I think
people.
well,
No, he's a simple Midwest guy. It's too much for him.
And he likes the idea. He's like, oh, I hear everybody jogs in Miami, but then he didn't realize that they jog real fast, and like they're all muscular. And he's like, he needs a fatter guy to try to
all
slim
he did
down
was the
to
tiny
summer
boys.
weight. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. And so he moved back in.
I just hate the way I said that.
Yeah, I know.
You know?
All he did was the tiny boys. Yeah.
All he did was the tiny boys.
Bing, 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 ba-ding, ding, ding.
I just picture him sucking down a huge margarita
Coconut-
drink.
coconut
in a
drink.
coconut. Yeah.
I just can't get drunk enough on rum.
Isn't that
It's just
stuff-
too much rum and Midori in this.
Yeah, too much sugar. I think it's something with the sugar. I got to go back to Wisconsin.
Yep, and he does. First he goes back to Ohio to live with his father and his stepmother, and of course he doesn't stop drinking. He's unemployed. He's getting into bar fights constantly. He broke a couple ribs. He's getting gashes all over his face, and of course his father says, "I can't handle him anymore. My bitch of a wife is fucking talking about him all the time, getting on my ass about it."
I'm gonna say Sherry was right about this one.
You think?
Oh,
so?
yeah.
I think her son is a sociopath.
She also had a nut against David too.
She had a nut against David.
Let's just say David didn't do much either to help the situation.
Yeah.
All right? This is like, we literally, because it's like if anybody could have reached out to Jeffrey, it probably could have been him.
Yeah.
If a brother, this is like.
It's not a younger brother's job to save his older brother from killing a bunch of people.
I would say you know your brothers better than they know themselves just because you've been around them for so long.
Yeah.
If you saw them doing something real crooked, you'd at least tell mom and dad.
Yeah, I
you to do
suppose so.
something. But anyways, it's just like, but yeah, Sherry was right because Jeffrey Dahmer was also probably like drunk, like just staring at shit half the time.
Oh,
He's,
yeah.
like, walking around just going like, the bodies just won't go away. You know, like just saying just the random sentences like that.
Definitely.
So he moved in with his grandmother, Catherine Dahmer.
And that's not depressing at all.
No,
this is
what
when
is he,
he-
23 years old at this time?
Yeah, he's about 23.
He just left Miami to go live with his grandmother.
In West Allis,
West
Wisconsin.
Allis.
This is when he shows up in Wisconsin. He lives in his grandmother's basement. He gets a job at the Milwaukee Blood Plasma Center, which is strange considering how in the Army he couldn't even prick someone with a needle to draw
Yeah, now
blood.
he's wearing bags of blood like they're an eye mask, falling asleep in the back room. You know, telling me like, oh, you guys want to make a raspberry milkshake and then cut and slicing them open and throwing them all over each other.
Yeah,
you know?
exactly.
So in 1982, life was pretty uneventful for a little while, but in 1982, he was charged with drunken disorderly conduct, and according to the police report, he did lower his pants in the presence of approximately 25 people, including women and children.
He really ramped up.
Yeah, that was at a state fair, by the way.
But that wasn't for erotic purposes. He was just blackout drunk. and
Yeah, he was
mooning
just blackout
everybody.
drunk. He was fined $25 for that.
That's it?
Yeah.
Different times. Different times. Wow, $25 for a mooning.
$25, yeah. And so 4 years goes by, and in 1985, and I think this is when we should end part one. That's when he gets a job at the Ambrosia Chocolate Company.
Yeah.
Oh, there's bones in the
chocolate.
There's bones in the chocolate.
Now, this doesn't say almonds chocolate.
I don't know.
What
It's
is
just like, oh, it kind of tastes like a knuckle.
Yeah.
Don't ask me how I know.
That chocolate factory.
How much?
One last little fact: $9 an hour.
Unbelievable.
That's actually
Above
that's
minimum
more than I
wage.
made when I worked at the Strand.
Yeah,
That's great. And that's 85 money? That's
yeah.
about $15 an hour.
I checked inflation. It's $19.96 an hour.
No shit.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Good inflation check.
Yeah, thank you.
That was the best inflation check I've ever heard.
Yeah, he worked the night shift 11 p.m.
Wow.
to 7 a.m. 6 nights a week with, and this is very important, Saturday evenings off.
Oh, yeah, because that's when Saturday night is all right.
It is. All right. Well, that's Dahmer for you right now, episode 1.
God knows how many parts we're going to do this in.
Yeah.
But
This
as soon
could
as we
very well
start-
be 3.
But it's really is true. It's just like it brings up a lot of feelings of nostalgia. It's like this is the guy that just nobody saved. This is the man that nobody saved. I feel sympathy for him, even though he was a true monster.
Yes.
You know, he was the boogeyman, but
Yeah.
he's no Richard Ramirez. He's no John Wayne Gacy. He's just he was caught in a cycle that he couldn't get himself out of, and he had nobody to help him.
Yeah, and he's very, and you know, he's very unique among serial killers in that he hated killing.
He hated the killing he wanted to get. That's why he had to get blackout drunk to do it.
Yeah, and I think that really sets him apart as extremely mentally ill.
Yeah, I was gonna
Very
say,
mentally ill
it's
because
process or product killers.
Yeah.
And he was a product killer.
He could have been good guy to work at the morgue, something like that. I mean, he would get fired.
No, he wouldn't make it through the morgue.
I mean, there was a time when he was 17 and a local teenage boy died, and he attempted to dig the teenage boy up, but the ground was too hard.
Midwestern winners.
And tomorrow is my birthday, May 1st, which is the #1 satanic holiday, Walpurgis Night. So please, in my honor, go and enjoy yourself by dancing naked outside of your home.
Well, Jeffrey Dahmer did just get
If
arrested
you're
and fined
over the-
$25 for
If
doing
you're
that at
over
a
the
state
age
fair.
of 18.
Yes.
Again, still illegal to dance outside naked. And they're not going to understand your explanation. But I listened to a podcast, and there's a fat one. The fat one told me to dress naked.
You know, all I got to say is that's when the cannibalism started.
That's podcast over there. He's getting pulled into the cop car. So maybe I'm wrong. But I'm just saying, or at least, you know, just drink a lot. Do something.
Do something.
to have fun.
Yeah, just to have fun.
Just have a good time.
All right.
That's there. So that's the first episode on Dahmer.
At Marcus Parks.
That's right.
At Henry Loves You.
Yep.
On Twitter.
I am at Ben Kissel.
And Hail Satan.
Hail Satan. Hail yourselves.
Heil Geen.
Constellations.
Hail me! And a hail Dahmer.
Hail Dahmer.
Hail Dahmer.
I hope he's up in heaven having fun sucking Beethoven's penis.
Yep.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, and Z.
I want to know on a scale of 1 to 10 how white that sound is.
There is a world as tangible as our own, impossible to see yet unavoidable to sense. A world enveloped by a seemingly unending ocean of forests. Buried deep in that forest, tucked away neatly within a blanket of twilight, lies a quaint little cabin. And in that cabin
is a bunch of guys who's a bunch of bullshitter. Welcome to Sleepycast episode. I'm joined by my good friends and colleagues, Johnny Utah.
Hey, I'm eating. Hi.
The sexy Will Stamper.
Hey!
And the brilliant young genius, Zachary.
I only have 1 week to live. This is a Make-A-Wish Foundation gift.
Speaking of 1 week to live, I have a question I wanted to start off with. If there was a major solar flare and all technology, now besides all the chaos around us and probably wars and religious cults all mass suiciding and stuff, let's just say that computers didn't exist anymore, there was no more technology, what would you guys do?
Let me interrupt you there for a second, Mick. Define solar flare for some of our less intelligent users.
Solar flare is when the sun...
I'm talking about me!
...farts really hard and a blast of radiation...
Look, Stamper, here's what it's like, right? Here's what it's like, all right? Listen, you lay in bed with the cat, you've had too much beer, you fart, the cat runs away. All right, the cat in this situation is computers. It runs away when the sun is your ass, okay? The flare, you understand? The flare, sorry, your ass is the sun and the fart is the flare.
Okay, Mick, go on.
That's a good. You can't say it better than that, can you?
I can't.
It's an electromagnetic.
Yeah.
Yeah. It just
so the radiation from the sun sends out an electromagnetic pulse that then it like short circuits everything and basically fries everything.
Now to clarify, are you talking about?
Is that even possible?
Yes. Yeah. It almost happened a couple of years ago.
There was a threat.
Shield it. I mean, there's
to get everything all around the planet.
Our ozone is
blast.
right. So our ozone is supposed to protect us from that. It's supposed to protect us from electromagnetic radiation.
It does.
Yeah, that's why it was invented, so it could protect our computers and all of our images.
Albert
on
Einstein created the ozone layer to protect us from future.
In 1985.
Right.
Yeah.
But Jeff, what were you gonna say?
There was a couple of holes in his theory.
Well, before that, I was going to
what I'm saying?
The sun has shot out flares that would have destroyed Earth, but we were just lucky it wasn't aimed at us.
Yeah, so the 18...
So we've dodged a few bullets.
It's also happened in the 1800s.
It's just a matter of time.
It's also happened in the 1800s, or I think even the early 1900s, where all it did was fuck up phones for a little bit or whatever. So
No, it did also happen in the 1800s because I remember all their buggies just stopped, like all the horses just dropped dead,
and all their
no one could get around.
No, let's see a War of the Worlds, whatever. He's like, nothing's working. And he has he's recording on his video.
Yeah,
there was something I read about that saying if that flare hit back then, if we had the electronics back then that we have now, it would have wiped everything out.
Yeah. And the issue is, you could say, oh, well, they'd reinvent everything or whatever, or they would fix everything. But the issue is, it goes to the bottom, like the bottom of it. There's nothing you fix everything with.
Okay,
you know what I mean?
Well, what's the question?
So the question is, what would you do? Like in terms of currently we're all animators and we do stuff on computers.
Stand-up comedy.
Are we talking about zero power or just zero electronics?
That's why I meant not apocalypse, just really the solar flare was a red herring.
Let's say it like this. Animation dries up. Nobody wants to see 2D films anymore.
There's no more television. There's no more websites. There's no more tech, design type of stuff.
That'd be great.
Stand-up comedy.
All the kids want to see 3D Jimmy Neutron movies instead of the classic 2D Jeff cartoons.
So we've got one. We got stand-up comedy.
Because I could still entertain.
Oh. I'm just going to go full Mad Max. I'm just going to wear spiked shoulder pads. And
it's just like right now, though, Jeff.
Yeah, no, but it's just like right now.
Oh, still do it. I'll be the funny guy in your crew where I'm like, yeah. And I got my...
You have the fogged up goggles, and you're like...
you got the skull painted on your face.
Yeah.
You're the guy hanging out the window with the axe.
And they got dudes hanging upside down with chains, and I'm just like...
What would make you serious? What would be the thing that would happen where you'd be like, listen, Jeff. You drop the act for 1 minute, Jeff knows you're not playing around. This is real. What would be the thing he would have to do, that he would do?
We need to get,
pussy.
We need to get some pussy. We need to get some pussy. Listen, Jeff. We need to get some
Giggles aside, Jeff. We need pussy right now.
I'd be an entrepreneur. I'd start an official Thunderdome. In town. I would run it.
You'd be the ringmaster?
It would be culling the overpopulation of the area and providing entertainment.
Yeah.
Jeff, what if everybody didn't like you and they all overpowered you and they hated your idea? And they just killed you.
Who's going to hate that idea? Since the beginning of time, people have loved watching people fucking slug it out. We've had the gladiators, the Russians that have big guys like Zangief fighting bears. People love to watch people fucking.
Honestly, I think
take it.
Even in the movie, the Thunderdome could be improved. It could combine the Thunderdome and the Coliseum, right? We could have a Thunderdome, but we could still flood it with water. We could have naval battles.
I'm surprised.
Stanford could be the stand-up comedy at the beginning of the show, like the clowns.
Yeah, we could put a floating platform out in the middle. He could entertain the
I'll
crowd.
be the guy who walks around on all fours with like a food tray on his back, walks around the scurries where people grab like cheese off my back and
peanuts.
Shit.
Anybody want some peanuts?
No, I don't say that.
Zach could scurry on top.
Yeah, I know.
of the
I
cage,
like. I scurry in the aisles. People go, "Oh God!" They think
It's a game. You don't offer it. If they see you, then they get the peanuts and the pretzels.
You don't even go around. You go over the Thunderdome. You climb over it.
Yeah.
On all fours. Yeah.
You'd be like in Harry Potter, that little golden ball, whatever it is.
The golden snitch or something.
Yeah, the snitch. Yeah, you'd be like the little snitch prize that everybody's chasing you around the top of the
If somebody gets
Thunderdome.
their finger in my ass, they get all the food on top of me.
I always wanted to dub that
They get a
scene.
peanut.
Yeah.
I always wanted to dub that scene and have that ball fly around like, I'm going to tell on you. I'm going to fucking tell on you.
I initially was going to do a cartoon where he catches, because he catches it in his mouth and then he coughs it up.
Yeah.
But I want him to catch it, get up, and like they're all like, woo! And then just like shoots out the top of his head and he fucking dies. The end. Harry
That's
Potter
a really
over.
dark cartoon.
Yeah.
Hey, off the back of the question you asked earlier, what percentage of the population do you think would kill themselves if Facebook and Twitter ceased to exist this second?
Hold on.
Honestly, I'd say maybe like 4%.
No. But let's rephrase it.
It's still shocking though.
Rephrase it. Nothing comes in its place because the second, like if Facebook was pulled today, a copy would come up immediately that everybody would use.
Oh, nothing would come back up.
Okay. So I'd say I think
it would take time. I would say within 6 months to a year, I would say a lot of people would kill themselves.
I think people would be happier actually if nobody was allowed to kill themselves immediately. I think people would be like, oh, there's people here. They all.
Clout score.
If nobody was allowed to kill themselves,
like you put the gun in your mouth, like, hey, stop, no.
You can't do that.
Wait.
Yeah.
No, it's
You're
just
gonna be
weird
in
to think.
trouble.
I was thinking about that earlier, and it's just like, man, if this all ceased to exist, because I use it for whatever promotional purposes, making stupid fucking jokes.
Yeah.
Some people really read into it to a serious degree.
Can I recommend to everybody listening delete their Facebook? I did it about 2 years ago. It is so good. I mean, obviously, if you're like us and you need like a Facebook page to manage your fan page and promote your shirts or whatever the fuck, make a little account with no friends or whatever, no profile picture. But I deleted it. And dude, it is honestly, it's one less thing. It's like, cause when you wake up, you're like, what do you do? Email, Twitter, YouTube, Facebook.
Well, the thing about Facebook posts are so long that like I can't. Anytime I go to see the feed, like I can't see it all.
All
Like, there's just
that
too
happened.
much.
All that happened when I had Facebook was. Everyone's like, well, if I delete it, how am I going to be in touch with my high school friends I never talked to? It's like
you weren't talking to them to begin with.
All I did on Facebook was get irritated at my stupid family, my stupid like high school friends who'd be like, my cousin. I would send people Snopes articles every day, which is like a website that debugs stuff. So somebody would post an article that'd be like, Obama's going to put a nail through everyone's face that sends signals to hell that makes you the devil. I'm like, oh no.
Yeah.
People would post things like that every day. They post like a fake Bill Cosby quote.
We do.
You learn a lot. You learn a lot about people when you see the shit that they fucking.
So you can't tell everyone to cut off their Facebooks because everybody uses them differently. It's like having a car.
I'm saying this: if you don't require it, cut it off.
Nobody
do it for a week. Do it for a week. Okay, do this. Don't log on to Facebook for a week if you can. See how good you feel.
Some people use it for business, just like some people use their car for work. Some people use their car to pick up their kids. Some people use their car because they're a fucking douchebag that likes to show their fucking car off.
I'm saying this: if you use it like I have a business Facebook, but I don't have anybody added on it. I still have Facebook, but I don't have to log on because there's nothing to see there. Don't use Facebook for like a week. That's all I'm saying.
All right, Jeff, tell us why. What?
I was just saying, it was making me, the 1 month I had it years ago, it was making me hate the people I knew in real life.
That's what I
the
mean.
stuff they would post was so hateable.
Yeah.
I just had to delete it. I said, I can't deal with this anymore. And plus, I was always getting friend requests from people I didn't know at all. Like, and I'm like, these people I don't want to share personal information with that I don't.
Yeah.
So just getting awkward.
Yeah.
No, that's what I did too.
But
it is interesting how it's also watered down the word friend. Like, I was talking to Greg. Greg is a very fine gentleman who works at our house and fixes things. He's very talented and capable man. And
is that what you really think?
I do. He's fucking brilliant.
Greg's awesome. Yeah,
he's
you guys
brilliant.
walked in here, you guys were like, fucking Greg. Always sucking dicks, getting pubes all over the
Hey, no.
No, but
you said Greg always cuts
asked him to, so it makes sense.
Yeah, and he said he didn't clean it up, and
Yeah, but anyways, we were talking about just friends in general, and he's like, I don't get it. I don't, you guys talk about friends, but he's like, I've seen all these people who call themselves friends. They don't even talk to each other. They're just sitting there on their phones, and then they won't even talk to each other for weeks or whatever. He's like, when I had friends, if I need someone to bail me out of a gang fight, these are the people who would come, to my side. I want to know how many people that you call friends that would come, to your side if your life was in danger.
That would be in your foxhole.
Yeah, that would be in your foxhole. We had that foxhole conversation too, but it was funny. I mean, it's interesting, the idea that we call people friends, but the truth is, for a lot of these quote unquote friends, people couldn't give a fuck.
Yeah, so do this. Flip through your cell phone right now and think about that, and remove everybody who's a piece of shit. Worthless asshole.
I think people are too easygoing with who they
associate with.
I feel like there needs to be an initiation.
Sure.
Yeah, there needs to be a test.
I have to put somebody in a life and death situation and see what they do before I'm like, all right, you're my friend.
Right.
Yeah, you have to. Yeah.
Because you know what? Because if you don't have that test, when you actually have a life-threatening situation, guess what? You're fucked. Because they're not going to be standing behind you.
Stamper would pass. You'd pass. Zach.
Save you. What's the situation?
No, depending on the test.
What's the test? Give me a test.
If you'd run away or...
Okay, what? Somebody walks up with a gun?
Yeah, all right, say that. Yeah.
You think Stamper would jump in front of a gun? Like, if some guy walked up with a gun, you think Stamper would be like, hold on, stop.
I think Stamper
I would.
Not because...
You would shit your pants and faint like a dog.
No, I wouldn't even think about it. I'd just be like, oh, he's got a gun. Uh-oh. Plus, I don't give a shit if I live or die.
I think Stamper would do it just because he doesn't give a shit. Mick would do it out of probably bravery.
No, I do it out of martyrdom.
I think Zach would attempt to compromise with the guy, attempt to barter with him or something.
No, I would try to outsmart him. I'd barter him.
All right.
Be like, look, take Jeff's arm.
Well, that's what
I would be Saul Goodman and Better Call Saul. I'd be like, look, just break his legs. That's fine. Don't kill him.
Okay.
Just get your sexual satisfaction.
You all solve it a different way. So
yeah.
you're all unique in that regard.
You guys already had the conversation though about like if at gunpoint.
Yeah.
Who would you take a bullet?
I don't think there's one person on earth that I would.
I think at gunpoint is a very different thing than a reactionary thing. You know
okay, let's say it like this.
It's reactionary.
Let's say it like I think
that's when you really care.
Yeah. Let's say it like this. Let's say a serial killer captures you and somebody else.
Okay.
And he's like, I'm going to torture you or you, Mick, pick. I'm going to torture you or Jeff to death.
To death. I'm gonna die, and it's gonna be slow and painful.
No, he says you're free to go. I will let you go right now.
The person who's getting tortured though is gonna die, but first they're gonna make it really painful before they do it.
Yes. Everyone's had this scenario in their head before. You say fuck you because you can't trust the guy. The end.
Yeah, you know what I would do in that situation? I would charge the guy, and if he shot me, he shot me. He ties me, then
he whacks you with a brick. He whacks you with another brick. He whacks you with a third brick. You wake up, you're tied up with your pal Jeff. Jeff's like, okay, I'll be Jeff.
This is one of those scenarios where you just keep adding variables to it, so you win.
That's the setup, right? Okay, I'm Jeff. Nick, what are we gonna do? We're in a pickle right now. Do you have my back, Nick? Nick, all those times I called you Chinese and made your photos on Twitter black and white. I didn't mean it, Jeff. Nick, I didn't mean it.
Mick, listen to me. I'm serious. I'm serious right now.
Okay.
I think I should be the one that goes free. Nick,
listen, I know you don't want it to happen, but I need to be the one that goes free.
I know neither of us have children.
I'll tell everyone you were pretty. I'll tell everyone you cried a little bit.
You know I'm more talented than you. If you go, at least I can live on and keep the dream alive.
I can go on Twitter and Photoshop angel wings on you.
I'll be like, bro, I have more Twitter followers than you. Look at the facts. Look at all these facts.
Nick, when you die, I'm gonna draw you hugging the genie.
Would you do that? Would you say to me, you have more Twitter followers?
No, I mean, honestly, I think...
What if the torture isn't that bad? It's like, look, I'll cut your penis off and fucking funny you or something.
I would look Mick dead in the eyeballs and do a thing that was like 1, 2, 3, and we would figure something out in that third second to get around the situation.
But like what we do is we look at each other, and at the same time, we'd go, pick me! Pick me! And then we just keep repeating it, and then he wouldn't know who to pick.
It'd be like a Looney Tunes cartoon.
Yeah, that's right.
I can't tell them apart.
You make him kill himself, be like, okay, you want to kill yourself? But yeah, confuse him. Make him put the gun on himself. Like, oh, I'll kill myself.
We would just annoy him so much until he killed himself. In all seriousness, though, if there was that situation, self-preservation, I think, kicks in. But that's if there's a conscious decision to be made.
But also, I think the thing is, too, if you're going to talk about, like, the mind of the killers, because a lot of killers do if they have multiple. They do that stuff like the Columbine killers.
Yeah.
They did that stuff. They're like, "Do you believe in God?"
Right.
And if people said yes, they'd shoot them. Like that was so. It's like you can't really trust fucking psychos like that.
Right.
I would have said yeah in high school. Now, no, fuck God.
Yeah.
You can't ask that question when you're that young.
Not to be
Well,
mean.
they did.
Yeah,
They did.
My mom sent me a book called Jesus is Calling or something like that. And
Screw him, dude.
no,
He's drunk again.
I was like,
Let him
dude,
go to voicemail.
No, I said, yeah, I was gonna say if he wants to call me, he's got my number.
Hey,
He
Jeff,
knows how to reach me.
Jeff, what would a Jesus voicemail sound like? Give us a Jesus voicemail.
If Jesus was
Give you a
on
voicemail.
the voicemail,
Yeah, You scream Jesus. You let it ring.
Oh yeah,
That's his voicemail.
let's do this.
You have reached the voicemail box of
Mick Lauer.
Please leave your message after the beep. Boop. Shit.
Hey, Nick, this is Jesus. Just checking in. That we're just reminding you I'm the guy that did that thing for humanity, and you just call me back.
If you'd like to re-record your message, please press 1. If you're satisfied, hang up.
Hold up. I got an idea.
I don't know what the hell I'd say.
I'd listen to about 5 seconds of that voicemail message and be like, hi, this is Jesus. Delete.
Yeah.
Sorry, moving on.
It is like really, like, nah, bro, this is really Jesus.
Yeah.
Listen to me for a second. You're like, who the fuck is this asshole?
Could you stop telling Mexicans to call naming their kids after me? Thanks.
They're all built in my dad's image, after all. Let's go to Outback sometime.
All 12 of us.
Wow, offensive. This is getting offensive fast.
I like Mexicans. Don't be silly. I worked as a busboy.
very
Hardest
hard
working people.
workers. I like them.
Absolutely. And you know what? They complained, at least for the most part. I know that. You know when you compliment a whole race, they also consider that racism? When you're like, all black dudes got a huge fucking wiener, and they're like, that's racist. It's like, no, it's a compliment. They're like,
Black
no.
dudes do have huge wieners.
Wait. No black guy would ever.
Yeah, absolutely. No black guy said that to me, but I've had plenty of white people say that's racist. You're making a lump assumption about an entire race.
That's because they're worried about their tiny wieners.
That's true too. They're probably just
stop
embarrassed.
talking to your
And when you say
social
Mexicans-
justice warrior friends, Mick.
Yeah.
And when you say Mexicans work hard, white
get off
people get
Twitter.
offended because I work hard too.
Yeah.
See how it works?
Yes,
Exactly.
But I was going to say that for the most part, as a busboy and a server,
black guys do have big wieners.
They do. I would know. And then also, well, I ended up dating a girl once who we were kind of sitting around. We were talking about that, and we were lying in bed after we had had sex, and I had mentioned like the thing about like, oh yeah, it's funny that stereotype about black guys, having big wieners, and she just without hesitation was like, oh, they do.
Yeah.
And like at first I was like, oh, okay, ha ha ha. But then I was thinking like, how many black dicks have you seen where the lump like yes, for a fact all black dudes got huge wieners. Anyways, the Mexican guys that I worked with complained so little. Like, just, they worked so hard. They stayed later than everybody else to clean out, like, the oil, like, the frying machine and shit, while everybody else went off to go to the local bar and fucking party or whatever. And these guys worked so fucking hard, and they never complained.
Hey, what brought this up this morning? I think it was you I was talking with this morning when we were talking about that people aren't welcome here. That people aren't welcome in America.
The whole idea of, like, because we were talking about Lewis and, we were talking about taxes or something like that, and like everyone's got to pay taxes. Oh no, I forgot what it was. Shit, I'm gonna have to cut all
Is
that.
this like a patriotism, nationalism thing? Or like...
It was about it was about immigrants and how people were complaining about having immigrants here, but in all of America was basically built on immigrants.
I was thinking, I was like, dude, there's no such thing. I mean,
you were saying
is.
there was no such thing as America because essentially, or as far as like
when you say that, I'm saying there's no such thing as American because again, like I walk a block this way and they're full blown Korean. I walk a block that way, they're all white people. I walk a block that way, they're all black people, all Mexican people, all Spanish people. It's just this crockpot of nonsense.
I feel like American is an
you're not
umbrella
welcome
term.
here.
Right. So it's like there's still Koreans and there's still Chinese and there's still Mexicans, but there's an umbrella term for all of us here who are proud to have the freedoms we have and all that kind of stuff, which is American.
Is the theory that we don't want any more? Is that it? Am I missing the point? But to say that somebody's
you're polluting the white gene pool.
Hey, check it out. We can do a phone call now. It's so funny this way.
Jack's holding a toilet paper roll.
I'll do a I guarantee I'll walk into the bathroom and there's not a fresh toilet paper roll on the hook.
There's 7 in there that are totally.
He just clogged the
Good
entire
to go,
toilet,
or on the
unloading
hook
that
so I can
toilet
wipe my
paper
ass.
into the
Okay,
toilet.
don't do it.
Just so we could get the roll.
Jeff, you want to do another one?
That's like the equivalent of Zach buying some cereal so he could just like pour all the cereal down the drain and then fucking grab the prize at the bottom of the box.
I'll do one too. We can do a couple of those.
Phone calls.
Yeah, just Jesus
Prank phone
voicemails.
calls.
No, just awkward Jesus voicemails.
Hey, this is Jesus. That's cool.
Right.
A new cast member has entered.
God damn it, Mick. Right.
Yeah, they're fucking
Right.
embarrassing.
You have reached the voicemail box of
Mick Lauer.
Please leave your message after the beep. Boop. Shit.
Yo, dude, it's Jesus, H-Boy Christ here. That's my rap name. I haven't put an album out yet. I'm going to. I got like 6 songs written. 3 are about like healed people and stuff. I think it's gonna go sweet. Anyways, listen, I followed you on Twitter, and you didn't follow me back. I do a lot of stuff. I post like Bible quotes with like funny characters. Remember that character from the Goonies? I posted him, and he's like, that's just one example. That's not even that good, but like all kinds of 80s references. I give advice. Kids write in. One kid wrote in and said he was black. I just didn't respond. I don't know how to solve that. With suicide. No, that's fucked up. I mean that. Okay.
You have reached the voicemail box of
Mick Lauer.
Please leave your message after the beep. Boop. Shit.
Hey, Mick. Hey, man. I told you about this thing I was doing on Facebook yesterday. About the Gilligan's Island Marathon at my place. You're the only one who responded to it. You said maybe. You're the only person who even did it. So, why say maybe? What's the point? I made a lot of food. You said you were gonna come. You didn't come. Got a lot of food here, man. I don't think I can eat all of it. It's starting to rot. It's still out. Still out on my table. I guess I'll put it away now, but. There's flies buzzing around. There's a lot of flies on this food. Bought a lot of food. I had a couple beers from last night. I bought a lot of beer. I'll probably just reheat the nachos, actually. Those are good. You know what I mean? Just see what you were doing. You said you'd come, but it's no biggie. I'm just wondering. All right, call me back when you can. Never mind. You know what? I'll call you back in a couple minutes. I don't know. I don't know, man. I can't think.
You have reached the voicemail box of Jesus Christ. Please.
Hey, Jesus. Listen, man. It's not like I don't like you. I just don't like you. You know what I mean? I'm gonna favorite your tweet, okay? But that doesn't mean we're best friends or anything. I'm still not gonna accept your Skype request because honestly, I already have too many people on there, and I'm really afraid you're gonna like hit me up while I'm working and stuff. Don't take it personally. I do it with a lot of people. I appreciate all the good advice and stuff like that, but I'm just kind of tired of all this. And yeah, as far as the Gilligan's Island Marathon, I don't even like Gilligan's Island. I don't know why I clicked maybe. I was trying to be polite, but clearly I came across. I'm sorry. You know what? Just please don't call me again, okay, man? It's not personal. Just go away.
You have reached the voicemail box of
Mick Lauer.
Please leave your message after the beep. Boop. Shit.
You don't know who this is, but I know who you are. I'm gonna fucking break your legs and kill you. Oh, fuck the Star 69. Right. What is that?
You have reached the voicemail box of Jesus Christ. Please leave your name and number after the beep. Doot.
Hey, Jesus, caller ID, you fucking dumbass. I know they didn't have it back in 0 AD, but we got it now. Just seriously, stop calling me, and I swear to God, if you do again, I'm gonna stop being your friend on Facebook, okay? I'm gonna defriend you, and I'm gonna make it public. I'm gonna take a screenshot of it, and no one's gonna like you anymore, okay, Jesus? Fuck off.
We do one.
I can't keep up with
Here,
this
hold
shit.
up.
You have reached the voicemail box of
Mick Lauer.
Please leave your message after the beep. Boop. Shit.
I've been here all day, man, watching Gilligan's Island. Thank you, by the way. And I don't know what you're talking about, man. By the way, you made a lot of accusations. My uncle's a lawyer, and he went to law school, so you probably never heard of him, but he's really famous, and he could do a lot of law stuff. And by the way, I know the devil. I told the devil your phone number, so I told you the home address too. So if you find Vaseline in your car door, and you slip around, or you find marbles by your front door, that's the fucking devil. You fuck with the wrong guy, pussy. I can walk on water. I'm gonna do it. This is his response, okay? This is the last one.
You have reached the voicemail box of Jesus Christ. Please leave your name and number after the beep. Doot.
You fucking leave a message like that again, I'm gonna meet you in the parking lot outside the church. You better fucking bring your cross. You better bring your nails. You better bring your goddamn dad. You're not gonna crawl out of this cave, you fucking little pussy. You little Easter pussy. I'm gonna fucking find you. I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna wait around for 3 days, and when you wake up, I'm gonna fucking kill you again, bitch. See you at church, bud.
Okay, sorry.
All right.
Why don't we talk about
We have all these
shitty humor?
Why don't we talk about
AIDS?
shitty humor?
Is that what you're talking about?
Let's talk about random humor.
Let's talk about AIDS jokes, guys. Let's talk about
AIDS.
AIDS jokes.
AIDS
What do
is
you guys
not a
think of AIDS
joke.
jokes?
Tom Hank got AIDS.
Yeah.
The Tom Hank?
Yes.
Yes.
Tom Hank.
That's why he went to Philadelphia and put his little hat on to combat the AIDS, but it didn't work.
Yeah.
You ever seen the movie before?
Yeah, it was depressing. He died from AIDS at the end. Spoiler alert.
Wait, hold on. Are you serious?
Yeah.
That's Toy Story, you idiot.
No, that's Toy Story 2, dumbass.
Oh, fuck.
I am curious what. Okay, hold on, Corey. Zach. You know a lot of history about conspiracies and all that kind of
I
stuff.
like conspiracies.
Yes,
think
I
they're
want to
funny.
know, because I'm sure you have quite a bit of knowledge in this. What are some of the popular theories as to the creation of AIDS?
I'm gonna go clean my pussy out.
All right.
That's one of them.
No, that's a preventative measure.
One of the theories, one of those popular ones, I'm sure you guys have all heard it on the playground when you were
The guy
fucking
that
your
fucked
friends.
the monkey.
Yeah, the monkey fucker.
Yeah.
I'm sure you heard about that, right?
Yes. So we saw.
that's how it happened.
So that was kind of like for Outbreak too. They were kind of talking about.
Stamper's totally a monkey fucker. Stamper sees little monkeys at the zoo, grabs his little dicks, and this is what you get, Stamper, when you talk shit, you fucking pussy. You walk out of the bathroom, we're gonna fucking swing and break your jaw off, little bitch. You're gonna pick your jaw up? Yeah, what's up?
Talk about let's all tell our Stamper stories.
All right. So when I first met Stamper, he was like a big fat autistic guy. He was like, "Duh." I was like, "Stamper, dude, lose that shit, get cool." He was like, "Oh," and he became cool to impress me.
That's right. He picked
And
up
I would
smoking
just-
too. Yeah.
Yeah, he used to be like a fat guy. We all made fun of him, pushed him around, gave him wedgies, peed on him for fun.
Now he just drinks pee.
Now he just drinks his own
Jeff,
pee.
what was Stamper like the first time we met him?
I talked to him on Skype, and he said this is actually true, by the way. He said he fell down the stairs and lost an eyeball. That's true, by the way.
Dude, sorry. I mean, we were just talking about like AIDS and stuff, you know.
No, you weren't. You were saying things about me. I know it. Sorry, I kicked the table. Also, that's not the conspiracy theory. The conspiracy theory is that
The government
created AIDS, covered it up and told everyone that a dude fucked a monkey.
No, the conspiracy. Well, there's a couple. I guess that would be more.
What did you say about me, asshole?
You'll find out.
No!
The monkey's like an urban legend, but there is a conspiracy that the government created AIDS to get rid of gay people.
Right. But then I also heard that it was created. I heard that one that they created it to kill gay people. But then I heard that it was more of like a population control thing as well. Like that they were.
Which we sorely need.
How does one even create a super virus like that? Or like, no, it's not even a virus technically, right?
It's like a dude in a lab with a mustache, and he's like, "Yes, this is gonna kill everybody slowly over the course of 43 years."
I think it's the same way they. I mean, we have a lot of bio
weapons.
Biological warfare.
If we wanted to kill people, there's quicker, more effective ways of doing so versus
Well, a
AIDS.
virus.
Well,
if you
think
were a
about when
maniac,
people like to fuck, right?
Yeah.
So you give them a disease that if you fuck, you spread it. That's all we do. We fucking eat and fuck.
Well, Zach's had HIV for the last 13 years,
But a
right?
virus survived.
It hasn't gone into full-blown AIDS yet.
Right.
No.
A virus is technically alive, though. most bioweapons could be called be poison.
If something really, I mean, superbugs are a reasonable, like feasible way for they could be a way that we would die. Especially today, I mean, the Black Death killed like 1/3 of Europe when it happened. The Black Plague. Yeah.
And that was passed from person to person without.
Yeah, exactly. We have airplanes and trains up. People fly constantly.
Yeah.
You remember that scene from Planet of the Apes?
Yeah.
The Dawn of Planet of the Apes at the beginning, where all the red lines went everywhere?
That was at the end, thank you.
Dude,
that happened at the beginning too!
We've all seen that red line scene. That red line scene happens in every
that happens
zombie
at the end of
movie.
Rise, but it also happens at the beginning of Dawn.
I'm sorry, okay? I'm fucking sorry.
It's okay. I forgive you this time. Don't do it again.
Do you think the government is currently in the works creating a biological weapon or some kind of virus?
I think they already have some. I think they have to have.
With the plan to wipe out entire areas.
They have technology that we couldn't even wrap our brains around right now, I'm sure.
Yeah, no, I'm not a conspiracy fellow, but I do think there's definitely a lot of stuff that the government has that we have no idea about.
And what's interesting, it's not even just our government.
No.
Like, I mean, think about the other governments out there that have spent that fucking hate America and have nothing better to do because they're not fucking making movies and making shows like not Desperate Housewives, but Real Housewives of fucking New Jersey.
How's that any different from Desperate Housewives?
It's true.
They're just as fucking
The
bad.
Desperate Real Housewives of New Jersey.
I'm almost willing to bet all the secret technology the government has isn't even that.
No, it's like it'd be like, oh, that's cool.
I'd be willing to bet that it is fairly impressive
because the private sector, they have the brightest people ever, pumping out stuff so fast. It's like I don't see like a secret little government lab, even with a few thousand.
No, I'm not saying that there's like aliens and stuff. I'm just saying like there's absolutely like I remember what Jimmy Carter. I don't remember.
I'm not going that far above and beyond either, but I'm saying there are things that will definitely blow your mind, but not to the we're not going to Saturn in secret.
When Jimmy Carter came into office, he said he would declassify. I think it was Area 51 or it was UFO stuff. And when he came into office, he didn't do it because it was like a special bomber they were working on. So but we know what it is now. After it's been declassified for a little while.
JFK.
What about it?
What was it?
Okay, this JFK thing is really bothering me in the sense where everybody who thinks it's a conspiracy, who thinks there's like there could have been one bullet that went through JFK's back and through whatever.
So you think it was Oswald?
It was absolutely Oswald. There was no second shooter. The only room for conspiracy. And if you don't believe me, look up what's it called? It was it wasn't Time. It was sorry, I can't remember what it was. I can't remember who did it, but I'll post. In fact, I'll post a couple of really good ones if you want to watch them if you're interested. If you really think JFK was killed by a second gunman, there's zero evidence for it. Every 3D recreation has proved that.
So what do you think
lined up exactly. The issue is everyone says basically there's a single bullet theory where they say the bullet couldn't have gone through. Basically, it was JFK in the back seat. The governor of Texas in the front seat, and one bullet went through the back of JFK's neck and through his shoulder. Through his neck or whatever, and into the governor's back.
So they say there's no way the bullet could have curved like fucking wanted.
But if you look at it, the governor was not directly in front. He was slightly to the left, and he was elevated. Or I think he was on a different level because the chairs were different heights. So it makes perfect sense. There's zero room for a second gunman.
Well, what I don't understand,
and also the bullet that for the gun he used does tumble when it enters the body, which is exactly what happened. They've done multiple tests on this. Every single one says it was Lee Harvey Oswald. Now the question is, what motivated it? I think that's the only room for conspiracy when it comes to JFK. Is like
why does it always have to be a major motivation? Maybe a guy just wanted to fucking kill the fucking president.
It's this theory where it's like he's the president, he's this big, and he had to have been killed by somebody who is this big too. People refuse to admit that a president could. I mean, for Christ's sake, George W. Bush almost choked on a pretzel. Nobody would have believed that. They'd be like, no, it was the CIA that killed him. Because they think presidents are more than people. A bullet killed JFK, though it had to have been the CIA shooting him with a trillion different bullets from a billion different angles.
Well, first of all, if Obama slipped on a patch of ice and fucking broke his neck, there would be endless conspiracy theories about.
Well, that's the thing. It's like, who sprayed the sidewalk? But then it's like, okay, so that's completely nonsense. It could have been fucking anybody for any different motivation. But the other thing is, to what end? Like, why?
Shooting the president and killing the president is a pretty good fucking motivation. Everybody remembers Lee Harvey Oswald's name. Fucking 50 years after he died?
No, I mean to accomplish what? If you have a theory like, okay, they killed JFK
because they're trying to crack it open, expose a lot. One of the biggest theories are
Expose what?
Expose the CIA because the CIA really hated how
It was with
JFK
Cuba,
was a
right?
pussy. Yeah, he botched the Bay of Pigs. They really wanted a man who was going to go in there, but who took over? It was fucking Lyndon B. Johnson.
Yeah.
It was Lyndon Johnson who didn't do I don't know. Who
Do you think Oswald was hired?
That is the only room for conspiracy where I'll say, okay, maybe. The only thing I think, I don't think he was hired. I think he was a psycho. He visited the Soviet Union multiple times. He just didn't like the president. People, why did...
Who's to say he wasn't hired by the Russians then?
He could, well, I mean, Russia...
Or the Soviet Union.
Because Khrushchev, the leader of the Soviet Union, really liked JFK. He thought he was a very good leader. I don't think he liked LBJ, but not to get too fucking into that shit. But my point is, if you look into the JFK thing, there's absolutely zero room for a second shooter. It's stupid. It's honestly stupid. There's also the moon landing theory. It couldn't have happened. Why not? Explain why.
Why is it so out of the realm of your understanding that the moon landing can't happen?
Yeah, you know what's amazing is that one hoverboard video came out and more people believed that hoverboard video was real.
You know what I thought?
Than this fucking
you know
moon
what I
landing.
thought? Like one of their biggest arguments was, if you take down just standard foot down to 0.5%, you could tell that they just did that. But if you understand animation, like you see the movements and what's happening.
It's also 1969, dude.
Yeah.
There's also a fucking. This is great if you're interested in this kind of stuff. You can look up a memo that Richard Nixon had prepared in case they couldn't come back. And it was like, on this day we're so these guys died heroes. And this was completely reasonable. To get somebody to the moon and back, people, it could have very, very easily gone wrong.
I feel like, especially because recently we were able to land, what was it, a probe or a satellite on a moving asteroid.
Yeah.
That, people could, I think it seems reasonable we could land on a stationary object.
Let these people live.
Yeah, you think?
Yeah.
Like we're going to Mars right now, and everyone's like, "Oh, no, there's no way you fucking landed on the moon, asshole."
There are people that are convinced the Earth is flat. And it's not a joke. It's like a good number of people who are convinced the Earth is flat. And then when you go into airplanes, the curvature of the Earth is the airplane windows being programmed by the government. These people are fucking psychos. They think every single aspect of their life. I mean, I think the biggest thing to take away from it is conspiracy theorists don't believe in accidents. I'm curious. One thing I always ask these people is, what big event happened in the last 200 years that wasn't planned? Right. They won't tell you anything. They won't give you anything. If their brother died in a car accident, it was a conspiracy. The government is onto them. They know what they're doing. Yeah. There's no such thing as accidents.
As if they're that fucking important.
Exactly.
Yeah. Humans do require a certain amount of rationalization. The idea that things could happen randomly without cause, I think, distresses people.
It definitely distresses people.
Not to get into this area, but it's religion in some ways.
You're in this area.
Hold on. Somebody died, and you mean they just died? No, there has to be, and you start adding this metaphysical, there's this all-seeing being.
Right.
There's this big entity that controls everything. It's God, or it's the big government. It's a way for people who have no control in life to feel like they have control.
Right.
Who feel like there's order.
Or understand, right.
The world is chaos. So if you add this level of the government is fucking with the cheese and making people, they're putting fluoride in the water. It makes it feel like there's order.
And if nothing else, they have something to kill their time with.
Yeah, exactly. But you'll never see like a millionaire conspiracy theorist because not if you're a conspiracy theorist, your life is bad. But I mean, there's tests that people who are in less control start seeing things, like seeing patterns that aren't there.
Right.
So I mean, it's the first thing people do. It's why a lot of unfortunate and poor people start to pray a lot, because it's your way of it's your brain trying to manage things and control things and box things up.
Right now, somebody is frowning at you and shaking their head.
Oh, blow me! Oh, fuck you!
This guy has no idea what he's talking about. All right.
Oh, tell me to watch Loose Change. Tell me how jet fuel doesn't melt steel beams. Oh, a gray alien reptoid together flew into the World Trade Center with JFK's head.
Break from the internet,
yeah.
How do you feel about those planes that are up in the sky shooting out noxious fumes to poison the angels?
Chemtrails. What are they putting in the water?
The chemtrails are poisoning the angels that God is sending to protect us, Zach. How do you feel about
These
that?
angels are dropping like dead birds and landing in people's backyards. People are grabbing them and fucking them. They're keeping them in their house and just fucking these angels, taking their wings off. Jumping off roofs with these angel wings, but they can't fly because they're not angels. You have to have angel wings in your body.
And a halo. The halo's like your battery.
Without the halo, you can't fly. Stop trying to jump off buildings without the fucking halo.
Thanks, Zach.
Thanks, Zach.
You helped a lot of people today.
Jeff, Are there any conspiracies that you kind of believe that you're like, well,
No.
you don't think Iceman blew ice at the World Trade Center? That's what caused it.
I have better things to do.
You don't think the Incredible Hulks are pulling out steel beams underneath the 9/11 towers?
I'm not one of these people that needs to feel special by believing something, knowing something other people don't
Jeff,
know. What?
The government did not.
I think the government is filled with semi-incompetent people who don't know what they're doing.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
and
it's
that's
also
why conspiracy theories exist.
It's also not like an original point or whatever, but it's like,
Oh yeah, and then it goes. Yeah, it's like cyclical like that. Like they think that they're super geniuses, like doing all these things. But
The only smart people are the ones like building fighter jets and surveillance systems. The rest are dumb as shit.
Jeff, do you know the term that they give people, us regular guys, these conspiracy theorists, what they call us? Sheeple.
Muggles?
You sheep.
Sheeples?
You sheeple. You sheep.
Might as well be muggles.
That's a cool word.
It's Harry Potter, man. I didn't just pull it out of my ass.
I'm not a dork. I fuck girls. I drink beer.
Fucking muggle? Ew. You mudblood?
I wonder if you walked up to like a football guy, if you didn't know what that was, if he'd like punch you because he thought it was like some insult because you made him feel stupid.
If you called him a muggle?
Yeah.
You fucking
I think
muggle?
they punch you if you call him a football guy. Hey, football guy.
Hey, football guy.
What the fuck's that supposed to mean?
What would Terry Crews do if you insulted him? Would he snap you in half?
No, he's so nice. Have you ever seen the interviews with Terry Crews?
Yeah.
Yeah, he seems like the nicest
he's
dude
the
ever.
nicest guy.
I want to give him a big old hug.
Can he?
Yeah, he's a phenomenal artist, man.
I wouldn't say he's really good at what he.
Okay, phenomenal, no, but yeah, he's surprisingly good.
He's one of those guys that kind of copies photographs, but he does it really well.
Right.
He actually can draw pretty well.
Every interview I've seen with him, he seems like the nicest guy. He seems really down to earth.
And then you get behind closed doors.
Yeah, and then he just fucking fucks your skull.
Have you ever seen George Bush's paintings before?
Yeah.
They're fucking funny looking.
Speaking of, what do you think of these people who, every time I'm on the internet, the only art that seems to be getting praised is people who copy photographs.
That's
like you go to like fucking Reddit. It's like every hobby.
Well, there's a problem right there. You go to Reddit. A lot of stuff on there will fucking irritate you.
A copied photograph. They're like, you're so talented.
Yeah.
It's like, I guess you are in a certain way, but
I think the more people start to figure out the internet and what it really is, like we're still in this transitional period where everybody's blown away by everything because you're being put in touch by the 43-year-old woman that lives next door to you and then the dude up the street. So they don't really, there's no defining boundary there. You're all in this fucking room it's not awkward anymore.
I don't know. It's interesting, like what people appreciate because I feel like it's all context.
Yeah.
You know, people will like give on Reddit. They'll give it like 8,000, ups or whatever of some guy who took like a picture of themselves every day for a year and then strung it all together. But there's some African kid who fucking ate 4 flies and drank a puddle of mud and survived for 25
you gotta admit,
years.
he kind of deserved. He had it coming. Black people. I mean,
he chose to be born in Africa.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta admit the black guys have had it pretty good for a long time. They kind of get the the occasional 1-2 to the face.
Still swinging back.
Yeah, they can take an uppercut once in a while. That's why they need a break. I think
there's a science to making white people XD on the internet, Mick.
Yeah.
All you gotta do
Explain
is
it.
hive mind. That's all.
Hold
you
on,
gotta do.
I want to know this, Jeff. If you let's say right now, you had no scruples, you didn't care about what anyone's opinion.
I hate the word scruples.
I was gonna say, what are you fucking my grandfather?
I am not fucking your grandfather.
Well, you could.
No, but I'm not.
All right, continue.
No, I was gonna say if you were to start a channel and you wanted all the knowledge that you have from looking at Tumblr and watching other YouTube videos, what would be your breakdown of the things you would do to create the most successful YouTube channel ever?
I'd blow up stuffed animals there in slow motion.
Holy
Cute
shit.
stuffed animals.
Did you ever see that?
That's a great fucking idea.
YouTube thing where he
That is actually that would be so popular.
Did you see this? Arnold Schwarzenegger had a tank, and all the videos were like him crushing stuff at the tank. But it was somehow underwhelming. He was like, "Oh,
no, wait,
I got crushed by a tank."
I would dress up cats like little soldiers.
Okay.
And just have explosions going off in the background as they kind of play with each other in the foreground.
And they would shoot lasers from their eyes.
Now, how many videos do you think you could kick out like that? Do you think you would have to change up the recipe, or that alone, just keep making those videos?
I would call the YouTube channel Laser Cat Bacon.
Okay, right.
Laser.
What about Ninja or Pirates? You gotta have one of those two. I mean, what's more epic than ninjas and pirates fighting?
Ninja Cat Laser Bacon.
All right, now we're on to it.
Now look.
Now we're cooking.
With bacon.
A man I don't even get into this.
Listen, what's not funny about bacon? You know what I mean?
Humor.
Hold up, like.
Yeah, go.
No, like you got like a joke. Add bacon to it.
I thought
that's a funny joke. You know what I mean?
Aren't waffles?
Your meal's not good enough.
I thought
Just
waffles.
add bacon, man.
Was
Come
it
on.
waffles, pancakes, cookies, and bacon. Were
Muffins.
Muffins.
Muffins are okay,
Watch here. I want to make like a generator for this, like cat, bear, dolphin, llama. I mean, all these hilarious animals. Like, just look at pugs. Wow, pugs! God, they're funny. Look at their disgusting malformed faces. Also, check this out: food, bacon, muffins. I'm not done.
What is the demo? This type of shit like irritates us. But what is the demo? Is it like moms?
It's hyper kids who watch Invader Zim.
13 to 19. Primarily female.
It's like girls who wear Invader Zim t-shirts. That's the audience, dude.
It's like we have that. All right, so just to bring up, not to shit on, because we're just like shitting on people like bitter cunts. But that,
we will.
Kickstarter that got like $8 million, $8 or $9 million.
Oh, was this that bacon thing?
It's a card game.
Oh, sorry.
That first off, that guy, his art fucking stinks. I don't care what anybody says.
What's the card game? You don't have to give me the name. What's the game? What's the actual?
Exploding Kittens.
It's called like Laser Cats or Exploding Kittens or something.
Yeah, I think
like
it's called Exploding Kittens.
So it's literally the recipe we were talking about for.
It's so forgettable that it's interchangeable. It's like, oh, is it Ninja Laser Muffin Cat?
The guy who has this website, and he panders to just the biggest fucking idiots on the planet with his humor. It's like the top 10 list of what a dolphin would say if something, just like it's.
Is one of them
lazy,
I'm a dolphin?
He's the guy that runs
lazy shit.
The oatmeal, right?
Yeah.
Hey, he's not bad though. He's put out a couple of things that are fairly good. He's got some.
I like a lot of the oatmeal's articles.
Yeah.
Don't give me those eyes, Jeff.
We're not friends anymore.
Oh, shut up. Have you read some of his articles?
No.
I think some of the articles are great. I didn't know about this game that he was making.
Top 10 lists. Top 10 things you can do with bacon. Go.
You didn't XD when you read that?
Look.
No, he's told some interesting stories from his childhood and stuff like that. Where's my fucking thing at? I can't find it.
The most surprising is just
my RoboCop wiener.
Not to shit on another artist, but there's bad art. There's good art. There's bad art that's still kind of charming.
Yeah.
His
Mark M is not a great artist, but he has a really fucking charming style.
Yeah.
His art,
you can really enjoy it.
That oatmeal guy's art is bad and not charming.
Well, he's an entertainer. He uses his art as a.
Yeah, but his art's not entertaining. That's his point. To us, at least, it's all subjective. Disclaimer.
It looks like something just a random 15-year-old would draw in math class.
And I think there's a charm to it. South Park is so fucking stupid to look at. It's charming.
I mean, are we sounding too? Am I sounding too? Be honest. Am I coming off too like?
Well, it's all
hateful and
subjective.
bitter here?
Hey,
It's
no.
all subjective.
For the card game, yeah, and what it got? No, you're not.
Because I feel like people rightfully might give me shit because I might get a little too.
You're allowed to be cynical. Nobody's going to argue whether or not you're allowed to have your opinion. I think some of the articles are funny.
And look,
as long as you're not saying everybody's
if you're
wrong
listening
for
at
thinking
home
it.
and you're like looking at me, you're thinking to me like, oh, what a bitter, miserable cunt. It's okay. It's all right. I agree.
You're really good at Street Fighter, and you're an amazing artist.
You do draw the line when you start telling people that you are wrong for thinking that.
That's where the line is.
And also-
no, I'm not saying that.
And if
I'm
I
just
had a
saying
fraction of
personally.
your talent, I would probably
stop.
I would probably be bitter as well when I saw shitty shit. That you got a huge wiener. You got a huge
I can do
wiener
that.
stamper.
Everybody can use two
It
hands.
just seems like if you matched up somebody who's actually funny with an actual decent artist, the card game could have been 1 billion times better. But
yeah, and then it pulled like 8 million on.
I think that's the kicker. If a guy that's gold, nobody would give a shit. But a guy way over.
It's just ugly, lazy.
Well, I think that's what it
jokes.
goes to. I think it goes back to that like thing, like the hype.
Yeah.
Right. So if we got like $1, you'd be like, oh, this isn't that bad. But if we got like $20 million, you'd be like, what the fuck?
And it's not even the art that pisses me off. The art doesn't even make me mad. It's just on top of the fact that the
Besides the 8 million, what was he asking for?
Like a couple 100,000, right?
10,000.
Okay,
Oh,
10,000, and then he got 8 million.
And then that untalented coattail rider came in and said, "Let's work together," and then it got 8 million.
I see.
And I think, like I said, when you see 8 million, you cross terms, you go, well. Let's see, impress me, 8 million. Come on, this better be worth $8 million. I think that's where it starts to. But if it got $5, you'd be like, it's not worth. I mean, it's not bad. You know what I mean?
I think it is the fact that it blows up so much. I mean, and then you start to see a lot of the flaws, and then you start to try to put the value to it. Like, this isn't worth $8 million.
Exactly.
I'm not even trying to attack the guy. I'm just saying. I'm actually just curious
how it got so much?
He's got a huge fan base. That's why. It's the same thing with the Simon's Cat guy who ended up coming out with the cat cartoons or whatever it was. He asked, I think, for like £350,000, which was like $600,000+ And I think some people were like, dude, that for... I think it was for like one cartoon. Yeah, it was kind of like, not... Look.
I was one of the people who said...
But that also ended up getting a ton more money, like, over the thing. And in some cases, when people ask for an amount, and if they happen to have the support, and it goes way over, you can't necessarily fault the creator. But when they're asking for a lot, and they get way over even that, I feel like that's when I personally draw the line.
I don't know if we should cut this, because we sound like a bunch of complainers, but it just kind of blows my mind, that's all. It just seems like there's so many things out there that are so much better than that.
Sure.
That's all.
$8 million could do a lot for a lot of other causes.
I see Kickstarters failing all the time that legitimately interesting, talented people are doing things.
Wait, stop. Are you saying that you'd rather see some Kickstarters pull through versus a bowl of potato salad?
That was a silly gimmick. I mean, that was stupid, but...
Well, in fairness, people who donated to that understood what they were getting in. Like, they got on that hilarious, epic... thing I forgot about.
All these people at the aughts that can't wait to play their exploding kitten game with all their other aughts friends. Like, they just go to conventions like MagFest and sit. That's where all these people go. They go to MagFest and sit in like the game.
No, let's be honest though. Let's be honest.
Let's be honest. You go to MagFest, asshole.
No. When the game comes out, how long do you think people are going to play it?
A day.
Do you think it's going to be the next big thing? Do you think it's going to be the next Wizards of the Coast Magic the Gathering?
I don't think so.
The next Pokemon? The next Cards
Against Humanity?
Cards Against Humanity, yeah.
Maybe.
No.
I don't think so.
There's a lot of girls out there. A lot of cuties.
Yeah.
People think I'm bitter enough. I should just...
Speaking of fuck you, man, let's talk about old people in nursing homes. Stamper, when you get old and crusty, let's say you somehow survive your suicide and you become old and beautiful, do you want to be put into a nursing home? Do you want to be put into a home by your kids?
No.
Okay.
They're depressing.
Have you been to a nursing home? Have you seen?
Yeah, no, it is.
I have.
I don't know. Stamper?
I don't know why you would actively go to a fucking nursing home where somebody wipes. The day somebody has to wipe my ass is the day I'm hanging myself in my bedroom.
Stamper, you don't wipe your own ass.
Yeah, that's true.
It's true. No, I was going to say, like with nursing homes, a lot of them feel, and I've been to a couple, but they not to be crass, they feel a lot like death row, but with perks.
Yeah.
For old people.
Well,
because the truth is,
you get a last meal at death row. It's not fucking.
Yeah. No,
processed food.
I'm saying like well, yeah, I guess. But with the nursing homes, you never know. Like you can be best friends with someone. You never know who's going to croak the next day. Like it's kind of like with death row. You never know when someone's number is going to come up.
And in fairness, they're not called nursing homes anymore.
They're called assisted living. Actually, there are two levels. There's if you have the money to pay for it, you can put your grandparent in something called assisted living, which is nicer than a quote-unquote nursing home. It's actually... It's still depressing because it's filled with dying old people, but it's... it's kind of like in a dorm for a nice kind of... For old people.
Dorm for oldies?
Yeah, but it's like, it's got like okay decor and the people are nice. A nursing home is when you don't have the money.
Okay,
you have to send them somewhere.
I think either way, I think maybe people send their old people to one of those places because they're afraid that old guy's gonna die in their house or something.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
So basically, they're just pawning off.
Yeah, because I feel like if you had your grandfather making your house and he was like he had the guest bedroom, you'd always be like, man, we have to throw that bed away. You know what I mean? Oh, he's getting his fucking death hands everywhere.
I mean, assisted living, they'll take you out and do stuff with you. They'll
take you out
for activity.
They'll take you outside and put a bullet in your head.
But I remember my grandfather went to one of those, and there was this old lady who quote unquote escaped. Every day she would roll very slowly to the exit and push her way out and get like a foot and be like, "Up, back here." And
then five guys tackle her.
Yeah, started hitting her taser
with batons.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what though, if your grandparents have like $1 million in the bank and they're like, I want to go to a nice assisted living place for the next decade, that their money will drain faster than you can believe.
Yeah. I heard that shit gets eaten up fast.
Yeah, that's a quick way to upset
put 'em down.
The parents and kids.
That's cheaper. Put them down.
I feel like if I had a lot of money in the bank
some bullets.
and I was incredibly unhealthy, I would just just take me out back and shoot me. You can have my money.
See, you're being
Then they'd
respectful.
remember, they'd be fond of me when after I'm dead.
That's right. You not only would they be fond of you, you'd be such a badass. Hey, you guys remember Grandpa Jeff? Do you remember the time when he wanted to die? And he just handed us a gun, and he went out with a beer, and he got on his knees in the backyard, and he said,
Do it, pussy.
He said, take my money, it's all yours, just don't miss.
Jeff, get on a Harley and drive into the front of a...
Jeff, if you were gonna die that way, right? Like, let's say...
Good luck laughing when you're dead,
I mean, Jeff,
bitch.
are you looking forward to old age? Honestly.
No.
Not even old age. Like 60,
No.
60.
No.
60.
No.
60-year-old Jeff walking around.
No.
You get discounts.
I can't wait to be 60. My balls haven't really dropped. Like I
Jeff,
heard,
you could be like you could.
I can't wait till I'm 60 and have like old saggy men.
I think
Are you kidding me, Zach? Discounts?
Dude, I was at McDonald's today, and the old fuck walked up with the aura of death around him. And he was
You
like,
want your
you know what he said?
senior discount.
Yeah, check this out. You know what he said? He went, senior coffee. I was like, oh, what's he talking about? Is that like a dead guy language? No, she was like 60 cents. My coffee was like $2, dude.
I'll take youth over my $3 savings at the movie theater.
Jeff, how old would you want to live to be there? What's your ideal?
I'm gonna go ask for fucking handouts. That's what Zach wants. He wants his old people handouts.
He asked, what's your ideal age to live to?
You're not senile. You're not shitting your diaper. You can walk.
Well, that depends because it's been pretty much proven online. If you're an elderly person, if you're hitting the gym every day, you can be pretty physically healthy for at least into your. Probably at the latest, maybe your mid-70s, you can be pretty active.
Yeah, you're worried about strokes, sugar.
Okay, so I'm saying you're not wheelchair bound. You're not like you're not senile. You're not dying. You're not brain damaged.
I mean, I'll just say both my grandfathers, they lived to their early 80s. They still were able to walk around. They could do stuff. I think
90, right? Come on.
I mean, at the very latest.
Yeah. What's your cap?
Put a bull in me at...
Turn me off at 90.
Turn me off at 90.
I'll unplug you.
All right, people listening to the podcast will remember that because this is now...
What about you, Stamper? I'm curious.
47
oh,
tops.
Stop it. When you're 40, you're going to be like 56.
47 tops.
Yeah, Stamper said he had like 4 years left when we were in the living room.
He's been saying that for all these years. Stamper's going to at least be 150 years old. He'll never die.
I don't think I'll make it to 90. Nobody,
if you
no
could,
males in my
without any
family live
problems.
to get to 90.
I've seen a lot of things. I've experienced a lot of people. I'm pretty much done with life. I'm good.
What about you, Mick? You're Chinese, so you're going to live to be like 1 million.
Yeah, I think 1 million would be good. I won't lie. I don't want to die. I want to live forever.
It's funny, everyone's like, everybody has this mindset where they're like when you're 15, you're like, yeah, I'll live to be like 25, I don't care if I die. But when you're 25, you're like, yeah, I'll live to be like 40, I don't care. When you're 40, you're like, but it's weird when you see these old people who are like 80 and they're like, I want to live another 15 years.
Yeah.
I saw an interview with George Carlin like a month before he died. Somebody was asking him like something, and his response was like something to the effect of no. His response was like he said something to the effect of like, oh yeah, I'll live like another 15, 20 years or whatever, 10, 15 years or whatever. And he died like a month later. I was like, God damn.
Yeah.
What do you think of married people who live?
What are you worried so much about death for, Zach?
I'm not worried about it. I'm just saying like
you're totally worried about
I'm not worried about it. I'm saying people who everyone's like, yeah, I'll die right now, but like the truth is, when even 70 or 80 or 90-year-olds don't want to die. They want to live like another 5 or 10 years.
I'm saying that I will die right now happily.
I could live to that age. I just feel like these people who are married that live to their 80s and there's like, oh, I'm still in love with my
They're not. They realize they're too far in.
They're just...
What, are you going to be single at fucking 80?
How could you not be fucking sick of that person by the way?
Well, you do hear about those cases, those murder cases where it's like some 85-year-old man strangled his like 87-year-old wife and shit.
What the fuck?
Who could blame him?
What did she do for like 50 years of not pissing him off? To the what brought it?
It was 50. It was 50 years of pissing him off, and it was just
you think that was just like he walked over slowly? And she was like, "Stop it!"
It was built up. You do hear about that? They get poisoned and shit like that.
Both of my grandparents, or on one side of my family, they both divorced when they were like borderline 80, I want to say.
Jesus Christ.
And then they both immediately remarried the people they should have been married to their entire lives. They were married for like 50 years, and then they divorced. And I was like, wow, that's really fucking late to divorce and then join with somebody else. But they're like super psyched and happy now.
Do you think...
and they're all dead.
I've thought about this too, though. Do you think by the time you're old, you're kind of upset that nobody wants to fuck an old person. I don't think someday
You're old.
No, but my point is, I think old people fuck other old people not because that you somehow become into old people, but it's because it's all you can get.
I disagree. I disagree. Yeah, because the older I get, I mean, my taste. It's not like I'm looking for fucking 17-year-old.
By the time you're 80, are you really gonna fuck your 80-year-old wife who looks like a corpse? Who looks like fucking,
you don't see it that way.
Dude, I won't fuck anybody under 24 right now. It's not happening.
Zach, do you know?
Let's go do Jello shots and fucking.
One of the biggest problems.
Once you hit 30, though, it's like everyone's pretty much adult.
One of the biggest issues that a lot of these assisted living compounds has is the spread of STDs among the elderly.
I'm not
because
telling
they
you that they fuck. I'm not
like
telling you that they fuck.
crazy ass monkeys.
They got nothing to lose anymore.
I'm not saying they don't fuck, but I'm saying like if a 20-year-old walked in and was like, "I want to suck your dick, old man," he would do it.
Yeah. So
I'm just saying, like, I'm just
saying he would not appreciate an elderly lady's saggy, veiny boobs. He could still enjoy those.
I feel like there's a cap. I mean, yeah, I think you guys are saying
Yeah,
like
but you're
30 or
working
40.
with-
You guys are saying like 30 or 40-year-old ladies, but that's
No,
they're
you're
still
working with your current mindset, thinking about fucking an old. You're thinking about current.
Dude,
Zach
I would
Nato
go
fucking an old woman.
I would go older than probably you guys would.
Liar!
How old would you go?
Liar!
Yeah, how old would you
no,
go?
You first.
How old did you go?
Let's see.
60s.
I'd do hot 50.
Oh, you guys are such pussies. I would say it, bro. I'd say a hot 60-year-old. You're 50s, you fucking hypocrite.
I'm not a hypocrite. I'm not 50 yet.
You know
when I hit 50, I'll probably say 70.
When you're 95, you're gonna be like, oh, bring me that fucking Jeepers Creepers body. Bring me that fucking rotting corpse.
This wasn't a contest to see who was the creepiest
Jeff, what
dude
about
in
you?
terms of wanting to fuck old ladies.
Jeff, would you fuck a rotting corpse?
No, I wouldn't.
I like them right when they clock over to 18. I sit and wait. I'm waiting.
You got your watch.
I'm waiting by the DMV every day, waiting for bitches to come out with their license so they can drive me someplace and blow me.
Speaking of old people, I'm curious. How would you guys want to die if you had to go out? They gave you a choice. They say, "Hey, you're gonna die, but we're gonna give you a choice. How do you want to go?"
Any choice?
Any choice.
I'd like to
anything
with Stamper, like ride into like a warehouse full of like drug dealers with guns blazing.
Yes, you could do that.
There.
All right.
Well, okay. Here's more interesting.
I'll take that.
Here's more interesting, right?
We have guns too, right?
Yeah.
So we can kill as many people as we need. Okay, yeah, I'll take that.
Here's another situation, right? You're walking down the street, a car fucking hits you, you're dying, you're split lip, you can feel you're going cold. Because like the guy who hits you is like, oh my, he's freaking out, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can tell this guy your last words, be like, tell everybody this was my last word, my last request.
I'll say this.
Jokes aside, I would hands down honestly say, tell the world Psychic Pebbles is a faggot. And he would go up to somebody and be like, he said, just tell the world Psychic Pebbles is a faggot.
I'd be like, just get trend, make sure Psychic Pebbles is a faggot trends on Twitter.
Put a hashtag. He's like, I don't know what that means. And you'll never know what it means, but I just said it because I had nothing better to say, and it'll ruin your life.
I'd want to come off stage. I want to come off stage from the Oscars with 18 Oscars in my arms for a cartoon I made with my friends that won like best animation. I want to go backstage. I want to have fucking the hottest fucking superstar woman female lead who just won her Oscar for leading actress. Give me a fucking blowjob, and while that's happening, right when I fucking come, someone put a gun to the back of my head and blow my brains out.
American Beauty style.
Is that how they did it?
Spoilers!
Oh!
Let's do it again. 3, 2, 1, spoilers! Okay, all four of us. 3, 2, 1, spoilers! There you go, that's good.
Here's a morbid question. Let's say your entire family was wiped out by like a drunk driver.
Okay.
The drunk driver lived.
Yes.
And he was fine.
Okay.
And you decided to write him a letter.
If that driver was me, I'd fucking kill myself.
Yeah, would you be the forgiveness type of person or the
I think
angry?
I honestly think I have a
I'm
threshold.
gonna kill you type of
I think I have a threshold where if somebody did something horrible enough to me, I just wouldn't care. Like I'd dedicate my life to
It's
killing
too
them.
much. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I'd be the
Like, if
the forgiveness guy. Truthfully.
I would. I absolutely would. Because what else can I fucking do at that point? I would.
No,
you know what?
I
I would probably beat the shit out of. Kick the crap out of someone who like kicked my dog. If somebody kicked my dog, I would go over to their house. I would pull their kids out of the school bus as they got home, and I would fucking bash their heads into the concrete.
That scenario's got variables. Though.
Okay,
I'd have to talk to the guy first.
Let's do it this way.
I might forgive him.
Okay.
Not a drunk driver. It's the fucking what's that Gerard Butler movie where the dude kills his family?
300.
What?
It's
law-abiding citizen.
Law-abiding
What if it's a law-abiding citizen thing where you're at home, some dude eating dinner.
Make sure you watch Law-Abiding Citizen to get this reference.
It's like the first 5
There's a
minutes.
home invasion.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's a home invasion. You're sitting there eating with your family.
Yes.
Doesn't mean you could be your kids, your wife, it could be your aunts and uncles, brothers, sisters.
Those guys are gonna die.
Yeah,
The way it happened in that movie, they're gonna die.
Well, how would you do it though? Honestly,
How would I kill them, or what letter would I write?
kill them. What would you do?
I could probably do what Gerard Butler did.
You think you would do that?
I could do close to what he did, minus a lot of the scientifics and planning.
Yeah, I was gonna be like, I don't know if anyone could really do what he did in that
Actually,
movie.
no, dude. He put like poison into like the barrel of a cup
If
gun.
he was a guy that showed no remorse and he was like glad he killed everybody I knew, I could definitely tie him down to a table and do terrible.
Oh
things
yeah, I
to
could.
him.
Yeah, I could.
Because you're gonna die anyways. You knew it was coming.
I'd scoop his eyes out with a spoon. I'd
You know what
cut
I've
his
always
tongue
thought
out,
was a
cut his
really good
fingers
torture
off.
idea, but no one's ever done it?
What?
Lay somebody on their back and then tie them to a table they can flip over, like so their stomach is facing the floor.
Yeah.
But cut a little hole where their stomach is, so their
Oh.
guts are out, and then put them over like that, so it all comes out.
What the hell's your problem?
That'd be sweet though. Think about it. If someone like cut your line, you could do that.
Jesus,
never do it again.
If I cut a hole in your stomach and flipped you over, your guts probably wouldn't fall out like a cartoon, Zach.
Hit him on the back like a bar, like you're
trying to get
Heinz
salsa
ketchup?
out of a jar.
The Heinz ketchup cup?
Yeah, bash it really hard, man.
I mean, that happens with dogs. If they get hit by a car, they're
Oh, everything spills out. Yeah.
Dogs. Ugh.
I don't know if did I tell the story about my neighbor's dog who got hit by a Suburban?
Yeah,
He's a big pit bull. And his intestines were hanging out, and he still walked back.
And they sewed him back up, and he was okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a similar story where I was driving to the Newgrounds office when I lived up north, and I was on the interstate, and I saw this flash in my rearview mirror, and it was animal eyes on the side of the road, and I was like, oh shit! So I got back off the interstate because I was like, oh, that dog might be alive,
Right.
or whatever the fuck it is might be alive. And so I went back, and then I pulled up next to the dog. And then I parked my car and I walked up to him and I was like, you okay, buddy? And I put my hand on his rib cage and it was ice cold. And I was like, oh, God.
I thought you were going to say like it caved in.
Well, no, but then I looked to the right and all his guts were hanging out of his ass. It was the worst fucking day of that entire year.
Yeah, when a dog or...
And then I came back later on and... to drive back home, and it was just like this bloody scrape on the ground. So some guys just came by and scooped him up with a snow shovel and threw him in the fucking trash. It was awful. It was awful.
You know, there's no coming back when you see some roadkill. Some of them look like they might be able to make it.
Yeah.
You know, like they're a little kind of crooked. You know, like they're clearly
If
not
somebody
right.
gave them CPR at a time, they could have made it.
That's what I was
Maybe, but
hoping. I
other
was
times
like-
you know it's just wrong when like they kind of look whole, but all literally like they got run over right in the middle in their guts. It's not like with the dog where they can put it back in. I mean, they're like shooting out their eye sockets, like they're done.
Yeah, he looked like straight, like from like 75% of his body. I was like, oh, hey, I've never touched a creature that was just like an ice cube
cold
before.
death.
Yeah, it was
Dude.
fucked up. Yeah.
I talked about this before, but I came out a minute after a deer was hit in front of
Yeah, I remember that was one of my favorite
Oh my
stories too.
God.
How creepy that whole thing must have looked.
All four legs are broken, flailing around.
That absolutely looks like something from Silent Hill.
It was a fucking nightmare.
That's absolutely like a Silent Hill like creature, like a mini boss.
We could just stand there and just hope the thing died.
Because that flailing
Quickly,
deer
it's
just got
has
the norm-
antlers. Yeah, and you got to make sure it doesn't flail at you. You're like trying to run away from it because it's just limbs and hooves and antlers.
And it's
terrible.
it's a mini boss. It's got the normal music. It doesn't have like
Yeah.
the boss music.
Right.
It's got like the sub boss
Yeah.
music.
And yeah, like I was saying, the only nice part of that whole story was some guy came by within like 20 minutes and was like, "Hey, you gonna eat that?" And he threw it in the back of his truck. and
Yeah,
got
see,
off.
to me, that's a happy ending.
Yeah, I
see,
would
it's
have.
like-
That would have been me, dude. I
Yeah.
totally
Alright.
would have been like, yeah, I'll eat this thing. I'll give this thing a memorial in my belly.
in your toilet. Moving on.
Zach, you were just chastising me because I pay for TV.
Well, no, I was saying that nobody has TV. Like, nobody watches cable television. Like, not even
See?
cable. Nobody watches TV.
All right, look.
What do you mean nobody?
Here's the thing.
No, but okay, let me clarify. Nobody that I guarantee a lot of our listeners don't watch TV unless you like live with your family or you live with the roommate who has
I
it.
guarantee a lot of our listeners do listen to or
I'm genuinely curious. I'm not
If you
I'm not
spend
doing a
all
debate
day
here.
on the internet, you swear nobody watches TV. Everybody's like,
No. I'll say this.
Comcast and I just download everything.
No, I say fuck TV because we don't even pay for like it's not that we pay for it, we don't watch it. We don't even pay for TV because by the time anything comes out, I have Netflix. I mean that's what I use.
I think I feel.
But you
I just
pay
feel,
for Netflix.
Yeah, I mean, but you can also go and watch any show you want to. With TV, I had to watch TV when I went to my parents' house last winter, or whatever. It was the most awkward thing ever because it was the first time I watched TV.
You know what? To play the devil's advocate again.
When was the last time you watched TV, Step? Honestly, you sat down and watched TV
at a bar. But at the same time,
at your house.
When
was the last time you watched TV at your house?
We don't have TV at our house.
Exactly my fucking point. I'm not saying
at the same time, I have Netflix at my house, and what do I have to watch?
That's my point too.
Fucking Leprechaun 2 and the fucking Exorcist 9. People have TV for a reason, and TV is still very important and popular.
I like putting it on for I'll put it as background noise, or I'll just put on the Food Network, or.
Yeah, but you pay so much for that per month, though.
Well, Zach, I'm not starving. I can afford it. So.
Do you really want to afford listening to old bitches screaming?
I feel like there's some. I'd feel empty inside if I didn't have TV for some reason.
Access to it. At least.
I just got used to it, man. Because any show I want to watch, I just find online.
To find a balance,
you guys are sitting home eating bugs and watching Netflix, and I like my TV.
You're wasting $50 a month.
That's more than that.
Yeah, I was paying like $120 a month for my cable TV.
For TV you don't watch.
Well, no. Here's the thing. If I think there's a balance that you could find where you're paying for a lot of channels that you don't watch. Like me and Jeff watch Discovery, History, the Food Network, maybe Cartoon Network, whatever. So why isn't there a fucking TV package where I could just click the shows that
Well, that's a DVR technically, right? Like with the DVR you can.
Yeah,
do
but
that?
aren't you still paying a flat fee for everything?
There's a whole fucking argument about this. About you should be able to subscribe to the channels you actually want.
I'm not even saying anybody's inferior for watching TV. I say I didn't know that anybody still. You're the only person that I know that still watches TV and pays for TV.
You know,
besides my family.
The thing that I find
the entirety of my family does.
No, the thing I find most interesting about today's audiences, though, and the reason why I think TV is becoming more and more obsolete, is that we want our shows and we want our entertainment instantly, and we want it specifically. We don't want to have to wait through. It's not just the commercials. Yeah, and it's not just the commercials. It's also that your show is there. You know what I mean? You don't have to wait until 6 p.m. Eastern time every Tuesday.
You're not testing out a new show plus commercials.
That's the biggest thing.
Yeah.
When I went back to visit my family, I was I was going through the TV guide, and there was nothing on. So I was like, well, I'm just not gonna watch. I can't watch anything. I'm just gonna sit here like an idiot.
It's true that
I got so used to.
I would rather look at my Twitter feed and talk to friends than watch some show I didn't want, Desperate Housewives.
I torrent TV shows if I miss them.
Yeah. So you do get to watch the shows that you want when you want to.
I've never torrented shit like video games. I just grab shows every now and then I miss.
You can torrent video games?
Were you trying to say that? That was justifying it?
Yeah, a little bit.
I'm not one of those guys.
I do
I'm one of the good torrenters. Just TV shows.
I'm not a good person. I'm just not.
I only murder white people.
Yeah.
I'm not a racist. I don't murder black people.
I'm only half.
You fucking Joe from.
Yeah, no, I don't know why that happened. It just fucking came. I generally don't download
things you pay for. I have HBO Go. I pay for that. I legit.
That seems like a fine service.
That seems great though, because there's lots of shows and movies that I actually only get access from there.
You can watch any episode of any show you want to that has HBO. That's on HBO.
But that's not cable though. HBO Go is.
That's my point. It's like Netflix.
I can't afford it anymore.
Yeah, but then I know people. It's like the same concept when people are like, yeah, fuck PS4. I'm never going to spend that much money on a fucking game console. And then they'll go out and buy a video card for $800. It's the same concept. I know people are like, fuck cable TV. And they'll buy a Hulu account, a Netflix account, a fucking HBO Go account.
Which is all less expensive than fucking cable, though, dude.
Not if you add them all together.
Netflix is $8. How much does HBO Go, Jeff?
Oh, that's like 20 something.
It comes with HBO, so you got to get HBO first, which is $20 a month.
Yeah, it's like $20 a month.
So it's like, you have the option. You can pull up Netflix and watch fucking Child's Play 9 and The Tooth Fairy starring The Rock.
If you're one of these people who
I love him,
they're pretty much what they own. They own a desk, a computer, and a computer chair, and all they do is sit there and watch Netflix and torrented movies all day. Then fine.
You do that, plus you have a TV wasting $50 a month though in the background.
I like sitting in my living room and watching TV.
Truthfully,
what?
Truthfully, people that have cable TV, they sit and
you said cable.
You said cable, dude. That's pretty fucked up right there.
Why is it fucking?
You said cable.
No, cable. No, so people that
hold on, guys. Do like a pause for laughter there.
Okay. So it's like TV is their recreation. Everybody that I know that uses Netflix doesn't use it the way the normal person does. Everybody I know that uses Netflix and Hulu and all that shit, they put it on as background noise for when they're working. So it's pseudo entertainment in the background. You're not sitting down and watching it. Cable TV is a constant feed of things. that tons of people pay for a reason.
Okay, yeah, and here's the one big plus to cable television. Zach Ari, okay?
Sports?
Fuck sports. No, the
Well, if you want to say fuck sports, then cable TV doesn't exist anymore.
No, what I'm saying is if you have a DVR set up, right?
Yeah.
Like, I know that there are certain shows that only, like, if I want to watch them on Netflix a week or 2 weeks later, maybe, sometimes a month later with, like, Game of Thrones or some shit like that.
1 hour after they air online.
From what? You can't do that with, like,
You
Game of Thrones?
absolutely can. Yes,
If I want to be a fucking thief and a little shit, and I've got my ad block on, and I'm fucking jacking off in my diaper like a fucking
I'm
ass.
starving here. I don't make any money. What, you pay for $50
to be for free?
I'm Jeff. I pay $100 a month to have some guy come in.
for anything.
Zach, did you pay for Flash? Did you pay for Flash?
Let's pay. I actually did once. You know what? You know something? This is true. The one I actually bought for $800, the one time I ever paid for it, it was broken. That's why I torrent stuff.
Zach, you're part of the entitled generation.
Oh, you doing shit too, Jeff. I'm Jeff. I haven't
paid for anything.
I haven't bought Flash, Photoshop.
I did
anything.
buy Flash.
Liar.
Fuck you.
Yeah, 2002, you liar.
That's not true.
I am
bought the
such a
copy of
good.
Flash, I'm still using
I am such a supporter of independent artists that I purchase songs off of iTunes and Bandcamp.
You never told you anything before?
Oh yeah, that's right. But Mick is always shoving his Bandcamp songs in our face.
Sorry, I love music. And I love to support artists who work hard.
That's fine.
Who
Great.
I do that.
Who can't just torrent their guitars, who actually have to buy guitars
That's
and then
great.
make beautiful music
I bought
for us.
albums off of Bandcamp.
I've definitely bought things off iTunes. I bought, you know,
And
the last thing I bought, well, iTunes or anything. The last thing I bought was the Ninja Sex Party's album. I went to support some friends. I went to support some artists.
Yeah, Ninja Sex Party's album was great, and then you also did you get the Starbomb album?
No, I didn't buy that.
Did you get the second one?
No,
You know, there's a third one coming.
I didn't buy any of them.
Why didn't you buy this? Why didn't you buy it, Zach?
Because they don't like the music. I don't like it.
What-
I like everybody involved. What? I have to like everything all my friends make?
Yes.
I guarantee there's tons of videos I made you guys hate.
What video game would you like them to rap about next?
Columbine RPG? I don't know, dude. What do kids play these days? I don't...
Do you think your friends are good rappers?
I'm not keeping any of this.
Oh, bummer. I thought I was a pretty good rapper for a little
Stamper
bit.
is the best one.
Until you fucking.
Wait,
just
you were a
destroy-
Starbomb?
That you just destroyed.
No,
me.
he meant rapper in general.
He said, "Which one of your friends are the best rappers?" And you just shot me down.
Stamper's
You put a-
alright.
you put a-
Stamper, rap about apples.
Yo, I like apples. You gotta.
Alright, guys, just cut this out.
I don't give a shit. Check it. Granny Smith, apples.
My favorite is Stamper. Stamper, keep rapping for us. Give us a little rap. Come on.
How easy is it for you to
Cakes.
come up with constant rhyming words? Because I can't do that.
Apples. And I can't.
Icing.
He tried to mix. Stop.
Okay, I'll give you a better subject. Go back. Go.
All right.
Nick, check this out. Stamper, subject. Circumcision.
I got my dick cut. What the fuck? I don't like it much. Hey, Dad. Why'd you do that to me? Now my pee-pee is bleeding.
Actually not bad.
You ever see that scene from Scary Movie 3? I know it's not the best movie, but it's when he's in the fucking...
Did that just rhyme with what I said? Now my pee-pee is bleeding. Did you ever see that scene from Scary Movie 3? It's not bad, but keep going. Keep going.
I'm talking about the cut version,
still
by the way.
sounded like it.
Whoa!
Did it sounded like a rap? That worked?
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyways.
What were we even talking about? I don't know. So let's do one more topic. We never talked about showers in school, high school.
High school showering in high school.
Oh yeah, you guys brought this up earlier. What were you talking about?
Yeah.
With high school.
Here, wait.
What?
Hey, shh, quiet. You fucking goof. Locker rooms, my dick is small.
In the shower room stall.
When you guys got to high school.
Everyone points and laughs.
Because my dick is small. Wait, you already said that.
Because my dick is stuck in my ass. No.
When you guys got to high school.
What's that?
when you guys got to high school and
Yeah.
you had your first day of gym class, did the gym teacher say, you got a big wide open shower room, were you all dreading the public showers?
No, see, my gym teacher always said, hey, go fucking take a shower or whatever you needed to do. And he was just working off a mindset from the fucking 70s, but we had stand-up showers that nobody ever used.
I was going to say what he said.
Nobody ever used
Everyone
it.
just stank.
Everybody in middle school was like,
yeah, everyone sprayed cologne all over them.
That was it. You do the French shower.
Yep.
Yeah,
but
go ahead. Sorry.
I was just going to add one little footnote to what Stamper said. Yeah, at middle school, everyone was like, dude, you have to get the high school showers. Everyone's going to put their finger up your ass and call you gay and stuff. And I was like, oh, no. But I went there, and nobody ever used the shower. Only like one freaky kid with one smell. Weird. The weird kids use the shower.
It was always like the Russian import that used the shower, like the kid that wasn't used to Americans.
Who'd walk in there, just drop turds casually on the floor as he walked around and showered. Yeah.
You don't shit in the
You
shower.
guys all smelled the rest of the day.
Everybody had Axe showers. You'd spray yourself with Axe.
Yeah, but your gym clothes would be in a little locker that you keep there, and man, every time you opened that locker, it was like a bomb went off.
I thought I had way before that. I didn't do very good in gym.
Yeah,
so
I still don't.
You never broke a sweat.
Dude, all right, here's how it went in my gym class. We had a big open shower room that was like the whole room was like one big room with the showers. The gym coach pretty much stood in the middle of the room, and he's like, he stood there with his fucking clipboard, and he made sure every guy in there, he's like, if you don't take a shower, you're getting docked points. I'm docking you.
Dude, yeah, we're faggots? Oh my god.
I would have. It's easy to call him, easy to call him gay, but he was definitely like, he was like some crazy war veteran. He did not seem gay, no matter. He could stand there and watch nude boys all day long. And
he could have his dick in your butt and he would not be gay.
Close. So he just sits there and like scrutinizes you while you're clean, and he's like, clean out your foreskin, make sure it's really clean, and then you just go to math class and everything's fine after.
Put that soap down, son. I'm going to show you how it's done.
As long as you made it to under shower head, he counted you, but...
Wow.
Did any boy ever guard his penis with his hands?
Yeah, they were definitely bashful ones. They would fuck with each other. Like some kid told me he dropped the soap in front of me and told me to pick it up. I didn't fall for it, but then the kid next to me fell for it.
And what happened?
Scolded.
Was it prison?
Everybody just started
fucking
with him. Like you're like, oh, you picked up the soap.
He was being.
You wouldn't last a day in the big house.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. Did they ever make fun of your curly pigtail wiener?
No.
Aha! You do have a curly pigtail wiener. Bingo.
Curly fry.
I walked into the shower holding it out straight, and I'm like, it's straight.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
The whole podcast was leading up to this moment. I just wanted to make sure everyone knew that he had
all 18 episodes.
It was all a ruse to find out about your curly fry wiener.
Have a pigtail wiener in real life?
Listen,
I hope not.
Ducks do. Ducks have curly. Yeah, they do.
Oh yeah, no, ducks have corkscrew wieners. They look like
That's the same thing.
wine bottle openers. No, pigtails, they stop at a second. No. So it's saying that somebody has a pigtail wiener is comical because it's short and curly.
Got it, yeah.
Bingo. But then a duck's wiener is like 9 feet long and it spirals all
I think that's equally comedic, honestly.
I'm the last person here that wants to talk about dicks more on this fucking podcast, but I will say this: animal dicks are almost like magic. How they go from nothing to 2 feet long. And back to nothing.
And they're always strange shapes as well.
Yeah.
That's kind of like my dick, though. I mean, it's about an inch long when it's soft, but when it's hard, it's like 2 feet long.
Dicks, they turn into
You're
like a
growing on a shoulder.
I am. Asians mostly are. Actually, Asians don't really.
I'm backwards. When my dick normally, when it's flaccid, is like 9 feet long.
Yeah.
But when I'm hard,
it retracts.
It contracts.
It's back into your body.
It's like 2 inches hard.
No, it's like
pushes your guts.
It's like one of those. It's like if you took a worm and you stretched it really thin, but when you let go of it, when it comes back together, the girth, like it gets shorter, but its girth is really thin.
No, yeah, it contracts like something out of the cosmos. It like focuses in on itself.
The density of your dick.
Yeah. The power.
It's like a neutron star.
The power, yeah, it's like a neutron. It's just like the power is there, and then it's
like Thor's hammer. Like it's only about 4 inches long, but literally it could collapse a star.
And it only works when Odin whispers it.
The only person who can jack it off is fucking Thor.
Would you be with the chick if she was really into whispering into the guy's dick holes?
The dick whisperer?
She'd be like, hey, I gotta tell you a secret. You'd be like, you'd put your ear, be like, what's up? And she'd be like, no. And she'd go down and be like, I'm so sorry. She was like giggling and stuff. Would you feel self-conscious?
And then my dick flies at her like Thor and she grabs it.
Yeah.
Jeff is loving this.
I've seen weirder shit. No, that fly in the bedroom, you know what I'm saying?
There's a lot of weird fetishes out there, though. I don't get the ones that are like that where you can only do them once, like the death fetishes.
How is that a fetish?
That's the ultimate fetish.
Is it the desire? But it's not the death, though. It's the desire to have death.
I guess, but there are people who actually do it. Like there's that guy who had his penis cut off and died.
Yeah.
But
what was his actual fetish, though?
Yeah.
To have his penis cut off and die. I don't know, man. I guess I don't know.
I feel like his fetish was attention. I mean, it's hard. I mean, because he did it on camera.
There's
right?
a lot of people that their fetishes are attention. I mean, look at the fucking Pain Olympics. That a dude lays his balls and dick across a cutting board
that was fake.
and smashes it. No, well, maybe a couple of them, but he'll just lay his dick and balls out, and then he'll hatch them with the hatchet and then cut them with.
Those
smash 'em
guys
with the
have to immediately regret that.
Well, yeah, but they get their 15 minutes of fame, and that's what they wanted the whole time.
Yeah, but it's like you can't really exploit that any way except for that. You can't walk and be like, yeah.
In your mind, do you think a fetish is something that you have to constantly revisit, like getting choked while you're?
No.
When I think of fetish, I do think it's
you-
consistent, like it's an addiction.
Yeah,
like
yeah,
you do
yeah.
it a lot.
You can only ever do that once.
So what's that? Like a super fetish?
I don't know, man. I don't know what that would be. It's stupid, is what it is.
It's a goal. It's a life goal.
Have you been? Name something that a girl has asked you to do when you've been with her that you were just completely uncomfortable with.
I never got the choking thing.
Yeah.
The choking thing is a common one, but I was just like, I'm always afraid of they're gonna request me harder. You're gonna crush their fucking. What if I can kill them?
You can't kill somebody that easy.
I don't know. Maybe my penis is riling me up so much that I crush them. What if I can kill them?
That does seem like a thing you would do accidentally.
It's my luck to kill somebody while. And then,
I just imagine you like naked and your wiener flopping around, the dead body on the bed, and you're like, what do I do? What do I do?
That's the
Just like
worst
Zach
part.
running around in the bedroom.
The worst part would be like, do I finish and just say I finished before it happened? You know what I mean?
You mean finish having sex?
Yeah, like come and be like, and then tell the cops, like, no, it happened before she died. It happened as she.
What do you think the law is on that? Because I have been asked by multiple people to choke them while we're having sex. Now, let's say they die. Do I go to jail?
How hard are you choking people?
No, I'm not. Look, I'm not saying
You killed someone.
I haven't ever killed.
Where are they buried, Nick?
I'm asking what would happen if someone did that. They were asked by their partner.
This is a submissive mindset, and you're like going in there with both hands trying to kill him.
At best, you're charged with second-degree murder, and you'd go to jail.
Yeah.
But do you think the cops would believe you, or they just thought
it wouldn't matter?
Oh.
Why are you choking them to death? I don't
really wouldn't matter. I mean,
because you're like, your hand slips.
What if they just keep screaming harder and harder? And they're like,
even if there was a video of the person like harder.
Yeah, your hand still killed
still
somebody.
Probably go to jail.
No, I suppose as soon as their eyes started bugging out and they like passed out, that would be kind of your cue to be like, let go, and then maybe do some mouth to mouth.
Yeah, you probably knock somebody out before you kill them.
Yeah, you probably.
I
Actually, you would. I
if
think
their
knock
eyes
them out
start
before you
bugging
kill
out,
them.
I'd just pull my hands up, come on, and run away.
Yeah. But
That
you
way-
do that anyway.
that
You
way
do
the-
that at the playground.
Dude,
in
you
your
did that
store.
last Thursday, and you blamed it on Mick.
Yeah.
It's like a dog. It's easy to do. Just
Zach was up in a tree just whacking off on the kids on the teeter-totter.
Someone thought it was bird shit. They're like, oh, gross.
How do you whack off on a teeter-totter?
From a
Who says
tree.
whack off. Your
I
story
do,
is
sonny.
flawed, sir.
My fetish is having no fetishes.
That's pretty fucking.
My addiction is not having an addiction.
Fuck you.
I'm
addicted
too
to
good.
life and air and organic foods. And
You know what they say? Everything in moderation, even moderation.
Who said that? Ernest Hemingway?
No, Buddha.
I'm pretty sure Ernest Hemingway said that.
Who's David Cook, you idiots?
Oh.
We should end on stamp. We're doing the rap.
You guys, no, hold on. Fuck that. Fuck the rap. You guys want to go grab some Burger King, some Wendy's?
This podcast brought to you by Burger King and Wendy's. at
See
the
you
same
later.
time.
This podcast is brought to you by heart disease.
I could eat some food. Let's wrap this shit up.
Let's go to a diner, I think. Because there's a lot of places open, are there? I know fast food is open.
Let's go to a diner.
Here we go. Come on. Hey, hurry. Give me a beat.
Wait, I was going to give you the next verse.
Give me a beat. Hurry.
We need to go to a diner.
That sounds fine, sir. Let's get a burger.
Choke. You have to say choke. Choke.
Choke. Choke. Choke.
Hey, burger doesn't rhyme with fucking diner, all right,
You can make it if you're a lyrical genius like me.
Okay. Let's try. Okay, the lyrical
Zach,
genius.
he's
Let's
a
try it
lyrical
again.
genius. His brain is big as his tiny penis. If you haven't seen it, then you better see this. I'm gonna stick it
Listen,
up.
I'm a master, especially at
Jack's tiny
cunnilingus.
penis.
That's right.
All right, yeah.
Let's make me out of breath.
Keep going.
I'm too fat.
Keep going. Keep going. Keep going.
Try it.
I got an idea.
Yeah, there you go.
Zach is too fat. It's gonna make him out of breath. Boom, boom.
Then he's gonna face death. You got it.
I'm not Breaking Bad, but I'm pretty sad.
8 minutes to come up.
You ain't Breaking Bad, but you're feeling sad. That's because you ain't rad.
If you ever needed a reason for all white guys to be wiped out, this is it. Show this to any black guy and he'd be like, oh my god.
I'm done.
That's right.
They'll want to reverse slavery us because of this.
Are we ending this now?
Watch this. Check this out. I'll end this, guys.
Okay. I'm ready. Make it happen.
You have reached the voicemail box of
Mick Lauer.
Please leave your message after the beep. Boop. Shit.
Hey, pussy. You guys can't rap, you little bitches. Check this out. Oh, Jesus, I was crucified. Don't cross me. I'm gonna nail you. And my dick is big. And it's also black, and it's got a lot of stretch marks because it's so fucking big. And my dad is God. You know who my dad is, you little bitch.
My dick is big and frothy. Don't cross me.
My dick is big and frothy. Don't cross me. Put that at the end of it.
My name is Jesus. Don't cross me. They buried me for 3 days. I moved the rock, see?
Hey, check this out. I rose again.
Dad's the boss, see?
God, see?
I rose again after 3 days. Didn't even need Viagra, so I don't give a fuck. Hey, check this out. My dick is 3 inches, even though I'm the son of God. Isn't that fucked up? You think he'd like...
I rose up to the challenge. Blue pills, the truth kills.
That was from my ass, you fucking idiot.
There's no place to escape to.
This is the last podcast.
On the left. That's when the cannibalism started.
What was that?
Are you ready? No, we're not giving you poop. Right. I'm just giving you. I'm just giving you a joke.
You're the joke. All right, he's spit. Okay, Marcus. That's Marcus. I'm Ben. With us as always.
Oh, it's a pasta ravioli, Mr. Don Bagnani.
You know
man, what? I can't always be a different person. Sometimes I gotta be me.
No, but
my name's
you
Henry
is a terrible
Zabrowski.
person. You're a mean man.
I'm not a mean man.
Don't yell.
am a performer. What is this character?
That's Preacher.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a little figurine of a comic book man here.
Yes, Jesse Custer.
I guess look what I'm doing.
He's licking Preacher's nuts.
Wow,
right
he
now.
is really going
Where
to
has
town
this
on those
figurine
nuts.
been?
Oh, so many places.
I gotta stop licking it.
What does your tongue taste like now?
I don't know, man. It's like it's blood.
Weird.
That's
blood
fine.
and hummus.
Yeah.
Does that exist?
See, that's the thing. No
Hummus.
matter how much you wash blood off of PVC plastic, it just the taste always stays there.
Well, speaking
They
of
do that so it's for proof of crimes. They do that on purpose.
Well, speaking of blood and terrible people and mean personalities, this is part 2 of Bind, Torture, Kill,
yeah,
BTK.
fucking electric boogaloo. We got BTK. He's coming back, but this time he's traveling back through time, and he's got Napoleon, George Washington, Hitler's sister.
Get out of here!
In a fucking telephone booth. That's him and BTK and his best friend Ted, and it's really going well for them.
Collect
what a
all,
great
please.
sequel this is going to be.
I can't wait. So we are up to the point of his first hiatus. We've
Yes.
gone through the total of what? 7 kills? 4 kills?
7.
7 kills thus far.
Man, he must be tired.
I need a nap.
I've been filming a short film and I'm tired, and I still haven't killed any women yet.
You haven't ejaculated on a child
no,
while she begged
not
for her life.
not this fucking weekend. At least not outside of my Second Life fucking forum I've created for myself called the Dennis Rader Fantasy Camp. Except my hit kit has got a bunch of dumplings in it, and it's got a hammock that I tie. It's 2 poles. It's called an Insta hammock. You stick it in the ground. It's got 2 poles and a fucking hammock in the middle of it. You can sit anywhere and make it a vacation. That's what it says. If you're on the train, make it a vacation.
Someone get this guy a pina colada. He is living life on the beach.
I'm sorry.
All right, so Mr. Rader is on his hiatus, taking a little vacation in the years before a staycation. So what is he up to now?
So we just left off with Nancy Fox. That was victim number 7.
And this was the first good one.
Yeah.
This is the first time he actually got it right, correct?
This is the second time that he got it right. His first time he got it right was Shirley Vian. That was victim number 6.
No, that was the problem with the kids because the kids got out.
That's right.
Yes.
Okay, so
very true. Very
Nancy
true.
Fox. I was like, that's really interesting. I did do a little reading on that, like kind of talking about how like
the fierce pure one.
Yeah, he went out and he was like, he said, I have a sexual problem, and what I really need to do here is I just need to tie you up and I need to fuck you. And she was down. Now that she was down, I'm not gonna do this.
But it wasn't out of her realm of sexual reality.
She was just like, she sat and smoked a cigarette and, well, let's get it fucking over with. And she went out and she got naked, and then he fucking killed her.
Yeah.
He could have just had sex.
Yeah.
He could have just had an affair.
He
You know what I
really
mean?
could have.
Right.
And this was also the one where he went and called the cops.
Yes.
Right afterwards and told him that. Because this was, I
And
think
this
that
is
was
the
the
cops
first
from
time
the
he was
payphone.
truly proud of what he did.
Yeah.
Like, really, truly proud. Like,
Right.
I went in, I had a goal. I had something that I needed to do. I went in, I fucking did it.
It was like
Cops,
the first time I
come
roasted
look.
a chicken. When it's like, you're just so happy because, it's the same thing. I tied the legs together.
Right.
Yeah.
And you jam it full of fucking lemon rinds and rosemary.
Is he making a drink out of her?
Boom, 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 boom. Salt and pepper it.
That sounds very good.
Is that really fucked up?
That's a Williamsburg kill.
And that was also, he stabbed her a whole bunch. Because the strangling wasn't working for him. So he
yeah, you
stabbed
do get
her
the
like
feeling
9
that he
times.
stepped out. I have a sexual problem, so he checked that off, made her aware, bind, checked off the bind, checked off the torture, and then checked off the kill. And was like perfection.
I keep reading exactly in what way did he torture them?
I think the torture was mostly like the, and then letting go.
You can make a strong argument that
Letting
the
go.
whole situation.
And
Yeah,
you
it's
also
pretty
have
rough,
to, and you
yeah.
also have to remember, this is a name he gave to himself.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's true. I just thought he was going like, I'm a little teacup and like going sitting there going
Here
like,
is my knife, and
then
here is your
like
dad.
going showing her episodes of fucking like Jersey Shore over and over again.
Yeah, whatever the terrible show of the
It's
time
Rhoda.
I love Rhoda. I love strong women. Not
You will
sexually.
stay awake and you will watch Rhoda with me.
I don't know what it is about you, but
Man,
I
he
just feel like I
binds
could
me,
go out and get a job.
And then he tortures me with this Rhoda.
It was insane.
I sure hope he doesn't kill me. Oh.
The BRK. Bind, Rhoda, kill.
And so in 1977, he takes a hiatus. And this is also around the time that the police finally put together a task force that is made specifically to catch the BTK killer. They have two names. They go by either alternately the Ghostbusters or the Hot Dog Squad.
Why is everyone gotta have a dumb name?
No, I'm sorry. This is the task force?
This is the task force assigned to catch BTK.
Why do they
else
call
feel-
themselves the Hot Dog Squad?
Anybody else feel like they're not taking this seriously enough?
Hot Dog Squad sounds like a gay porno.
It sounds like a gay porno or literally a group of fraternity members who have weird hot dogs on Saturdays and they go to a different hot dog stand. Every Saturday, we're the Hot Dog Squad.
This mustard's spicier than the other mustard. Give it a thumbs down, Hot Dog Squad. Out!
Yelp is going to hear about this.
It sounds like, it smells like Ed has been a member of the Hot Dog Squad for
Yes.
some time.
Yes.
That's mostly just his Polish
Well,
deodorant.
I'm sure they actually go to Ed's doorstep on a regular basis. He's like, get
Thinking
out of here,
it's
Hot
a
Dog
restaurant.
Squad.
And it's like, oh man, I thought that it was a fucking hot dog farm. The way your pits smell, you
Right.
fat pig.
Of course I did.
Ed Larson.
I love. It's a clever joke. I did watch Ed on The Burn the other night, and
Yeah.
God, he is fat.
He
He's
really
getting
is.
big.
He's
He's
really
getting-
good.
Well, he's in
sucking
Los
down
Angeles.
chocos,
He's
yeah.
not walking anywhere.
No, the opposite. He's a madman. He takes mass for transportation and he walks everywhere. You should not be on the streets of Los Angeles. It is a dangerous place.
And nor should you be on the streets when the BTK is around. But
Well,
I suppose-
especially if you're a sassy female fucking sashaying back and forth, asking for it, having a house, going home from work.
these
Ludicrous.
Rhoda-like dreams with these liberal women.
That's what happens. Is you know when it started? When we started letting women play tennis.
I agree.
Those first badminton days. Those seeds were planted.
I think we can all blame this on whatever-
Badminton, torture, kill.
Yes, yes.
And it's also around this time that Dennis Rader himself gets a degree in criminal science from the University of Wichita.
Okay.
And this is
Not science.
Yeah. And the Hot Dog Squad came somewhat close to him at one point.
Okay.
Because all of I know. I'm just gonna keep referring to them as the Hot Dog Squad.
that's what they called
Ghostbusters
themselves.
is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Lieutenant Shart, the commander of the Hot Dog Squad, was keen on capturing the BTK killer. After I finish this hot dog, he says,
Always after
picking
a hot dog.
sesame seeds out of his fucking teeth.
Ridiculous.
But there's
It's like,
always
oh.
another hot dog.
All this evidence is all mixed up with ketchup. There's red onions on my fucking gun. He pulls his gun. Whoa!
It's not even a gun. It's just a condiment disperse machine. If I hit the button here, it's ketchup. If I hit the button here, it's mayonnaise. It's
Yeah.
crazy. Mayonnaise and a hot dog.
And this is the only time that the Hot Dog Squad ever came close to Dennis Rader
Okay.
because the letters that he used to send to the newspapers and the TV stations and all that, they were
written on hot dog buns. You could identify them by smell and texture.
Oh, I will write this one and relish. Yes, yes.
Well, they were all photocopies, and at the time, this is something you learn, I think, from his criminal science thing. In the days, Xeroxes would make prints slightly larger every time you Xerox them, so they couldn't be traced back to any one typewriter, any model of typewriter. But what they could do is they could take the ink and trace what kind of ink was in the toner, and then they went to the Xerox Corporation. The Xerox Corporation told them which printers in town had that kind of toner, and one of them was, but they were all public ones. One of them was at the college where Dennis Rader got his degree,
and that's not
the
even
other one
close.
and the other one was a public library where he put his first note.
Well,
Yeah.
public, have no fear. We have whittled it down to 1 in 25,000 people. We know he's at a university.
And at this time,
he's the one always wearing hats covered in the fancy tied bows.
It's like he loves to bind things.
He said I was also reading it like during that time he was also a Boy Scout leader, and he was especially good at teaching knot tying.
Yeah,
he was. So he was propping up his social status with the Boy Scout things. He was also
God,
very
can you imagine
involved
how
with the church.
hard he was teaching them like how to tie knots?
Yeah. Oh, my
Like just
Christ.
this like rigid hard on like tying up a little boy. He's like, and this is how you do it to make sure they don't fucking struggle. They don't get another. They go, excuse me, Mr. Raider. We thought that this was for tying bundles of sticks together. No, I said faggots.
Is that that's a double entendre. Entendre.
And by the way, this is something that we haven't touched on yet. This entire time, he was a security guy. He was working for ADT Security, installing security systems in houses.
And this is how he got good at scoping out houses and the proper way to break in. Again, don't let people in your fucking house ever.
Never.
Even
about the-
family.
Well, I think that's just more of a personal reason for you. You have a delivery man, something like that, or a weed service. Might have
They're
to
the
come
only.
in.
Those are the only people I trust.
Yep, Chinese delivery
The
and
weed
weed
people,
services.
the only people that they will never fuck with you.
That's true.
Because it's always chill dudes with like a band name like Cork Sliver, and he's coming over and get tangy mangy that
Right.
he's got.
Yeah.
You know?
I got Binga Monkey. This
Yeah.
one is a really
Ooh,
wild.
yeah, it's some purpley, veiny, fucking thick green egg, fucking covered in salty crystals.
And Henry is fully aroused. All right, so he's ADT. He's working with the Boy Scouts. He's going to university. He has all of the accoutrements of somebody who is a successful member of a Wichita community.
Again, I'm going to say those are just those are the fucking signs. of
Those are
serial
telltale
killer.
signs.
Anybody who's living a life like that is always fake.
Right.
Yeah. Fake. Especially a fucking priest. And he spent his goddamn time in a church.
He was the president of the church board.
Exactly.
Which, of course,
And if you're a part of an administration of a fucking wizard's palace, also known as a fucking dumb church, you are most assuredly a murderer. At least you have feverish night hardness over the little boys and girls scamping through there, and you punish them, and you hate their freedom, hate the way they dance and sing and talk, but the first thing you imagine is pushing them down.
Yeah, I might convert to Christianity if there was a church called the Dumb Church. I would immediately be like, all right, that sounds kind of fun. It's Reverse Pants Thursday, guys. Come
he's
on
got
out.
all my shit. He's got everything bad with him. He worked for the government.
Yeah.
He was a Boy Scout leader. He worked for a church.
Mhm.
Ugh.
Yeah, you can imagine the hate-filled sermons that he thoroughly enjoyed.
So from 1977 to 1985, he didn't kill, but it wasn't what you would call a hiatus. Okay. More of a slump.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because he tried. In 1979, remember the poem that I read last time?
Yeah.
Anna, why didn't you appear?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was about...
Sounds like a Davy Jones song.
Yeah. That was in 1979. Perfect. That was 2 years after Nancy Fox.
Oh.
And there was
so he sucks.
Yeah, and then there were a couple of women that he stalked in the early 80s. That never worked
But
out.
he couldn't, yeah, because, I mean, early 80s, people weren't looking very good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so
Maybe
1985...
they were just too into it in the early 80s.
1985, he comes back strong.
Okay.
Real strong with Marine Hedge, aged 53.
And how long was
I mean,
the
Bill.
hiatus,
I mean,
though?
Beverly Hills Cop 2 just come out. I'm sure that he was very excited to be out and about.
So we had how long was the hiatus total?
From 77 to 85.
So we have an 8-year hiatus.
Yeah.
What
Well,
happens?
slump.
A
We're gonna
slump.
call it a
Yes,
slump.
I
Let's call it a
agree.
slump.
Okay.
Yeah. So 53-year-old Marine Hedge, she lived down the street from him and was also a member of their church. He went...
Good.
I feel like you're for this murder.
He abducted her from her home, took her out to a field, dug a grave,
planted her like she was corn,
strangled her with pantyhose, and as he's looking at her in the grave, he gets an idea. He picks her body up, takes her to the church, and then
I thought it was
puts
going
her...
to be for like the iMac or something. If I could only have a musical device like in my hand right now so I could listen to CCR.
He takes her to the church, and he has keys, of course, and he props her up in separate, in the sexually suggestive bondage positions.
Hell yeah.
And takes a bunch of pictures of her, and then takes her back, and then just throws her off on the side of the road, but not before taking a lot of pictures of himself in the grave that he dug, all tied up with a woman mask on.
This is the equivalent of boasting about a robbery that you just did on Facebook. Why would you take...
only Instagram was around back
You know
then.
that he would have done it.
Absolutely. Yeah. How many likes? He was like, oh, how many likes am I going to get for this?
Right.
Yeah.
No likes.
No likes?
I better
Nobody gets no likes. Only the least most popular nerds in the world get no likes.
That's not me. I'm BTK.
I'm the BTK killer. I'm the Garrote Phantom.
Yeah. Well, this
Give
is
me
the
a hot dog bun. I've got a message to write.
Well, the pantyhose were knotted around her neck, but this was the only one that he ever actually strangled with his own hands.
Okay.
Well, that was also Albert DeSalvo's calling card with the Boston Strangler.
Yeah.
He used to always use pantyhose and do big elaborate knots and like leave them watching television.
Am I right to assume this is the first abduction situation?
Yes, this is the first one in which he abducts the first and only one in which he abducts a woman and takes her to a separate separate location.
And it's so sad because she probably thought she was going on a date. Mm-hmm. You know, he was like, "You want to go out? We'll go to a movie. We'll get some malteds."
Oh, what? What are we going to
malteds?
Okay.
I take
Dennis,
that back.
you were intense, but I am lonely.
There are two.
Okay.
Yeah, he abducted another one that we'll get to here in a second. However, in 1986,
can we see the pictures of? Do the pictures? There's no way to see the.
There's no
right?
pictures of the woman. I mean, I'm sure they exist, because he kept everything. I'll get to that in a second.
But there's got to be a place
there
where
are
you
pictures.
can see that stuff,
there are
right?
pictures of him
in the grave.
In the
I've
grave.
seen those pictures.
Yeah.
Those are fucking horrifying. We'll put those up.
Yeah.
I'll put the BTK. I'll put that source page up on the Facebook page.
Yeah.
Take a gander for that if you're not totally sick by the end of this.
Yeah. And then about a year later, he goes for Vicky Wegerly. And Vicky...
Real quick, though, after this last kill, after this abduction, he threw her on the side of the roadway. Were the cops still completely cold again? They must have been stunned.
Completely cold.
So he was not linked to the previous crimes whatsoever, right?
Not until later.
Okay.
Not
I just
until
don't
later was
understand
this
how they
linked
had
to
no
BTK.
fucking clue. How did they have no
Because they were the
clue?
sausage gang.
The hot dog bandits got to stop doing this kind of. Why let guys who are willing to?
The hot
drives
dog
me crazy. I just said I just feel like it's the all the snacks that used to sing the songs on the movie theater intermission things.
I'll go to the movies.
And they're all just police officers now.
Right.
Going after the BTK killer. Women getting murdered everywhere. The guy's like, oh, gee, boss, I'm just a bunch of popcorn.
Yeah.
How am I supposed to find a BTK killer?
It's a great
Oh,
voiceover
sweet,
career.
Sweet, delicious butter all over me. Salty kernels. Can't resist. I'm trying to sit down and watch the movie. Me greedy fingers. Looking for my popcorny kernels. Oh, there's no way I'm going to find that BTK killer being so delicious. Put some Parmesan on me.
All right. Well, you could do that forever, and I would probably love it if you did.
I would be. I was just going to let it go for as long as possible.
To move on. So we have our next kill coming in 1987, 2 years after.
1986, about a year and a half later, in September of 1986, Vicky Wegerly, he did this one. This is
I think that's
ballsy.
also when Ace Frehley came out with his solo album.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
New York Groove, right?
I believe so.
Again, the connections to be made. People didn't notice this back then, but now with hindsight.
Now we see. Vicky Wegerly, this one is pretty ballsy. Strangled this woman to death on his lunch break in front of her 2-year-old son.
Really?
No shit, on
And
his
where
lunch
was he
break.
Same time,
at
you
this
know
time?
something.
He was working at the security company.
And you know when Dennis comes back from lunch, you're just going like, man, oh man, I'm still pretty peckish. I'm pretty hungry.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you didn't go to eat in your lunch? Dennis was like, nah, no, I didn't. I didn't really get.
You know me.
I didn't really get to.
They call me the old bottomless pit. You know.
I don't know, Dennis. It's kind of suspicious. You always eat lunch.
I'm actually on this new diet. It's called Murder During Lunch.
What did you say?
It's a murder during lunch? No.
I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. It's break in and kill a woman during lunch. I didn't say that.
No. But either way, I'm feeling great. So.
And then finally his last victim, Dolores Davis, on my birthday, January 19th.
Congratulations.
1991.
How old were you then?
I was 8.
Did you help him?
Yeah, that's Marcus, we've got you a gift. We're taking you to Kansas. What to do? You're going to be in charge of the torture.
You know, like the Sorcerer's Apprentice?
And on this one, and this once again proves that he's the killer on the go. He snuck away from a scouting trip to go kill this woman.
Man, he's just trying to. What a fucking.
And this is when he starts
donna.
getting like stupid. This is when he starts getting cute. Like the woman was very a tidy woman, and so what he does is he goes in the kitchen and eats a bowl of cereal.
Because he's being a punny serial killer.
He's being a punny serial killer.
Seriously?
He hate Dennis Rader.
I got time to be making fucking jokes all the time. Just be killing people.
It's ridiculous.
Leave
the jokes to us, Dennis.
Why does it make me mad so much?
Because he's not doing it right. Because he's not taking it seriously. You got a job to do, bro.
It just comes down to it. It's like the guys. I'm going to do this. It's like the guys who go to L.A. to do stand-up showcases just to get a television show, or the guys that stay in New York and get funny. You know what I mean?
That's
Working
right.
out in open mics.
Yeah.
Going out there to alt comedy rooms, all right?
He's all
So it's
PR.
just like Jeffrey Dahmer is the Mike Lawrence of serial killers. All right?
He worked
This is the
every
fucking
single night.
Daniel
He was going out
Tosh
to
of
gay
serial
bars.
killers.
That's right.
Who's the Daniel Tosh of serial killers?
BTK.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
right.
Yeah.
He got by on his looks, a little bit of charm, some wealthy family money. I mean, this is bullshit. BTK being punny after murdering a chick is the most offensive thing that he has done thus far in his life.
Where's the burning, sweaty urges in the night when you're sitting there making jokes?
That's the thing. Where is the bloodshot eyes looking in the bathroom mirror being like, why do I do this?
I wish I could see my own skull, but then I can't kill again.
Yes, I wish I was one of the victims of my own hands so I could feel what it feels like to be choked to death by myself.
Yeah.
I mean, it is ridiculousness.
And this will tell you everything you need to know about BTK right here. Is that the reason why he stopped in 1991, because that is the year that he became a fucking dog catcher. He became what was known as a compliance officer among around. It was like some sort of apartment complex or something like that.
Women have wronged me.
Yeah,
a dog has never wronged me. I am very upset about this.
I know, and yeah, he became a dog catcher, and just everyone had a story about this guy, Officer Rader, who was just a horrible asshole, big complete power trip, like just an absolute power mad dog
He's the
catcher.
Joe Arpaio of dog catchers.
There was one woman who told a story. He was because I think he was starting to feel like kind of the urges again, and he was starting to just kind of get on her ass about her dog, and her boyfriend moved in. He's like, "Yeah, you got to get rid of that boyfriend. When are you gonna get rid of that boyfriend?" And she's like, "Why won't you leave me alone? Just please leave me alone." She's like, "I'll leave you alone if you get rid of that boyfriend."
No,
And
probably
then
not true.
one day, and then after just went on and on, she came home. Her dog was gone. She called up. She went over to animal control. He had kidnapped her dog and taken it to animal control and had it put to sleep.
Whoa.
This motherfucking monster.
Man, you went and he killed a dog? Like, literally,
Why
I know
did
that's
you
like so
kill a
fucked
dog?
up. But it's just like, that's what cleared him? Being a dog catcher?
That's what cleared him.
That's like, ugh. It's like one of those things where it's like that Russian version of heroin. What's it called?
Crocodile.
Yeah, it's crocodile. Where it's just like, oh, it's like heroin, but it like makes it, I'm fine with it.
Yeah, but it's like heroin, but it eats your flesh.
Yeah, it's like crocodile makes you a human skeleton, and heroin makes you Jimi Hendrix.
That's right. Think
All right?
about it.
Be a,
Lighting
be a
guitars on
dick-
fire.
You're being a dickhead.
And also during this time, this is the time when he built his treehouse.
What,
Yeah, the
okay, so what was this
treehouse?
treehouse about?
He built a treehouse in the backyard, and neighbors said that he would very often go back into the treehouse, and they would see him looking through what seemed to be a scrapbook. He had a chest that he would
like
just,
listening to like the Boys of Summer again.
my old friend. Either that or sunshine, lollipops, and rainbows everywhere.
Yeah.
Now he was looking through all of his mementos, all of his photos, because he would take driver's licenses, he would take jewelry from all of his victims.
He's a real Bart Simpson.
I'm saying I keep all my flyers, and I have a whole closet
Yeah,
full
me
of props,
too.
so
Yeah.
I understand that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I suppose so. So after 1991, he got his thrill by pretty much killing a bunch of dogs. He never murdered another person.
Did not murder that. Not that he ever confessed to, or that we know
So what's
of.
he doing during
I
this
think
time?
he would
'Cause
have
he's
confessed
making-
to it. He would have
Yeah, of
confessed
course
to it.
he
if
would
he
have.
Yeah, he
So he's an attention whore.
So that's exactly what he is.
But
He's
the
the
funny
Kim
thing is-
Kardashian of serial killers.
The last two victims he never bragged about.
Okay, so what was going on with the
Yeah.
media? I want to get into the media here. So while he was doing this from 85 to 91, he was sending a bunch of different messages to the media.
He was sending letters, poems. He was sending these. He
was connecting the dots from the 70s to the 80s to the 90s for
Exactly.
the media, right?
Exactly. And he was also sending them cereal boxes with prizes inside.
I hate this fucking.
I know,
What a
yeah.
fucking
He would-
crafty.
He would make dolls reenacting the crimes.
Okay.
And he would put jewelry in there. He had a couple of driver's licenses from women that he had
Now,
killed.
going back, we were talking about Cake, K-A-K-E, the news station. Was that the channel that he mostly communicated
That was
with?
the only one he communicated with that and with one of the newspapers.
And is there any? Have the reporters discussed getting these messages? I mean,
Yes, there's one reporter that it was kind of the main guy who was covering all of these stories at the time. He's very relaxed about it. But
What do you
I
mean?
You could. He's just like, yeah, you know,
no,
BTK.
definitely it was the story of my career, and I got to tell you,
Yeah.
if I could do it all over again, I'd do it all over again. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dennis Rader. This has been K-A-K-E. Get yourself a slice of the news.
Yeah.
Thank
I
you.
bet they had a promo like that.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
There's a guy cutting cake, and he's like, oh, the Hindenburg. Oh, JFK assassination. Another slice of the cake.
Hot Dog Squad. All right. So, so what was the reporter's response? I mean, how many letters was he giving? Was it monthly or yearly?
Yearly. I mean, it was it was fairly sporadic. Like, it wasn't like. Let me see here.
I feel like, Dennis was probably very upset, and this is why he had to write all these letters. No one was putting together the dots that it's the same person, and I think he was desperate.
But that's his fault.
Right, exactly, because he failed. He was too different. With every kill every kill is an individual art piece with him.
The other thing is what was his family life like?
Completely fucking normal. Like, he was married for 30 years to the same woman.
Right.
No idea. After he was caught, she just
weirdest
filed
thing
for
about-
immediate divorce. She had no idea any of it was going on. Their kids had no idea any of it was going on. They had the house demolished that they lived in.
I'm
just
sure the
completely
only
Can
demolished.
you imagine being one of his children?
Well, this explains-
I tried finding more information about it. I found a little bit about his wife, but nothing about his children.
Yeah, I think you change your last name at that point.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I also think that they could be titans of the of industry.
Mm-hmm.
They could be really good because they talk about how like executives kind of have the same sort of psychopathic
Tendencies of serial killers,
that
yeah.
serial killers have. The idea of like being a sociopath really helps you in business.
It does, and politics.
Yeah.
So he had the family life. Everything was going normal. He had the letters written to the media. So where does he mess up? It's 1991 now. He's finished with the kills. He's got his, he's satisfied with his little dog catching career.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's still spending about 2-3 hours in the bathroom every
Yeah,
night.
it's like being an English teacher after spending years of trying to be a writer.
Right, exactly. He should have just gone. He should have gone and taught a class about serial killers because he's not good enough to be one. So
Well, here's how we fucked up.
Okay.
From 91 to 2004, nothing.
Okay.
Like, there's nothing from him. Nobody hears anything from the BTK killer. But in 2004...
He's going through that Mickey Rourke 1988 to 2000.
Yeah, when he was a professional boxer for like 6 months. Yeah.
Exactly.
And so this lawyer is releasing a book about the BTK killer.
Okay.
And
that's probably also because I also know that amazing Australian BTK documentary, which is also online. I should post that as well.
Yeah.
That also came out. Most being like, and has he? Yes, he's disappeared into the shadows, but when will he emerge?
I also want to point out to our audience, Henry was an elderly man today for his video shoot,
Oh,
and he is currently peeling skin off of his face.
it's pretty weird. It's really weird.
It's helping me discuss this. I tried to wash myself yesterday before doing our show,
God.
and I scrubbed my face, and I forgot to look in the mirror. Oh, I wish you could see this.
I'm going to take a picture of it, Henry, so then they can see it.
Oh, you can't actually see it.
Yeah, you can see that. That is absolutely
But I was on the train. I didn't realize. I looked in the window of the train. And I had this fucking white triangle of liquid latex, like right under my eyelid, and I was just like, oh, I didn't even think about it, and I just started ripping it off my face, and because it pulls, it like string cheese.
Yeah.
And I look and I see this woman. It's just going like, oh my god, and I was just like, it's makeup. It's makeup.
Terrified. All right, so 91 to 2004.
Yeah, and a book. There's a story in the Wichita Eagle about this lawyer who's about to release this book about the BTK killer and all that, and then for some reason, fucking Rader cannot stand it, and so he sends a letter.
He's like fucking Harry Knowles.
He's awful. He sends a letter to the Wichita Eagle with a return address using the name Bill Thomas Killman.
I fucking hate
that.
BTK.
I hate that. That's so stupid.
What is wrong with him?
I don't know.
It's like he writes for Don't Trust the Bitch in Apartment 23.
Yeah, canceled.
Can we get a flush noise in there?
That's not a flush noise.
But when he sent the letter, he enclosed photographs of the crime scene and a photocopy and a driver's license from Vicky Wegerly, the 1986 murder. The woman that he strangled on his lunch break.
The actual driver's license, not a photocopy of it?
Yes, a photocopy of it.
Okay, I was going to say, I don't think he's going to give away his goods.
Yeah. And so for the next, until about, this is in March of 2004, and until, let's see here, February 2005, he just keeps sending him shit. Like, just weird shit. This is what he does. This is when he does, like, the cereal boxes, all that type of shit. Like, it's just him kind of being...
this is when he's jumped the shark.
Yeah, he's absolutely jumped the shark on this.
So what is... I mean, I feel like the motivation, in the back of his mind, granted, he wants notoriety, he wants fame. I think he also wants to be caught.
Actually, that's the thing. Is that I feel like in the end, it's like he got exactly what he wanted. It's like he got caught. Like if he had wanted,
here's how we got.
He never should have been caught.
Here's how he got caught. No, he never should have been caught. Here's how he got caught. He asked in letters to police. He asked if his writings, if put on a floppy disk, if they could be traced. The police said no.
Oh my God.
And
the sausage gang doesn't lie. The hot dog boys always tell me the truth.
The hot dog squad always shoot straight.
Absolutely. You can trust me. I'm Detective Popcorn.
I love Detective Popcorn. Dearest Detective Popcorn.
All your flip floppies. I'll put some ranch flavor in them.
Ooh, I love ranch.
Flavor crystal.
Yeah, getting in your
getting all up on your thumbs.
I like him.
Yeah, I like him too.
He's a nice guy.
I just got lost in the world of Detective Popcorn.
I mean, I want to see an Adult Swim show called Detective Popcorn. I want to see how he solves crimes, usually with buttery flavor.
Why is he always sleepy?
Because I feel like he's like in bed.
I mean, he's lard. I mean, how does fat talk? All right.
So, and so he sent a floppy disk with his writing because apparently, I guess he was tired of typing out on a typewriter.
Whatever. He gave himself up.
Yeah, and so he sent them a floppy disk, and the forensic analysis immediately found that it was used by the Christ Lutheran Church. And
man, I would have never stopped laughing.
And there was a reference to the name Dennis. An internet search determined that a Dennis Rader was president of the church council. They arrested his ass, and of course, since he had spooged all over a little girl back in 1974, they had his DNA on file.
Right.
So this man was, he was arrested and caught dead to rights.
He wanted it.
Yeah.
And so we gave him exactly what he wanted, because in the end, what he wanted is he wanted everyone to know his name. He wanted to know that
keep that right there.
He wanted to know that everyone to know that Dennis Rader did it, and that he did it. We're taking another picture of me pulling my skin.
I love it. It's amazing.
But yeah, that's exactly what he wanted. He wanted everyone to pat himself on the back, and so you would know.
He did. And
this is how they caught him. It's like, this is actually pretty. I mean, they didn't actually lie to him. That what they did is they searched the metadata on the disk. He had erased the disk from a previous use, which someone had used a Microsoft Word document for the floppy disk.
Okay.
And
Bill Gates is the ultimate detective.
And it contained the word Christ Lutheran Church, and the document was marked last modified by Dennis.
You have got to use a new disc.
Write it on a piece of paper.
Write it
being
on
a lazy piece of shit.
Right. Use the hot dog bun that you've used for the past 20 fucking years.
No. He wanted it. He's so happy. He was so happy when he got caught. I hate that when they're happy.
No, they shouldn't be happy.
You shouldn't be happy. There's no reason for you to be happy.
You know, I feel like it's
and then he gave an extensive interview, and then he has been all over the place. He, smiles for all the cameras. All these people clamoring to talk to him. He got exactly what he wanted.
What were some of the things
media
that he talked
feeds
about?
into it, as always.
What were some of the things that he talked about during these extensive interviews?
I mean, I know
He goes into complete dispassionate detail of all of his crimes. He loves talking about it. He actually huffs and puffs like it's a pain in the ass, but it's not. He loves it.
Yeah, when he's talking about Maureen Hedge, the woman that he, fucked in the church, he's like, I moved her to the trunk of my car.
He's such a boring dude.
Like, that's what he
It's like,
actually
you're in
did
court,
that.
bro. You don't have anywhere else to be today. So fucking either get some flamboyancy, learn how to tell a story, or just shut the fuck up and write it in a piece of paper.
He's like the only reason shows like Reba existed and shit fucking comedies. You imagine the things that he enjoyed to watch that really got him going funny.
Oh, we were talking about this the other. Yeah, his favorite show was probably Reba.
I'm sure it was.
Oh yeah, he's
Well,
the worst
family
person on the face of the planet.
I
was talking about with someone earlier today. He was talking to a guy in advertising, and he asked him what his they were talking about movies. He's like, "You want to know my favorite movie is The Hunger Games."
Fuck off.
And it's just like, yeah, exactly. That's what serial killers do.
Get
that's
outta
what
here.
people. Yeah, if you have no genuine feelings.
All right, so let's get a total death count. BTK, how many kills
My
did he
favorite
have?
Wizard of Oz things is Return to Oz.
Wrong.
Total confirmed kills 10.
Okay.
It's purported to be maybe a few more, maybe less. I don't know. He never confessed anymore, so I don't think he did anymore.
I think that he would have confessed.
He would have confessed.
More importantly, how many dogs? Do they have a number on that?
Only one confirmed.
Well, that's enough for me. Throw him away for life.
Yeah, and he was sentenced to life in prison because Wichita, as I said in the last episode, Wichita reinstated the death penalty in '94. The last known murder took place in 1991.
Right.
So now he's just in prison, writing letters, writing poems about spring.
I heard he's also doing. He writes a lot of the questions for The View. I hear he's doing really well with that. Yeah.
He literally has Joy Behar's ear. Like every joke that she tells is straight from BTK.
He's funny.
I like him.
He's funny. But again, this is a guy's story that, in terms of for covering serial killers, this is a very important story. You show he was for a long period of time the perfect serial killer.
Yeah.
I mean, he did it. He did it exactly in a way he was undetected.
Worked for a security company, Boy Scouts.
Exactly,
You can't get.
Yeah, he went to the Harvard University of what it takes to be a serial killer, and he was a total prick, baby. If your fucking boss is like that, he's probably a serial killer.
That's
If
possible.
he's
I know
if
that
he
when
goes
he
to
was
church and loves Reba, he's a
there's
serial killer.
There's a woman that wrote a book called "My Boss Was the BTK Killer." And she said that one time he trapped her in her office. She said, he just kept moving towards me. I said, Dennis, open the door. Finally, he reached over, opened the door, and with a complete change of personality, he walked to his desk and sat down and acted like nothing happened.
Oh, no, that's just hindsight. That's you just putting it in there. And then you
Yeah.
just think every time he's advancing, you were too ugly for him. Or too big. Probably too big.
She's too big. She's a pretty big girl.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Yeah.
No. He never had eyes for her.
Is it sad if you're too ugly for a serial killer to kill you?
No.
I don't know.
At the
Henry
same-
wasn't pretty enough to be molested by a priest.
Yeah, and
That's
it
true.
helped me, that helped me to not be molested. I'm sure that would have added
I cannot
a thing
imagine
on there.
how you would be if you were molested.
I bet I would be like silent. I'd be like one of those guys who's like, you're working at 7-Eleven, who you think is kind of retarded. He's like 30 years old, and he's just like, you won't, you don't, they won't. Father Brennan used to put me down, put my hand on the Bible.
All right.
Fish's fingers is smelly fish.
So it is
fingers.
99 cent Slurpee Monday, right? All right. I'm just going to back out of the store slowly.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go.
You got your jerky, right? Let's
You
just
don't
take
want
it.
to Slim Jims?
Let's just take it. Let's
You
just
don't
take
want
it.
a Slim Jims?
Yeah,
You don't
no,
want to hang out Friday? You want to hang out Friday?
No. Can we get 15 on pump 4?
Yeah. 15.
You know what? We're going to push the car.
Father Brennan came in when I was 15 years old.
All right. Well, I guess that wraps up BTK. If you have any,
Again,
ideas
you know,
of your own about the guy,
if you're in a couple, there's a man hiding in your closet waiting to kill both of you. If you're a single woman, there's a man in your closet trying to kill you.
And if you're a single man, you're in a closet waiting to kill a couple, or you're in a closet waiting to kill a single
Don't
woman.
let your children, let people in the house fucking screen people.
That's right.
Don't talk. If your boss is a dickhead, he's a serial killer.
That's right.
If he loves Reba, he's a serial killer.
Serial killer.
If he works for a church, he's definitely a serial
100% serial
And if
killer.
you work for a church, quit it because
That's
you're
right.
going to change.
And if you feel at all threatened, make sure to call Marcus, Henry, and Ben, the brand new Hot Dog Squad.
Yeah, the Hot Dog Squad.
Oh, you gonna enjoy me when I get caramel all over my hard pop kernels. I love it when the sweet hot popcorn mixes with the cold caramel
Weird.
syrup.
What?
Balance of temperature and texture. Salty and sweet.
My
Hell
name is
save.
Lieutenant Pepper Dimples,
Pepper
and
Dimples?
I'm here to go on your hot dog and help you capture the serial killer.
Oh, shut up, Pepper Dimples.
Well, you
This is my
shut up,
microphone.
Dr. Popcorn.
It's not time for me to talk. It ain't time for you to talk.
I can
Pepper
do
Dimples.
whatever I want. I love you.
That's the
Well,
cutest
this is
fight
really,
I've ever seen.
it was the cutest fight, and it's the exact reason why we have a lot of inaction in our Hot Dog Squad. So if you guys would please stop, we've got some serial killer crimes to solve. Please.
Oh, and by the way, I outrank you.
What?
I'm lieutenant.
That's true. That is true.
All right,
That is true.
all right. Well, that's Marcus, Ben, and then, of course, Henry.
What?
Yeah, that's you.
You
You're
said,
Henry.
oh, you pointed at me. I mean, you can't see that when you're listening to it.
But you're Henry.
But you pointed to me when you said Ben. Like you put yourself on me, like you want to be me.
Do you feel like you're touching the sweetest teats?
Oh, that is right. He's got a new one, a new fucking.
All right, it
a
doesn't
new
matter.
one in the stable.
All right. Oh, don't equate them to barn animals. That's ridiculous. Magustalations, everybody. Hail Satan.
Hail me!
Halgeen.
And I decided, hail yourself.
Yeah.
as well.
Take some time
You
today.
know,
Go ahead and
Hail yourself. Hail yourself, everybody. All right, we'll talk to you soon.
There's no place to escape to.
This is the last podcast.
On the left. That's when the cannibalism started.
What was that?
7 brides for 7 fuckers.
Oh, man.
Is that a good new one?
Lucky brides.
7 brides for 7 fuckers.
I like it.
Oh my god, last night, so I've been drinking a lot alone. You know what I mean? I sit in the house, I drink quite a bit.
It's fun, right?
It's great.
Yeah.
It's really great.
I know.
I think it's making me better as a person. And I had smoked about 3 or 4 bowls. And I sat on the couch and I watched the first 2 episodes of American Horror Story, which was, let's call it bullshit. But I thought that there were good kills in it. The kills were good, and it's just like, you know, at the same time, you don't need to make a clown that creepy. I don't want to get into it. But I fucking genuinely was half asleep in a throes of booze and stuff like that, right? And I was half asleep through like half closed eyes. I opened up and I swear to God, I thought I saw an old lady in my room.
Yeah, are we recording?
Uh-huh.
Oh, I didn't even know. I thought that was
I beat the shit out of an old woman. No.
Oh, I see.
No, I thought I saw an old lady, and it turned out to be a magazine that I got for the last airplane I took. It was just like it had half fallen out of the bookshelf, and I almost struck it. You know, I'll hit a ghost woman.
Yeah. You know what? Maybe you shouldn't drink. Yeah, maybe you shouldn't drink alone. You're hitting magazines, Henry. You're hitting inanimate objects that are supposed to be read, not hit. Please, Henry, do not attack any full torso vapors. Oh my God! Next thing you know, he's kicking books. You should see what he's doing to flyers.
Some full torso fucking vapor pulled up in a quote unquote mail van, and he put my quote unquote mail in my quote unquote fucking mailbox, and I showed that full torso vapor a thing or two by cracking him in his nuts.
Well, postal service workers have it hard enough. I don't think you have to crack their nuts every time you see them delivering you the much-needed packages that have to be delivered to Mr. Famous Celebrity Henry Zabrowski.
Postal workers don't have families.
No.
Postal workers are broken veterans that the government is killing through treating like robots.
Well, that is
Treating
not
them-
entirely inaccurate. If you go back to an episode where we discussed the postal workers breakdown and how they murdered everybody.
Yeah, that would be Spree Killers Part 1.
Oh, all right. All right, well, that's Marcus, and I'm Ben. Obviously, Henry's here because he's punching books.
Yeah, name's U.S. postal worker Thomas Rafterson.
Whoa. Thomas, what's the
I've seen all
favorite?
your bills. I look through your girly magazines and I wonder what you look like in them. And I'll tell you what you look like in them. You look like fucking garbage.
Yeah. What's your
Yeah.
favorite part about the job, Thomas?
I like looking in windows. And I like smelling their cats. If they leave their cat out, I pull out their cat and I just fucking take a big long smell of their assholes. And I just look in the mirror, and if I see the lovely young woman who's living in there, I say, oh yeah, sniffing your pussy, sniffing your pussy, sniffing your pussy. And I just, and I also enjoy being on time with the mail.
That's good. I was going to say there's some major cuts happening with the U.S. Postal Service. Do you feel like your activity as a postman has negatively affected the entire industry?
Well, mostly I sleep. I wake up after about 2 hours of sleep because I spend all night punching magazines and drinking scotch.
I see.
Yeah, and then I get into work. First thing I do is go to sleep, and then the second thing I do is I wake up, I slide on a pair of women's underpants, and I jerk off through them.
Oh, you have to.
The thing I do is I get my mail bag, and I do about 45 minutes of mail work, and then I go back to the office, and I go back to sleep, and that whole cycle.
Serial killer. When do you think you're going to be caught?
I mean, we're all doing it together. And I met this man. He said he was a U.S. senator, but he had these weird, like, flap things that shot out of the side of him, like a diplosaur, and he shot venom all over this one guy. But then when we were hanging out, he seemed pretty cool, and he had a pretty big plan for how everything was going to be for the next 30 years. So I'm into that.
Very good. Very good. Well, that is spooky, and that plays in perfectly for today's episode. We got spooky spaghetti. We got some creepypasta for you.
Oh, we've got them phantom penebaglianto.
Well, what happened?
Pele Peñato?
We got some Parmesan phantasms. We got some creepy pastas up in this shit.
Yeah.
And I will say, we've been doing these creepy pasta episodes for how long now?
This is our 9th one.
Wow.
9th one. Getting to the bottom of the barrel here.
Yes. People got to keep on writing those creepy pastas, you know?
I have a couple of original ones and a couple other things I think they're going to freak you the fuck out.
All right.
And again, this is we're still celebrating Halloween.
Yes.
Went to Halloween Horror Nights.
Oh, how was that? With Jackie Zabrowski, of course.
Yes, I did. Thank you to people who suggested I go there. It fucking ruled. A lot less crazy than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah.
And
Did people think that you were brother and sister or husband and wife?
That was what was. Jackie insisted on buying this tentacle hat because we both were we grew up poor. So every time we went to amusement parks, we always see people with all the light up shit on, like all the cool dumb shit. And we were like, I want that. And my mom is always like, you got to put us in the poorhouse every time.
Right. And you're like, we already live in the poorhouse. Yeah.
So this time I was like to Jackie, we're getting all the fucking light up shit. And so we were covered in light up shit.
Right. Henry,
Jackie insisted on buying this tentacle hat that looked like a veil. And so we just looked like an incredibly cold newlywed couple.
Is it your ultimate goal to become white trash with money? Because I feel like that was the trashiest thing I've ever heard in my life. We grew up poor. I swear to God, when we had our money, we were going to buy light up hats.
Yeah, that's what.
You know, I used to see all them kids that had them big old top hats on made of felt, and they had them aliens all over
man.
them. Oh, damn it.
I want to be like the rich kids who had that $4.99 dumb light up cap. Dang it.
Yeah, we were living it up. We were Zabrowski rich last weekend, and it was amazing. But no, it's very scary, and I hurt my knee pretty significantly.
Uh-oh.
We went to the Dracula Unborn house, which was kind of stupid, and the movie looks kind of stupid.
Yeah, I know. That seems like a whole marketing ploy. Why'd you go to the sellout place?
Because it was. I paid the money. We were doing every fucking maze. I don't give a fuck.
Right.
We were doing every maze, and I was ready to punch out of Dracula as soon as I walked in there, and there was a fake farmhouse. I didn't see the flappy thing, because a lot of times the guys would pop out and they come out of flappy things, and I was like, it was perfect for them. I was just staring at the flappy thing. I'm like, what the fuck is this door? What is it? And then fucking gay ass Dracula pops out of the thing because there was 9 Draculas with wigs on and fake swords, and he was just like, oh, and it scared me so fucking bad that I ran and fell over a stalactite and hurt my knee.
Oh my God, Henry, we've got to make that reality show we've been talking about for years, where we just go to haunted locations.
Yeah,
it's too perfect.
The shit out of me.
Oh
all
man.
Right, so now we begin this creepypasta episode. I want you to go and put your Nona's apron on, right? But
Unless
take off
she's
all the
using
rest.
it.
Unless she's rip it off her fucking fat.
I mean, I think that's a sexual assault, but
no, I'm just saying. Hopefully, she's not wearing anything underneath it, so you can see her big old hanging burrata bags, or swinging mazzadellas.
Oh, I love them. Yeah.
And you fucking take off all your clothes, put on that apron, put on a chef's hat, right? Get a whole bunch of Jamaican basil, if you know what I'm talking about.
I don't.
Fucking roll it into a cigarette, a joint. Roll into a joint.
Jamaican basil, that's weed, huh?
That's weed.
I don't know how that's racist, but
I don't want you to fucking smoke it to your dome piece right now and prepare to get your nipples hard by how scary these creepypastas are going to be.
Yeah. I do think that's how Ed Larson from the Round Table prepares for his job at the Subway, at the cheesesteak shop.
Yeah, well,
it's pretty much a Subway.
So he doesn't punch a customer. All right, so who wants to start?
I can go first.
All right, let's start.
You want to start off, Ben? Are you sure?
I don't know. I don't care.
All right. Well, let's see.
No, Henry, you go first.
Let me go first.
No, I'll go first. My grandmother grew up in the slums.
Okay, so what's this called?
This is called seaweed.
Seaweed.
Yeah, what's wrong with you, Henry?
No, keep going. Keep going.
Yeah, it's called seaweed. This is all about, it's a story that people find to be very scary. And everyone's going to be terrified.
Please.
My grandmother grew up in this.
God help us.
All right, Henry, enough. I have an acting role on Thursday.
You could.
I do. I'm playing the Toxic Avenger.
Ooh.
Oh, I thought you're not playing the illiterate butler.
No.
Is how I describe your reading ability?
No, that's for whoever made the Butler's next movie, The Illiterate Butler. I will be the star.
I can't read, Gerald Ford. I better ask Mr. Nixon how to teach me how to read.
I've been interrupted. Very good. My grandmother grew up in the slums of Prohibition-era Chicago. Her family lived in a small house near the harbor, and one of her earliest memories was of a particularly hot summer. It was hot. Seeking respite from the heat, she and her sister discovered a seldom-used section of the boardwalk near an abandoned warehouse. That's fun. Every night for several weeks, the two girls would make their way down to the docks and sit together on the edge of the pier as the sun went down. My grandmother vividly, for a time fondly, recalled the feel of the seaweed between her toes as she and her sister dangled their feet into the murky water. The water wasn't clean. And so that's that's more of a environmental issue.
Yeah.
Is that the scary part of the story?
Well, I mean, if you think about what we're doing to our oceans, that's pretty damn scary. So yeah, maybe people should stop drinking so many Dunkin' Donuts soda or
what are you talking
coffees.
About? What do you just
Dunkin' Donuts coffees are what's ruining America with the plastic. Anyway, so their feet are dangling there in the murky water due to the pollution we just discussed. It wasn't until years later that she returned to the pier and found that the warehouse had been completely demolished. Curious, she made an inquiry to the Department of Planning and Development. Apparently the warehouse had been owned by the mob, who was using it as a base of operations for the local prostitution racket. So that's kind of fun.
So that's where your mother used to work, right? At the dock, a prostitute house.
Fucking prostitute dog, you fucking fishwife.
Are you guys making fun of my mom? Is that what happened? My mother used to work at... Are you telling me my mother used to work at the prostitution racket?
I'm just saying your mother was very friendly to me and my friends.
My mom didn't have sex with you. Did she have sex? It had only been uncovered when an associate... This is the prostitution...
Today's episode of Last Podcast on the Left is brought to you by Squarespace. Squarespace is the easiest way to create a beautiful website, blog, or online store for you and your ideas. Squarespace features an elegant interface, beautiful templates, and incredible 24/7 customer support. So try Squarespace at squarespace.com and enter the offer code LAST, that is LAST, at checkout to get 10% off. Squarespace, build it beautiful, and now, on with the show.
There's no place to escape to.
This is the Lost Podcast.
On the left. That's when the cannibalism started.
What was that?
Marcus, let me know when we're ready to start the show.
We're ready to start the
Marcus said that we're not allowed to piss around. Dog meat said that we are not allowed to piss around today.
Welcome to the last podcast on the left, everybody. I am Ben Kissel, as always, staring right at Marcus Parks.
Hey, dog meat.
A.K.A. dog meat. For new listeners to the show, he just became dog meat last week, so it's going to take me a second.
Dog meat!
But you know, the thing is that he just became dog meat officially on this podcast last week, but guess when he's been officially dog meat since the day he was fucking born.
Yeah! All right. And of course, you're Henry Zabrowski, or do I have to call you Too Real?
You could call me Too Real if you wanted to be correct. You long bitch.
All right.
So this is a very important episode.
Very special episode. If we were the cast of Saved by the Bell, we'd talk to you afterwards all in Mrs. Bliss's classroom together and let you know how serious this episode will be. We're discussing 9/11.
Now, you guys remember, this is the important episode, kind of like, you know how in gym they would separate the girls and the boys, and the boys, they would tell them, like, I remember in my class, they separated the boys and they told all of us, they're like, here's the key to owning everything. That was the first thing that they said.
Yeah.
And they're like, just so you know, you're on top, you're always going to be on top, don't worry about being toppled. We all high-fived each other, and then we all showed each other how we could pee standing up.
Is that what you guys did? I was always sent to the Yeti room, and I was just there alone, and they would say, turn the lights back, on and off, on and off, on and off.
Although yes, you are young Yetis. The one thing you must know is, number one, always be hidden. Never be seen.
Never be seen.
Do not take a picture even once, because I don't even know why.
Doesn't matter.
Fish are in rivers.
I love a good river full of fish.
No, today we're doing a very serious episode.
Yes. These are the facts as the mainstream knows them.
Yeah,
That's what we're going to be going through. So for all the people who want to discuss the conspiracy theories, we'll be getting to that.
Yeah, this is the event itself. That's what this
Did
whole
we even
episode
say the terms? We are covering September 11th, 2001, the events of that day.
Right.
What we're going to discover, one thing I will say about conspiracy thought is that you know that it's a conspiracy video when they call it September 11th, 2001, and not 9/11. It's very specific the way they set it up, because they want you to know that it was just a day. It was a day in time. 9/11 is the brand.
Yeah.
And I really do believe that. I think today we are going to be covering the hard facts about just the day. And the hijackers that committed this deed. This is a very upsetting topic, of course. The one thing we wanted to talk about at the very beginning, if you really want to do this episode right and you are home and you've got nothing to do and you really want to just ruin your fucking day, watch 102 Minutes That Changed America. It was a History Channel documentary, and it is all found footage from that day, people who recorded the events.
Right. If you think Cloverfield is a horrific found footage movie, you're going to be amazed at 102 Minutes That Changed America. It's the most horrific found footage film of all time.
I watched it with my heart in my throat. Marks and I both have cried a number of times.
Oh, my God. All right, don't bring up the tears. Come on.
I'm just saying this. We're being vulnerable. I want to break a little bit of I know you guys look at me as a strong warrior, a proud man.
I've heard that.
Impenetrable, cold, but also important in his stance, like Atticus Finch. But this is a very vulnerable episode for me. You guys... What happened 9/11, the brand that is known as 9/11, is become a conspiracy hub that is our generation's JFK assassination. They did the same with the JFK assassination. Every single school of conspiracy thought dumped something on it to get involved in it. 9/11 is no different. It's the hub of a lot of very esoteric thought that covers, as what we've talked about all the time, right? What attracts a lot of conspiracy thought. Something that the government wants to attract a lot of conspiracy thought, because deeply within it there is something very fishy, and they like that fringe thought to kind of cloud everything that happened on the day. And today we're covering what the day was. September 11th,